All right, all right, all right. G'day, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. I didn't have the opportunity to be there for Canyons. Some of you must have followed this crazy race, first major of the UTMB World Series, and we are now kicking off the day on this beautiful island in the Canary Islands on Tenerife for the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And I am delighted to have Maj with me, straight from Oz, and this is going to be a beautiful day. So let's look at this handsome man. I'll give you the floor for a second so we see your face on the screen.
Howdy, howdy, Martin. Great to be here for the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. What an incredible part of the world. What an incredible place to do a trail race. And at this event, there's a bunch of races going down today. Two of them have already started, the 110K and the 73K. And we've got people here just getting ready for the 47K, which falls into the 50K category of the UTMB World Series. But yeah, mate, it's a pleasure to be here. I've been looking at this race and studying it over the last kind of week, and what an amazing part of the world. The terrain that these runners will go over and experience, the high points. Just it's got me almost booking a flight to get over there in time for the start myself, but that's not going to be possible because we are going to be sitting here from about 7:30 a.m. local time till around about 3-4 p.m. this afternoon, and watch the runners go through their paces and enjoy the experience as they work their way towards the UTMB World Series Grand Final at UTMB Mont-Blanc.
Yeah, as you said, and we were obviously up and looking at all the images before we went live, and so we had the opportunity to catch up with Maj and look at the sunset from the Tade. At the highest point on the course, we saw some of the runners in the 100 miles, and look at this. It is an absolute party. Spirits are high here on the start in Pinolere at the start of the 73K. And yeah, people are super excited. It looks like it's going to be a stunning day. And I assume that all these people are prepared for a very hot day.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's like down in these parts of the world, especially this time of the year. So, I mean, you say that, Martin. I think the day's going to heat up, but as you said before, we saw some of the 110-kilometer runners go through one of the high points a little bit earlier on, and they were rugged up. They had buffs fully extended over their faces. They had long sleeves on, arm warmers, jackets. They were pretty fresh. I think in the shadows it's going to be a bit chilly this morning, but once that sun comes up, you're right, it's going to get hot. But yeah, what an amazing atmosphere here. There's a lot of local runners too, which is great to see. Got a really good turnout of, I think it's 63 different nationalities represented here at this race today, which is amazing. What a great way to get to meet different people from different cultures and get to be a big part of that trail running family. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what gets put out there today by the front of the pack, the middle of the pack, the back of the pack. And yeah, just really excited to be here, mate, with you and your trail running expertise. But Martin, what we also need is we need people to do some commenting in the live stream comments, because we'd love to know where you're coming from. We'd love to know who you're following. We'd love to know what your thoughts are. And yeah, we'd love to get that chat line humming along.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of which, I was trying to look at it, but it looks like the chat is disabled for now. So this is definitely a mistake. So we're going to try and fix that, because we do want you to get involved. 100% agree with you, Maj, on that. So we're going to try and get that fixed, because there's new features coming up. You know, every year we keep developing the live coverage to offer you a better experience. And so there's cool stuff in store for you. And one of them is is actually being able to pull up the comment on the screen, but if the comments are disabled, we can't do this. So this is going to be fixed very shortly. Maj, yeah, so many nationalities coming to Tenerife, to the Canary Island. This is like a guaranteed beautiful experience. I was talking to the French commentators earlier because we're sitting next to one another in different rooms to do the commentary, and as we had the images of the highest part of the course on the Tade, fun fact number one about Tenerife is that it is 3,715 meters high, which is the highest summit in the whole of Spain, if obviously we include all the islands around from that belong to Spain. And this is the second highest volcano in the world. So there you go. It explains why probably it was actually quite cold up there. They're going to really high altitudes, which made for beautiful visuals as well on the ocean and on the sea of cloud that we're familiar with seeing with other races like Transgran Canaria or Transvulcania in other islands of the Canary Islands. So once again, they are getting started, lining up at the start in Pinolere. And we will be on for a little while until they start, and then we'll branch onto the other distances that we will cover throughout the day. There has been already, maybe this is something we can talk about if you've been following the race, but you don't have all the data. Currently, it looks like Ezara Garcia, who was one of the favorites, had to DNF because of an ischio issue. She had to drop out at Villaflor, so hopefully nothing too bad. We also had news from Christopher Clemente, who twisted his ankle and also dropped in Villaflor. And also, that's what we looked at earlier with you, Maj. There's the position of Franco Collet, who's an absolute legend, winner of the Tour, and seemed to also have encountered issues, and according to the information we've received, would have dropped out as well. So these are the big names that we were expecting today, and already have had encountered issues that forced them to hand over their bibs and call it a day.
Yeah, that is the nature of the beast sometimes when it comes to trail running, especially something of this magnitude, because it's a 110-kilometer race. It's got 6,250 meters of elevation in it. From what we've seen through the imagery, there's a lot of technical trail out there, and also, like you mentioned before, Martin, they go up to some serious altitude. And we're on an island at sea level at its lowest point, and then up to over 3,000 meters is quite a substantial difference. So, sometimes that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to trail running, and it's a very big demand on people's bodies. You get the highest of highs, and I guess you get the lowest of lows sometimes. So. It's a shame to see some of the people pull out, but there's a huge contingent of crews still running, and they're going hard. It's definitely a close race there as well. If you look at it, where they've got to at the moment, there's so much room for movement within that top three, and also within the top 10 as well. There's still chances for people to gain a few spots. Martin, I think we would have said it a lot of times before in previous broadcasts, but the top three in these events get to make their way to the UTMB Mont-Blanc series final in Chamonix Mont-Blanc in August this year. So they are three very coveted spots that people are really trying to put their name on this year. So I think the day is still young for a lot of that crew, and yeah, they'll be pretty keen to make sure that they keep racing to the very end. The leader of the 110K has really, the last tech point he went over was just over 60 kilometers. So, in reality, he's just gone over halfway now. So there's a lot of racing to be done as the sun rises and the day gets warmed up.
Yeah, Maj, as you said, obviously everybody is looking forward to crossing the finish line and bagging an incredible experience on the island. And for those, as you said, who want to get to the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix at the end of August, then whenever you cross the finish line, you get stones, which give you the possibility to put your name in a hat and apply to be part of that UTMB Series World Series final. And yeah, as you said, there's also an automatic entry for top three in each distances. So today the 110, the 73, and the 47 Ks. With, as you said, not only technical terrain, but a fair amount of elevation gain and loss. And yep, as you said, some of the runners have already experienced the dark side of it. But the bright side, as the sun is rising, is definitely going to be a journey for all these runners. And we had a glimpse of the course as well. It's a point-to-point finishes by the ocean with one massive climb downhill, a little bit of a second climb, and then down rolling onto the finish line for that 47K.
Yeah, absolutely, Martin. I'd highly encourage people to get online if they can. Obviously, they're online if they're listening to us. That's the way the internet works. But if you go on to live.utmb.world, get onto Tenerife by UTMB, you have a look at that page, and you can work your way through the 110 kilometer, the 73 kilometer, 7 kilometer page race information, and it's really interesting. You get to see the elevation profiles, you get to see what the map looks like, you get to see a 3D map, and then you can also find a live tracker there for runners. But it's really beautifully laid out, so you can see what these runners are going up against. And as you said, Martin, you get a real understanding for the kind of the nuances of this course in its profile. The giant climbs, the small climbs, the real punchy steep climbs that will be in there. And yeah, just highly encourage people to get on there and to check that out. So that's the live.utmb.world webpage. Heaps of information there. And also, once you jump on that page, you will see the opportunity to enter a little competition today. And that is going to be something that we reckon everyone should get involved in. Because if you jump on that competition, there's a lot of amazing things that can be won. And I've even thought about entering it myself, because I think if I do, I get a little bit of special priority for the win. But yeah, I know, Martin, you've probably entered that competition 6 times under 9 different emails, wouldn't you?
100% busted. However, I could enter 1,000 times, and I'm sorry to say, so could you. But because we're part of the UTMB group, or in a sense, like part of the affiliates, we are not eligible to any prizes. So give up creating new emails. This is only for the folks out there listening to us. And indeed, prizes are like getting a hook at Tecton, or possibly indeed a bib number for the race of your choice. And this is another new feature that we're super stoked to present to you this year. It looks like a drone shot, basically, but this is completely made up environment, and to show you the course with the flyover. And so right now, the whole course is lit up in yellow, but then as we will check it out, not only the sun will rise on those images, so you'll have a true representation of what the island looks like at this time of the day, but also the colors of the course will change, and we can already give you a bit of information, although this is pretty straightforward. When it's green, it's either flat or downhill. And then as the gradient increases, it goes to yellow to red, and the purple is actually the steepest grade. And so actually this is the steepest grade, both uphill and downhill. So obviously with the like the representation of the mountains, you'll see clearly whether they're going uphill or downhill, and the colors will just give you the gradient. Maud Matisse, who had a pretty solid European champs, she raced in the vertical and in the up-down, and she was 10th in the up-down, still at 37 years old, is definitely one of the contenders, if not the strongest contender for this race. Virginia Perez Mesonero, also 37 years old, and she's been racing also solid in all different distances. Sorry, and Yasmina Castro Chathon, the young gun who will try to challenge our first two female in the 50K. Talking with Maud last week at European Champs, she said that her Achilles were, like, she could still feel them, but it was not a massive issue. However, over the 47K distance, it's going to be more time on her feet. So the good thing for her is that the majority of the climb is going to be in the first part of the race. And so then downhill, it will put much less stress on her Achilles. So she was like, "Oh yeah, no, I just want to tackle that 50K and finish it." But I mean, even Maud Matisse going up for a jog, that could do some serious damage, and I wouldn't be surprised that she breaks the top 10 overall today. And there, I said it. First prediction that's probably not going to come true, but you got to take chances.
Yeah, absolutely, Martin. And so we're coming down now to 10 minutes until go time with the 47K in the 50K category. And yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Andrew Simon Omerich, he is number one on the UTMB index, number one rated for this race today. He has got some racing in his legs already. You can see he's been in Transgran Canaria. Davide Shiraz, he is the 32-year-old from Italy. Again, he has got a lot of racing under his belt this year already. Had some great results. He's going to be pumped. 875 for his UTMB index, rated number 2 here today at the 47K. And then Marco Ramos Gonzalez, he is the 35-year-old, UTMB index 872. And again, you can see he's already had some races this year in 2024. Got first place, sixth place, had some great results. Another one there from the 2023 UTMB World Series final in CCC, came 43rd. So yeah, those gentlemen have had some racing already in the year, which is great. So I think they'll be in good form. At least their legs will know what they've got ahead of them. Yeah, they're not going to be going in too underdone, I don't think, in terms of a racing context. They're going to be ready to throw down, ready to race. You can see that the island is ready for the race too. You can see that at the moment the start line is still in the shadows, so people are going to be quite cold starting, I would believe. But you can see in the far distance of that shot there, that drone shot, that the sun is making its way over the entirety of the island. So I don't think it will be too long before the runners get underway and hit that sunshine. That's really going to elevate the heat of the race in many terms, but definitely in regards to the core body temperature. They're going to jump straight into that climb, as Martin was saying before, and they're going to heat up, and the race is really going to be an interesting one, because there's a lot of people with a lot of different strengths out there, and a race like this that has a really long, consistent uphill, consistent downhill, if someone has a strength in one of those two areas, they could really use that to their advantage and bring some strategy into a race like this, and really make for an exciting day out there.
Yeah, 100%. And so this is what we were telling you about the course with the gradient. So you see right from the get-go, they get a bit of a green, which is the flat, and then turns into gradient climb, which is getting steeper and steeper. And again, the purple is the steepest grade, above 20%. So they're going to be gifted with a bit of a challenge early on. And then, as you can see, it's kind of a traverse all the way across at the top before going back down towards the ocean. And so I think the aerial shots are going to be pretty sick once they get going. And so you see, once again, big shout out to the production who's created this whole environment, which basically is made out of a video game. I don't know if it's a software or anything, but yeah, that's recreating this environment. Put the course on it, and you see where they're going. So as soon as they hit that rock wall, they go straight down. And I think I recognize that, and there must be a trail right from the ocean and going straight up. If this is the one, and this is where the actually the FKT up and down the Tade is. This is where the trail is. This is the shortest way to the top, and this is Manuel Merias who has that record. It used to be Pau Capel, and Manuel absolutely shattered it. And I think still stands as of today until they finish down in Puerto de la Cruz. So they're in for a super cool point-to-point race on that one side of the island, the northern part.
Yeah, I can tell you, Martin, there's going to be one hell of a party in Puerto de la Cruz tonight, because that's the finish line of all the events today. They all head down there, and I bet the atmosphere is going to be high. The atmosphere there is going to be pretty electric. There's going to be a lot of sore legs, but a lot of big smiles if everyone gets to that finish line. And I could just imagine right down there by the waterside, it would be a pretty good space to finish up a race of this kind of difficulty and magnitude. So yeah, I bet everyone's looking forward to that. Especially this crew here. There's just about 5 minutes to go before we start the 47K here, which will be going at 8 a.m. local time. And these runners will be starting to battle it out, making their way towards the UTMB World Series final in Mont-Blanc, in Chamonix. The top three of the 47K will be getting an entry to the OCC at that World Series final. You can see a pretty cool overview shot there of the course. Look at that. That is a pretty nifty looking piece of, I think, what you'd call that, CGI almost. You can see that epic mountain in the background there. That would be that would be something to summit, I believe. And a lot of the 110K runners are making their way up there right now. You can have a look at their progress if you go to the webpage and check that out.
Yeah, true. And this is also one of the beauty of the longer distances. There she is, Maud Matisse in purple on your screen. She will definitely be one to watch today. But yeah, those running the longer distances will go through the Tade National Park and up to almost the summit of that mountain. And this is something that is not given to everyone, because otherwise you need to drive and access is actually restricted. So this is also one of the reasons why participating in that race will give you the opportunity to go through, I wouldn't say uncharted territory, but definitely exclusive places. So hopefully we'll have images
Jeez, Martin,
to show
I tell you what, I'd love to see
Go
a few
ahead.
more smiles on that start line. I'd love to see some smiles on that start line, my friend. It looks like serious business down there at the 47K.
So Marcos Ramos Gonzalez with the blue tank top. So another runner from Team Asics. With Matisse finally giving us a smile. She knows the drill. But I don't know if you back home, you have the ambient sound of what's happening on the start line. We don't have that. There we go. There he is. He's hiding in second line, but he's here. Andrew Simon, really good human, really good person, running also for Team ASICS, and yeah, definitely looking forward to what he can do. He's had a bit of a injury issue coming back, but if he's on the start line, I believe he's fully healthy and ready to throw it down. And hopefully, as we hope, like usually always hope to see, is one of the locals take it out, possibly hard from the get-go, and surprise everyone. We never know. It's always cool when that happens.
There's great representation there of males and the females on the start line, Martin. I think that's great. I'm not sure if that was intentionally done, but it's a good, healthy balance there of the elite women and elite men sharing the very front line of that race line before they get underway. And the countdown is not going to be far away for 10 seconds, folks, because you can see the blue tape has gone down and everyone is getting in position, ready to rumble for this 47K today at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. So it's going to be like you said, Martin, hot out the gate. That's what we want. Make their way to that sunshine and get up that hill.
And you can see here, final words from the speaker or maybe the race director, whoever that is, getting out of the way. Man, look at this. There's the drums. They're getting ready to send off the runners. If we could have the sound of that start line, I think that would be super cool for all the audience to experience. So I don't know if at home you hear it, but in case you do, we might just let it happen.
I think we're going to know when it's close, when those drums start beating. Here we go.
Yeah.
Looks like it's ready to rumble.
Oh, they're starting slow. And there we go.
Here we go,
it's
mate.
Probably going hard, ladies and gentlemen. The 47Ks at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB is on. And we're in for a beautiful day of live coverage, covering the 3 distances today. We'll see runners from the 110, from the 73, and 40 for the 47. That is starting right now from Pinolere, 8 a.m. local time. And look at that. The start is jam-packed with thousands of runners. And a bit of a downhill before going flat. And then, as we saw on the course earlier, start climbing steeper and steeper and steeper. So I think like in the first probably 3 to 4 Ks, the field's going to spread out a whole lot. And we'll be able to see the top contenders for the day. Who is in good form, who's feeling it. And the crowds have showed up to send out all the runners.
Yeah, look at that, Martin. That is a solid crew. Trail running frothers about to get out there on that mountain, making their way up that first 2 kilometers is pretty much all uphill, and so that's going to be a great way to wake up. It's going to be a great way to warm up. Make sure that everyone gets out of this shade that you can still see is covering the part of the island in the early time of the morning there. It's just gone 8 a.m. local time for the start, and yeah, they've got 2,600 meters of elevation ahead of them as they make their way to Porto de la Cruz at the finish line. But yeah, I think this must be a really big event and day on the calendar of Tenerife. You know, they have this huge influx we said it before, 63 different nationalities and nations represented here through the runners. So that's a huge influx of people to the island. Everyone's a trail runner probably, so you know they're good people, you know they're out there to have a good time, respect the nature, enjoy the beautiful part of the world and the trails that are down there in Tenerife. So I think it's going to be a positive vibe. And don't know about you, Martin, but anytime you go to a race in Spain, they know how to cheer on a trail runner. So
Oh,
that's going to be a positive thing for a lot of people
that
out there.
exactly. Like you go to any race in Spain and you know that on top of the traditional like race experience, like you get the Spanish crowds and man, they live and breathe for trail running. They're out there. They're super excited. And I gotta say, the Canarios, all the people who live in the Canary Island, I would say like probably are a notch higher. The excitement is always there. This is what they're excited about, and obviously with the playground that they have in each of those islands in the Canaries is absolutely stunning. So here's another reason why there's so many people coming from so many different countries who have chosen to partake today in the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. No surprise here. And so you see, like again, that big rock wall in the background is where the runners are going to go down, but also back up onto it for the final up down before making their way to the coastline and on the way to Pico de la Cruz after 47 kilometers. And once again, in the men's, Andreu Simon, David Echeras, Marco Ramos Gonzalez are the three names to look out. And in the women's, Maud Matisse was definitely the one name to keep in mind, and so we'll wait until we spot her. But she should be all day with the same jersey with the pink or kind of purple jersey.
That's it, mate. And kicking off the day here is great. But also, what we want people to do is start kicking into those comments. There's a few excellent comments popping up already on the live stream chat on YouTube. The only issue with that is I just can't keep up with my Google Translate to get the information of what they all say right now. But I'm working hard. I see a bit of vroom vroom. I'm sure that's quite easy to translate, but it would be cool for people to let us know where they're tuning in from and what they're doing here, who they're supporting, if they want to be in that race or if they want to be watching it here. We know the answer is you want to be watching it here. And running that race looks way too hard right now for a Saturday morning, but it's a beautiful part of the world to be, and we're stoked to be here. So make sure you join us, folks, in that live chat because we really want to know who's out there and who's watching, and we can keep you updated. Which is it's going to be a great day out there.
Yeah, and already we can give a shout out to Johan Stapleton. He is saying g'day, good evening from New Zealand. So do you have any mates from Oz who are watching? We get David from Portugal. Yeah, in the house. I believe all
Love it.
the Canarios, all the Spanish people will be following Albert and Teresa on the Spanish live, and obviously we'll be missing out all the Frenchies listening to the A team of French commentators, Johan and the one and only Le Duc. I'll keep calling him like this. They just looked over their shoulders like, why are they talking about us? But yeah, the whole dream team is here from the studios, and we're so excited once again to be able to share that fantastic day with you. This is the first time we're actually bringing you images from the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, and you're gonna see why this is a race to put in your calendar. There we go. You got someone from Tassie. Well done, Andy. He's going to keep you accountable. Like if he's up, you're gonna be up, Maj.
Andy, I'm with you in spirit and in everything else right there, my friend, from Tassie, beautiful part of the world. What a great place to do a race. Another small little island as well off the mainland of Australia, similar to Tenerife, I guess, off the mainland of
And
Spain.
Maj, we got a quick commercial break, but we'll be right. Highlights of all the UTMB races. It is a pretty sick. All right, looks like we're back, just like this. Before we even got a heads up, it's good. Hopefully you didn't hear the banter that was going behind the scenes, and if you did, well, this is us just chatting away about all different things of the world. But this is, as you can imagine, views from a different angle of the Teide, the highest point in Tenerife, 3,715 meters, and also the highest point in the whole of Spain. And what have you? And should we do a bit of an update? Oh, well, actually, let's give a shout out to people in the chat. Pat is from the UK, watching from there. We get Luke from Liverpool, KK from Bali. Look at that. And look at that massive crack.
Yeah, Martin, as you said before, man, this is one incredible part of the world to be doing a race or just running in general, because it's seeing images like this that maybe makes us want to run instead of commentate, but that's not the case today. We're here for the long haul and we're stoked about that. But look at some of these images here. You can see that inversion, that cloud inversion, such a common scene from islands around the world, and so obviously Tenerife included. You can see that would be a pretty amazing place to go for a run, get up high before sunrise, watch the sunrise going up above those clouds. And this is just the awesome kind of terrain that the runners today will be experiencing. There are 5 different races actually over the race weekend here at Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, and also within the 47K that we just saw take off about 11 minutes ago, which would have been 8 a.m. local time. There's a 47K solo race and also the relay race within amongst that too, which is going to be interesting to see and follow along with, because could a relay team beat the first solo runner? I don't know. It would have to be a pretty good team to beat some of those runners that you pointed out before, Martin. But it is possible. And yeah, as you mentioned, there are the other longer.
Hopefully it wasn't as crazy.
There we go.
All right, this has been
Here's some
yeah,
footage from the 100 mile category start line that would have been on last night at 11 p.m. local time. So this is the 110K falls
and it's
into
good
the
to see.
100-mile
Yeah,
category.
good to see Azara Garcia with a smile on her face. Sadly, as we explained to you, because of a ischio issue, she had to pull out in Villaflor. But in the men's, it's still Manuel Anguita who's leading the men's race in 110, followed by, and we had images, we weren't online yet, but Jordi Gamito and Manuel Martin Lorenzo together in second and third. About what, Maj? About half an hour ago already is when they went across the highest point in the race.
Yes, yeah, it definitely was a little bit of time has passed since then, and that is pretty much bang on 61 kilometers into the 110 kilometer race. So there's a lot of running to be done after that. A lot of it is descending down off that high point, but yeah, you're right. There's a race to unfold still, and yeah, natural attrition of long races like that. A few fall off, and yeah, but there's a lot of spicy bits still to go in that race. You descend, as you said before, that high point of the mountain, and also one of the highest points of Spain as a whole. Once they descend off that, there's still a punchy climb, a bit of a famous climb on the Tenerife Island that they must navigate. They go up 600 meters over 2 kilometers, and yeah, they've got to navigate that after all that downhill. And yeah, it's going to be interesting because the race is still on, especially with regards to that top three. Those top three runners of all the races this weekend will be vying for a spot in the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. And this 110K, that would be getting a spot in UTMB 171 kilometer race in Chamonix in August at the end of the year, which is that is one incredible event to be a part of as well.
It is indeed, and we've been lucky to be associated with this event for so many years, and that remains the crown jewel of the UTMB World Series. And it's just a bit like places like Nepal. You know, until you've been there, you don't really know what people are talking about, and and once you do, you know you're part of the big family, and you understand what it means to be either running that event or be on the sidelines supporting, crowing. There's just so many ways to get involved, and each of these ways are super exciting. Once again, here's your extraordinary contest for a pair of Hoka Tecton X2 and get a bib number. Get a bib number for one of those races, and so maybe next year you could be on these images standing on the start line and embark for a fantastic journey on the island of Tenerife. I was also
Yeah,
looking at
make sure to
the
scan that QR code.
scan away, scan away. I was looking because there's a lot of obviously Spanish runners in the top 10 on the 110K. And once again, Manuel Anguita from Spain is leading behind Jordi Gamito and Manuel Martin Lorenzo. In fourth, Rubens Dieguez Quiroga, also from Spain. He's about 20 minutes back, and then another 10 minutes back from fourth is fifth, Kamil Lesniak from Poland. A big shout out to all the trail runners in Poland. Kamil Lesniak is not a surprise here. He's been the fastest Polish runner ever in the UTMB. Speaking of the UTMB final, he's already partaken in that race and placed the highest of all Polish runners. So not a surprise to see him here. And if he's got a smart race, he could possibly move up, as you said, race of attrition. And if in the top three there are any technical issues, he could be creeping up and gain one or several more spots. Then Dylan Dame, I don't know too much about this runner. Obviously, I can find all the details on ITRA, but if anybody in the chat knows this runner from Belgium, please give us a rundown of who he is, and if this is somebody who plays the long game and waits, or if this is a first time he's placing so well, or if even you know him personally, just give us a shout. And then Sanjay Sherpa from Nepal, but lives in France, is the last runner from a different nationality outside of Spain in the top 10, currently in 8th. And he's kind of a sure thing. Like basically, whenever he lines up on a race, you know he's going to be like crossing the finish line, and with a smile on his face at that. Like he's just always in control, knows what he's done. Like he's probably one of the runners who's done the largest amount of miles in racing. And this is the replay. This is the images we were telling you about. This is Manuel Anguita going over the highest point in the race, and he was already minutes ahead of Jordi Gamito and Manuel Martin Lorenzo. And as Maj is not in the bathroom, but just pouring himself a nice glass of probably a special beverage. Because we got to stay hydrated too. You know, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. So after
Sorry about
reviewing
the background noise there, folks.
you know, it's we got to give them the ambient noise. So there they are. You can see on those very orange images as the sun is just rising on the island, and Jordi Gamito with Manuel Martin Lorenzo together at the aid station, and they actually left the aid station together. Eva Maria Sperger from Germany is leading and is quite actually ahead of the rest of the field. Gitana, I'm gonna feed you te. I probably said that wrong. I apologize, from Lithuania. No, that's not Lithuania. Yeah, it is Lithuania. My instinct. We're right. And in terms of ranking, she started very conservatively, and then has slowly moved up, and we can see that she creeped up on the biggest amount of people on the one part of the climb, which probably gonna tell us that towards the end, on the last little kick, at 92 Ks into the race, she could do a bit more damage. In the meantime, look at these images. I mean, Maj, look at that. It gives us so many pointers here. Like first, this is beautiful. This is definitely a must go. The Tade at sunrise is unreal. It almost looks like a pyramid in Egypt. But also tells us how technical and tough the ground really is on this higher section. And you see where they are now. They have come down the other side, and Manuel Anguita, see how far ahead he is now. I mean, if he keeps looking after himself and doing what he's doing right now, I don't think anybody is going to be able to come and challenge him for the win. And we have Jordi Gamito behind. What's, I don't know if this is worrying or anything, but up until now, in the indication we had, Manuel Martin Lorenzo was with Jordi, or at least close to Jordi, and he doesn't show here on the screen. So maybe I'll have a quick look at that. But no, they're still marked as together on the trackers. So it was just not showing. Oh no, actually on the tracker it looks as though Manuel Martin Lorenzo is about a couple of Ks only behind Manuel Anguita. He has made a move in the descent if, again, the trackers are accurate. And Jordi Gamito would be a few Ks back, but again, to take with a pinch of salt, because you know those GPS trackers sometimes work, sometimes they don't, and up at this altitude, there might be not as much reception as we would hope to make the system accurate. But again, we're giving you those aerial views. It almost feels like a drone shot, to be honest, with that representation of the terrain and the course. And once again, they have already gone through that purple part, which was the steepest part, over 20% grade. And looking down onto the race leader, Manuel Anguita.
Yeah, as you were saying, Mutton, the layout of this course and the we can have a listen here actually to some footage.
So that would be fourth place.
This is live from the Teed, yeah. Up high.
Oh, maybe past that if this is live, actually.
You can hear just that background noise there. That is definitely a bit of wind up high, and I imagine that wind would take a real edge off that sun heat. So we saw a lot of people going through there earlier on, really covered up, really sheltering themselves from the coldness of being up so high. Because this is up around about 3,500 meters high, and yeah, be pretty fresh. Martin, you could probably translate that.
I was trying to, but then you were louder than what he said. So I think he communicated the bib number, but and the funny part, he was like, oh yeah, so his phone number is this, and he was like, oh wait, no, not phone number, bib number. So it looks like the air is thin up there, and the struggle is real with our camera runners trying to give us those images. But the intention is the best, as usual. Oh wow! And if this is the course, those are some serious switchbacks onto the coastline. And so we're inside the aid station.
Sure. What an image, eh? As you were saying before, Martin, the green, this is the highlighted line is obviously the race course, and the different colors represent the different gradients in those sections of the course. So with the green being the flatter gradients, and then making its way up to purple being the steepest gradients that you see on that course. So just a really cool representation of the course, and being able to do a little bit of interpretation with regards to the different change in elevation for that course. This is on the southern side of the high peak. The 110 kilometer course runs from south to north on the island of Tenerife, and yeah, as you said, Martin, goes up to that giant high point up there. That is the highest peak in Spain if you take into consideration the islands, and yeah, it's a big one.
Yes, it is indeed. So I think on those images again, where we can picture and try to imagine what it is to run at 3,700 meters of elevation. with steep sections, even more on the downhill than the uphill. We have a quick commercial break, and we will be back shortly, so please stay with us.
Je reste là, il y en a 2 qui devraient arriver d'ici 2-3 minutes.
And you are greeted with some French, with one of our camera runners on the high point just above the aid station on the Tade. And he was telling us that there are a couple of runners who will be there shortly. So he says, I'm staying there to give you these images. So not quite sure how deep in the field we are. By the look at the GPS tracker, we are still quite a ways from seeing the first woman go through. But if we can pick up the bib numbers of who's getting there shortly, we'll possibly be able to tell you who that is. Actually, Morgan Piley might very well be that person, or if they already have gone through. Hard to tell.
Vamos, vamos.
Yeah, and we can only second that. Vamos, vamos, runner, because he had a jacket on. Still probably a bit chilly up there until it warms up. But the jacket was on, so we couldn't pick up the bib number and therefore not tell you who it was. The podcast, Cross Path, the last one with Emily Howgood. If you haven't listened to it, that's a pretty goodie. It's pretty good. It's how good is that? I hope she's listening, because she'll crack up laughing as she does all the time. One of the biggest heart and highest spirits in the circuit, Emily Howgood from Zimbabwe. So yeah, that's the one. If you don't know her, definitely worth giving it a listen. She has an amazing life story, and yeah, just an overall beautiful human, and who's dedicated many years of her life to perfecting her running abilities. And when I realized what she was doing, she was participating in the UTMB World Series for a few years, and once it was elite only final. and she finished like in one of the last, and she was pretty bummed. And I said, "Look, like you have the world's best that you're running against, and you're still green." And she's like, "Yeah, but anyway, like I understand this is where I'm at this point, and but I'm not doing this for the result, but I'm partying in this because I want to get better at technical. So then when I move up to longer distances, which ultimately is more my thing, I'm not going to be slowed down by technical terrain." So she was actually giving up a few years of competing in ultras just so she could perfect her running skills on technical, and that she could then apply to longer distances. So this is some serious dedication, and I remember being very impressed by that. So yeah, bit of a inside story about Emily Howgood, who since has shown how strong she could be in ultra races. And also shout out to her Poland coaching her, and who's been with her for many years, and is also one of the reasons why she's improved so much. He's highly involved in her training and goes out whenever she races to support her. Here you go, another runner. And once again, we don't have the bib number, but hopefully at some point we'll get to see the first female come through. And here we go, replay of Canyons by UTMB that took place not so long ago. All right, and back in Tenerife, on the highest point, and still waiting for more runners to come through. And like I was going to say before, the Canyons highlight the America's Major for this 2024 season is that Claire Helsop might very well be one of the next runners that we'll see coming through there, and that would be a good confirmation to see that not only she's in the lead, but how well she is at that point. Although this is absolutely not accurate, because from the ranking, it looks like Eva Maria Speger is in the lead. So she would have gone through already 20 minutes ago. So that would be looking at different runners. I think the GPS trackers might be not fully
Martin, that
reliable.
was some pretty cool imagery there from Canyons by UTMB, which is the first majors of the World Series, UTMB World Series, the American major for the 2024 season. So top 10 of each of those races get a spot into the UTMB Mont-Blanc final in August, and or maybe they get it moved on to the following year. But yeah, it was pretty incredible. It looked like a pretty hot race out there. There's definitely a lot of excitement around it as well, because that race is also a golden ticket race for the Western States, and it is the last golden ticket race of the 2024 season to get a spot in that incredible race in California, which is happening in just a few weeks' time. And so there was some pretty cool stuff going down there. Rod Farvard won the 100K, and also Katie Scheid, 6th overall, but she stormed away. And this is going to be UTMB Snowdonia, Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB 2024, and check out this race that happened just recently in the UK.
And against all odds, when you think about Snowdonia, is like crazy weather, cloud, rain, cold, but it was actually a scorching day for that edition of the Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB. And it was just shy of 3,000 runners running on all distances. And another very technical terrain in those UTMB World Series races. And runners were clearly not only challenged by the distance, but also by the terrain, as you can see, using their hands to down climb those ridges. If you like technical, this is definitely one for the bucket list. Imagine, yeah, like right here, going through that terrain at night will make the progression extremely slow. And this is actually the slowest or the longest time a 100-mile runner in the UTMB World Series has spent on the course, with 47 hours and 28 minutes and 10 seconds precisely. Was the longest time a finisher spent on the course. Imagine what could go through your head, the lows, the highs, over 47 hours. This is, yeah, this is next level.
Yeah, it looks like an incredible part of the world. It's hard to believe sometimes that, you know, like this terrain exists on that that little island of the United Kingdom. But once you get out there and experience it, it can be a pretty wild place. Very lucky as well. You know, these mountains are not too high down there in Wales, but they are very, very extreme when the weather is bad. And so you look at all this sunshine, clear views, not a cloud in the sky. That is a rare, very special day for runners down there at Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB this year. And yeah, there'll be a few people raising the finishing banner there, coming over the line in the top three, and they would have got a spot in the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. Looked like a pretty cool race. That's a pretty tough looking race too. I just saw a bit of footage there from a good friend of mine, Natalie White, who is a multiple
I spotted her
Tour de
too.
Chance. So she was looking pretty stoked there. She's an amazing human and loves a tough race, far out. But yeah, I don't know. It's cool to see some of these races come onto the screen, and they're the races that have been a part of this 43 race UTMB World Series this year in 2024. And we've got another one coming up. We can show you some highlights for. We're going to roll through a few of them today, right now, and yeah, it'd be cool to get your eyes on it and start looking at the calendar for 2025 and see what you might want to get involved in.
Yeah, it's not short of cool options, that's for sure.
Martin, do you know much about the race that we're going to have a little bit of a look at soon? The the famous best of the first French events in the UTMB World Series. Sounds like it's a pretty impressive place as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've seen some extremely fast times, and that course really takes you through time, through history, because the runners go through so many old castles, and the race directors definitely play on that. And look at this. This is a true travel through time. They're I don't know how you call them in English, but in French it's troubadour. So kind of people playing music, instrument, dancing in old traditional costumes from the Middle Age. And that certainly brings a very special taste onto the ambiance of all the runners. And once again, they were blessed with beautiful weather for this race. And yeah, this is also where the Kenyans did shine on the 50K. And then, yes, Théo Détienne, who won the longer distance. And this is where he said his infamous, "Life is hard, but not mine," as he was running through the vineyards and explaining the camera runners, like how wine was made, and basically talking massive bullshit. But he showed how comfortable he was, and as he's slowly building up towards longer distances, and finally getting the gist of it. So yeah, there was a lot of good things and fun things happening during that weekend at the Trail Alsace Grand Est.
It looks like a cool atmosphere to be taking your mind off some of the pain that your legs might be experiencing in a race. It's pretty unreal that the Kenyan runner won the 50K with 2,000. It's got 2,000 meters of elevation in that 50K. Won it in 3 hours 33 minutes 31 seconds. That is an absolute amazing time to put down for a race of that magnitude. Far out. I'm gonna I'm just gonna look up his name and get that on the screen.
Well, that was their first, like it was his first 50K, and I think from a nutrition perspective, he had like something as like 2 or 3 gels over the whole 50K, which seems insane. I was talking to the team manager, or like the guy who's in charge of the whole team, and he said like, yeah, it was a really good day to confirm once again the training they had done. It's like the Millimani runners. You'll find them on Instagram, and you'll get updates about all these runners. And yeah, it's been a journey for these guys, and they're finally starting to come out to Europe and having things figured out, at least on the 50K distance. Still a lot of things to learn, and they're eager to learn more and more. Now this is a replay of the Chianti Ultra Trail by UTMB. So there's a different race earlier this year again, in Italy this time, and the scenery was also in vineyards. And I know that there was a whole lot of runners from the team Vibram who had come to this event. Including, you see them there, Gediminas Grenius, Scotty, Hooker,
Chianti Ultra Trail by UTMB. What another stunning race. That's already come and gone in the 2024 UTMB World Series calendar. What did you think? I mean, I don't know how they've managed to pull it off, Martin, but it seems every single race so far has just had picture perfect weather, and it looks like
True.
today also in Tenerife is putting on a show for everyone. So it's there must be something in the air. It's going to be a good summer ahead. There's plenty of racing to go.
Well, fingers crossed, Maj, because indeed, so far it's been really good. And actually, earlier this morning, when we were all came to the studio and having a chat and talking about the seasons and how many live there's going to be, and some of those lives, like today, will be one day because all the runners finish on the same day, and some will be up to 3 days with the European major in Val d'Aran by UTMB, and we were joking as well, if the weather is fine, because last year we actually had to cut off the event because the weather conditions were actually getting extremely dangerous for the runners. And I remember talking with some of them afterwards, and say like it really looked like we were gonna die because there was hail going literally horizontal and pushing them off the ridge because the gusts of wind were so strong, so they had to cut it short, and that ended up stopping a big part of the field in 100K and everyone in the 100 miles. So hopefully this is not happening this year, but definitely not today. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, your first leader in the 47 kilometers. No surprise here, André Simon is leading the field with the highest UTMB index at 899. And Maud Matisse, actually not too far behind from Switzerland and representing Team Essex, is leading the women's field at this point. So we're still pretty early in the race. You can see like this is kind of a traverse. Once again, if you're joining us now, the color coding of the course is green for flat, yellow for mellow, and that rhymes. I just made that up. And then orange with a little bit of a bigger climb. And when the gradient gets steeper and steeper, then it turns to red. And then the steepest, above 20%, is going to be purple. There you go. You know it all. You don't need us anymore. You can totally understand what's happening on your screen. And once again, this is new this year, this kind of 3D representation of the course as well as the environment, and putting the runners in there to give you a good understanding of where they are and who is in the lead. Sometimes we'll have points also between runners. And then it looks like at this point, Davide Shiraz is really not too far back from Andreu Simon, so that would make sense again from a level perspective. And Marta Perez Maroto would be also very close by from Maud Matisse.
And it kind of brings into our passion. If we achieve it, it'll just be a great feeling.
Trail running is a beautiful sport.
And that was a very quick teaser of a new trail running video series of 8 episodes of 45 minutes that will be broadcasted on Eurosport in 53 different countries throughout the season. And basically, those are recaps of the key races. And so far, the ones that are out is Oceania by UTMB, Trails das Grandes by UTMB, Tenerife Bluetrail will be the next one. And then it will carry on Lavaredo, Eiger, and all the way throughout the season. Once again, 8 episodes kind of celebrating the human performance at this level. And it's entitled UTMB Extraordinary Humans. Maj, I don't know if this is me, but I can't hear you. There you go, we're back on.
That's okay. That's okay, my friend. No worries at all. I was just going to say,
Go ahead. You looked
you know,
serious. You looked like you had some knowledge to drop.
man, there's a. I was just saying that's going to be a very incredible way to show trail running to a lot of other people in the world. And yeah, I think it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're also got a little bit more footage coming up for you in just under 30 seconds, and it's going to be a lot about the Tide volcano and everything that it is in the and what it means to the island of Tenerife, that 3,718 meter high peak, the highest peak in Spain. As you said before, Martin, third largest volcano on the planet after those in Hawaii, and it was formed 175,000 years ago. So yeah, it's a pretty incredible thing to be able to see, and also then for a lot of these runners to really experience. So yeah, hope you can enjoy a bit of that footage of that mountain, knowing that it's quite a significant thing in the world.
Yeah, and as much as the volcanoes on Tenerife Island are apparently still active but dormant, we remember very fondly, and big shout out to all the runners and inhabitants of La Palma, another island in the Canary Islands, who suffered from eruptions that kind of really affected the island. But the Tade hasn't been active since 1909, which obviously is a long time ago. But they're still doing a lot of monitoring because it is still active, and so something could happen. So they're paying great attention to it, and that's what I was telling you earlier. Like the Tade, like the whole area around the mountain is actually part of a UNESCO World Heritage List since 2007, and welcomes just over 4 million visitors per year. So definitely one of the highlights of the things to do when you're being a tourist on the island.
Yeah, pretty amazing when you start to learn about some of these places. They're not only incredibly beautiful and aesthetically just so different and diverse. Once you start to learn a little bit more about its history, and then you can go and move through these places with your own 2 feet. It just layer upon layer upon layer of meaning, and also I guess value comes through knowing all that kind of stuff. Pretty unreal. The fauna and flora there would be pretty incredible as well. And I think that places in the world don't get listed as UNESCO World Heritage if they don't meet certain criteria, and that can be cultural significance, it can be natural biodiversity significance, it can be significance for the health of the island as a whole. And I think for this to get listed only in 2007 it must be a really big thing. So no wonder so many people go there and visit in that part of the world. Learning all this, Martin, just makes me want to go there even more, to be honest, and to really go and check it out, and try and make sure that we go on to these parts of the world, we respect them, we enjoy them. And I think that's also, not to get too deep into the weeds about why trail running is so good, but that is why trail running is so good. You get to move long distances, you get to see incredible parts of the world, you get to do it under your own 2 feet, and it's it doesn't leave too much trace of you being there when you get out there. So it's quite jealous of what some of those runners are experiencing right now, and I hope one day some people here would be able to go check it out.
Yeah, and I can only confirm that this place is very unique, very unreal. Because aside from the actual elevation, which makes the vegetation quite scarce. You still have pretty high like cacti and stuff like that, which makes it really unreal and very unique. And so again, if you get the opportunity to get to this island, you have to make your way up to this area. This is the crown jewel of the island. And definitely something to recommend. Another fun fact about this area before we have a quick commercial break is that this like there were scenes from Fast and Furious 6 and the movie Clash of the Titans were filmed in the actual Tate National Park. So there you go. You will both go to bed a little bit smarter tonight, and you're welcome. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick commercial break coming up, and we'll be back with you shortly. So stay with us.
Imagine you have a double. He's a celebrity, but you have a different profile. He has a wild side, while you stay calm. And even though you both like music, it doesn't sound the same. Maybe one day you'll meet, but no, you're not identical. Nor will his island be like yours. Tenerife, one island, 1,000 views.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. I hope you liked seeing some of the incredible sponsors of the UTMB World Series here. They are some of the best products in the world of trail running to make sure that you get your hands on, help you achieve all of your goals in this incredible sport. And yeah, it's great to have those partners along for the UTMB World Series this year. And yeah, make sure you check them out a little bit further in your own investigations. You can see here we've got some incredible views from one of the highest points of the race. This cameraman here is sitting probably at about 3,500 meters, I would say, at a guess. The highest point of this race, which is the 110K race, is 3,555 meters high on the island. And yeah, I imagine that cameraman there is very, very happy to have the sun on them right now, because it seemed to be very, very fresh up there this morning in the early parts when the sun was just rising. So it's yeah, what a beautiful part of the world. The race has been going for quite a while now, coming on to 10 hours, and yeah, I think we've seen some pretty good racing going down. And you saw before at 8 a.m. local time the 47K kicking off, and those runners have made their way onto the course and past the very first aid station. And yeah, I feel like the racing is shaping up as everyone expected. and we had 684 starters in that race this morning, which was which is pretty cool. The gentleman, Jacquin Navazet, he is from Argentina. He actually crossed over the very first checkpoint at La Caldera at the 6.5 kilometer mark. He passed over in first place, so that was pretty unexpected. But
But they always provide a memorable adventure. Trails are the global arena of the sport of trail running. My name is Heather Jackson, and I grew up in New Hampshire to active parents. We spent a lot of time adventuring outdoors, and I got involved in team sports at an early age, playing soccer and later ice hockey at a collegiate level. I found my way into triathlon, where I spent over a decade competing at the highest level. I'm now competing in my first year of elite level trail running, and I can't believe I'm going to be racing here in Chamonix, the crucible of ultra trail. It's hard to describe the scale and stunning beauty of the Mont-Blanc mountain range surrounding Chamonix. Simply put, it's breathtaking. I'm here on the 20th anniversary of Ultra Trail du Mont-Blanc, or UTMB, as this iconic race has become known throughout the world. That race has spawned 7 other races, making this week a singular global event. But I'm not just here for the racing. I hope by sharing the conversations and experiences I've had here, I can let you in on the secrets of what makes this whole area very special and unlike anywhere else I've been. Katerin Paletti, co-founder of UTMB, was the first race director at the first UTMB race in 2003. She, along with her husband Michelle, started a global phenomenon in trail running. I went to the UTMB house to meet Katerin to talk about the history, the global running community, and the celebration of 20 years of this iconic trail running event.
Hello, Heather. What can I do for you?
You've already done enough welcoming me here. It's amazing. My first time ever to Chamonix and to UTMB, and it is the 20th anniversary. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the first year, 2003?
It was just the beginning of ultra endurance in the trail running. And like that, we go on a lot of trails, and each time we came back in Chamonix, we say, wow, it's amazing. I think there is something to do in this place. I began to take care of this new race and to announce everywhere on the websites I found. And we were very lucky because we come from the IT world.
Okay.
So because I was the only one who didn't run, they all look at me and they say, oh, Catherine, you stay at home and you look for everything, and you are the race director. Are you happy? I say yes, because I didn't imagine exactly what it was to be a race director, you know.
Why do you think trail running has become as popular as it has?
It's the only sport where you don't need any structures like a swimming pool, a tennis terrain. You find some trails everywhere in the world. It's one of the sports where you can be alone, to have a contact with the nature and with some friends, because trail running is also the possibility now, because it grows and you find everywhere on the planet, to meet some different person, to discover different cultures, different countries. Some runners are elite and they want to win. Some are not elite and they don't care to win, but they just want to be a finisher. And if they are a finisher, they are the hero of their family, maybe their street, their village, town or country, I don't know. And they are sure that they are able to do something very hard, some extraordinary things. And it's the possibility to mix all these communities together like a very big family.
I love that. We were able to do a hike, run up this trail. We started at dawn, so I think that actually just made the experience that much more what it was, because we literally crested the top of the trail as the sun was popping through, and we popped out of kind of a wooded area to just the entire mountain range sprawled in front. It was completely breathtaking, and I think you realize very quickly how tiny you are as an individual. To be able to be here and run on the trails, it was almost impossible to run because I just wanted to stop and stare at them.
Okay?
Yeah.
If you want, you can do the black one. Good, well done.
Am I hired?
You are a Willy farmer.
Yeah.
And now we have to turn them every day.
Easy, slowly, that's good. You're doing good.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you? Welcome to La Calèche.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited.
Let's go inside.
Okay.
Federico Gilardi, who oversees the iconic and pivotal Grand Col Ferret Pass during the annual UTMB Mont-Blanc race, brought me deep into the history and character of the region. From the early adventurers who saw the unique appeal of the area, to the birth of the UTMB Mont-Blanc race itself, we talked trails, community, and racing.
Chamonix is an old touristic place because the first tourists, we say, that come here at the 18th century.
Wow, okay.
And they discovered this small village was Chamonix. And then so quickly they discovered the mountains. And so Chamonix became really quickly a touristic place, and alpinism born more or less here.
Yes.
Chamonix was the capital of alpinism in the past. Now we can say that it's also the trail running capital because of UTMB, because of these events born 20 years ago. By the trail running, as a runner and a volunteer, it was a really good way to create links with the people.
Yeah, very welcoming community.
Yeah, I did a lot of volunteering since 2009 around the UTMB, and since 2017 I'm used to be on Grand Col Ferret. It's the mythic passage from Italy to Switzerland on CCC and UTMB.
So you'll be at one of the highest points for UTMB and CCC.
And CCC, yes. During the race, I manage a small group. I am with another guy, just checking.
The bibs.
The bibs, yes.
Okay.
We stay to Grand Col Ferret until the last racer arrives on the aid station after Grand Col Ferret.
Oh wow, that is so good. We are on day 2 here in Chamonix, and it has just been the most incredible experience. This morning we got to hike at dawn up to this beautiful vista, just showcasing the mountains in this whole area, including Mont Blanc. And this afternoon I was just able to meet with Federico, who was able to share with me a lot of the history of Chamonix and this area, and just talk about how the trails once connected the communities to each other, and now they obviously connect the community of trail runners from all around the world who all come here for UTMB. And I got to try fondue for the first time ever, so it's been a great day so far. Have a good one. Thank you. Yes, things are getting real now. The smile is hiding the fear.
So I got my bib, I've got my race bracelet on for tomorrow, and now we're here at the Hoka Base Camp, just hanging out, having a little meet and greet, mingle, chatting with everyone in the trail running community, and just really enjoying the final few hours before race day tomorrow.
But this is her first European experience.
I know about your incredible win in 2016, but you, at one point in that race, were 45 minutes down, I believe?
Yeah, a bit more, yeah.
And so I guess just what was going through your head when you're down?
It was not my first time in Chamonix. I think it was my 5th attempt on the UTMB.
Okay.
So I really want to finish the race. So that was the goal. That's why I continue and I push to at least reach the finish line. When I was really sick and bad, I was thinking to do 2 days just to sleep in Courmayeur. But then when you go in front of the race, you don't think about sleep.
Yes, exactly.
Just pushing here.
At what point did you come into the lead?
Just step by step, and yeah, you just fix some small objective. And yeah, when the first place was only 15 minutes ahead, you can think about reaching the head.
The year that you won, what was it like running through these streets?
Yeah, but yeah, it was yeah.
Is that your biggest?
Yeah, of course, because of this scenario of the race, and a lot of down and up, and
right.
So yeah, that was amazing, and I crossed the finish line with my daughter.
Oh, that.
And yeah, a lot of emotion on the finish line, yes. And you will see there's a lot of people at the finish line. So it's your first time in Chamonix, so yeah, I hope it would be better than my 2 first time. Because but it was a long time ago, and I was starting racing, running, so I think you have already some experience on that.
A little bit. Are there any, it's very general, any specific tips for a newbie? I mean, I'm sure there's so many things you could talk about, but terrain or the weather or...
Just start fast, then you accelerate and you finish at the sprint. It should be okay.
Perfect game plan.
That's the way to manage your race, no?
Yep, that's typically how it goes for me. That was so awesome to get to talk to Ludo ahead of UTMB week, and then just to hear what it was like to run through the streets of Chamonix and break the tape here. I can't imagine that experience. And just to be able to pick his brain on tips for race day and what this whole event is about. Just awesome to hear from someone, especially that's been in the trail running community for so long, but also a Hoka sponsored athlete since the beginning. From where I started after Ironman Kona last year to now, I cannot really even digest everything that's happened in the last 10 months. In my first year of trail running, I've now done a 100-mile trail race. I then jumped to the 100K and then the 50K distance. I'm racing OCC, which stands for Orsay, Champagne, Chamonix, because those are the towns that we race through. I get to run this 56K trail race, which starts in Switzerland and then ends up back in Chamonix, France. This whole idea of a race starting in one country and then finishing in another is mind-blowing. It's pretty cool. We're going to be running through different countries. I don't know what I expected, but that was beyond it for sure. Took a little fall out there pretty early, reopened my leg a little bit. It was very comical. I wish that was caught on camera because I kind of tumbled off a little ledge to the right down a grassy hill and literally had to crawl my way back up onto course, so that was fun. You would kind of pop out of a wooded climb area and we would just be on this vista with the mountains off in the distance, and it was hard to pay attention to the trail because it was just literally so jaw-dropping. It was just absolutely insane. Running through the village was just so cool. I mean, everyone just out cheering you on, and it was probably a good half-mile stretch with people cheering around the bend into the finish chute area, and to have this bracelet still on and to make it all the way to the finish was the ultimate goal, and I did that, and it was just, yeah, awesome feeling to be able to cross the finish line today. I definitely want to make it back to this event, and I also think that I was starting to feel good near the end, mile 30-ish, so for me, I think the longer ones are maybe beneficial, just having that endurance from my years of racing Ironman, and so to come back and maybe test CCC or the full UTMB one day is definitely in maybe my long-term plan. For me, it was more than just coming for that race. I just wanted to see this whole week and everything that it's about and what happens and be a part of that trail running community after having watched it from afar for the past few years. It's literally about being out here in the mountains around Chamonix, France for the first time ever and really just experiencing what that is and seeing what it's all about. And I got to delve into local cheese, chocolates, baked goods here, and I would say so far this trail running thing is pretty awesome.
That was 20 minutes of goodness right there, Martin. Very stoked to be able to see that come to life. Heather Jackson, Hoka athlete, showing
and once again, we're getting blasted by the sound of the recap. But yeah, as like carry on. Yeah, I think you've been interrupted. You were on a good on a good roll here.
Sorry, man. Yeah, no, it's just amazing to see. Yeah, it's cool to see that little. You know, it's really just a short documentary of Heather's experience and what it means to go to the final of the UTMB World Series at UTMB Mont-Blanc. Yeah, amazing part of the world. You know, something that a lot of these runners now, you can see here. This is the 100-mile start at which was at 11 p.m. last night local time. All these runners will be, you know, if they manage to work their way through that 110K course with 6,250 meters of elevation, they'll be able to get some additional UTMB stones to then enter the ballot, the lottery for that UTMB Mont Blanc World Series final. And and go and experience things like Heather did in that short video, which is pretty amazing. Really inspiring to be able to see that and to, I guess, kind of feel the majesty of that Mont Blanc Massif in the Chamonix Valley and all the things that make that event and the whole sport of trail running a positive thing in the world. So I think that was really cool. I was really stoked to see that. And people, if you want, make sure that you jump on the YouTube chat, and you can see there that there's a form to enter the competition to maybe win a space in one of the UTMB World Series races, and in addition, a pair of Tecton X2 from Hoka. So yeah, make sure you jump on, fill out that form, get involved in the competition. Or Martin and I are just going to take the prize and walk away. So it's up to you, folks. Up to you.
Certainly could, tempting. But yeah, it's interesting also to hear like Heather's story, like being a pro athlete in triathlon, long distance, and Ironman, and then feeling the appeal of trail running, which is definitely a different vibe, a different approach, and will take you indeed to places. Although, you know, like the final of Ironman is in Kona, which arguably is probably one of the sickest places on earth. There is this opportunity to experience a bit more the nature side of islands. And I'm just curious to see how many triathletes could possibly transition and come challenge some of the existing elite ultra runners or trail runners. And another runner I can think of is Eli Hemming in the US, was pro triathlete for a few years, and definitely learned to train for many hours per week, and has transitioned into trail running and is now an absolute weapon on the trails. And I believe like this is definitely a name that we'll be seeing more and more. And yeah, like probably one of the guys who has the potential in the next 2 to 3 years, whenever he comes to that 100-mile distance, to really do damage. So if there's any triathlete listening and they feel tempted, definitely give it a crack, because I'm sure you'll have fun, you'll enjoy it, and you'll be surprised. You could do really well.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen that actually back a couple of years ago now at Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, which is the World Series event down here in Australia. It was a pro triathlete that took out the event that year as well. Yeah, I believe
Right on.
from memory, he was running in a pair of Nike Alpha Flies too. So just
All right.
full road shoe, got it done. So that was really cool to see. I can find out his name, but haven't seen him since. He just came, won it, and then just thought he's going to go do other
All
things.
right, mic drop.
Which was also
Done it.
quite interesting. But it was good. It was good. So you can see here we're looking over this 110 kilometer course. This is the graphics that we have. I've explained it a few times, but it's a really cool graphic to be able to understand the different gradients of the course, starting with the green line, the green sections of the line. The line here, the illuminated line, that is the race course of the 110K, and the different colored sections represent different gradients. Green being the lowest gradient, and working its way up to the purple sections of the line is the steepest gradients of the course, both up and down. So yeah, pretty interesting to see. The very front runners of the 110K race are making their way down the northern front face of the Tide mountain, the volcano there, which is as we've said, the highest mountain in Spain. They're working their way down the front northern side of that as they make their way to Porto de la Cruz, to the finish line. And there's you can see that section right there, very dark red, bordering purple, and that is a lot of switchbacks there. That would be a very steep, gnarly section, which we believe the leaders are descending at the moment.
Yeah, and that last part is definitely going to be an interesting shakeout for all the participants, because there's a big climb and then about 1,000-meter descent over 7Ks until they get to that coastline So definitely the strong climbers, long descenders, and as you explained, Maj, on purple sections, which is the highest gradient on the course, over 20%. Then like the true mountain people will be able to like play their cards on that section. However, the faster runners will like leg turnover and who have more speed on the flat will be able to retaliate on the last 8 kilometers of the race. And as we already said, the 3 distances share that last part of the course. The last 8Ks are slightly undulating, but mainly flat and on the road, meaning that any fast runner who still has gas in the tank could really be making a difference over that last section. So there could be late changes in the rankings, and I hope that all the front runners will have done their homework to know whether they're more mountain people, and they will actually try to put the hammer down on the very steep up and steep down, or the other runners will try to limit the damage and then play their cards on the last 8Ks on the more runnable section. And here again, Manuel Martin Lorenzo and Jordi Gamito going over the Tade aid station earlier this morning at sunrise. They were second and third because Manuel Anguita was already through at that point.
Yeah, this is footage from very, very early on in the morning. You can see just the sun's just cresting over the clouds there. Sunrise. You can see, particularly that runner there, fully covered up with his buff. Jordi Gamito there, just in front with his wind jacket on. Looks like it's pretty fresh. And I can imagine it would be at that altitude, being surrounded by the ocean. You've got the Atlantic right there. It's a fresh part of the world at that altitude at that time of the day. Also interesting too, Martin, you've pointed it out. Look at that terrain, so rocky, and it's just so that looks really technical. I cannot imagine that would stop right there. I imagine the technicality of that kind of trail would continue all the way down that descent as they work their way down the north side of that of the volcano. What a beautiful, those scenes are those scenes are the type of thing that
Mate, I think you were on and off. I think now you're back on, but I think your mic just cut for a second.
I had the best joke of the day just then.
Damn. I could see you laughing on the screen, but just nothing came out.
It might come back to me. It might come back to me.
We can't wait. Again, thank you everyone for sticking with us. We know that you were expecting, and so are we, live images of these 3 races. The 47K, the 110, and the 73Ks. So these are the actual distances, and then the 3 categories are the 50K, 100K, and 100 miles. So that's why, we talk about different things for, like he says, replay here on the screen for the 100 miles. It is the 110 kilometers with 6,250 meters of elevation. So basically, we are waiting for those images and hoping that we will get them soon. Until then, we are trying to use as much information as we can gather to let you know what's happening in all the races, and let's possibly try and a recap on the 100-mile category, which is the 110 kilometers. And right now, the ranking in the female is Eva Maria Sperger from Germany. And she's way ahead of the rest of the field. And Gitana Akmanavičiūtė from Lithuania was a solid hour 15 behind her at the Tade station. So now the gaps are really open and substantial. And we're still waiting for the third lady in the 110 kilometers, Lena Britt Johnson from Norway, to come through the Teide aid station in some 11 minutes. So that's it for your top three in the 110 kilometers. Then let's have a look at the 50. I had the 50K. Let's do it in order so I don't confuse you too much. But a name, I don't think we have spoken enough about that 74K actually, because in the lead and coming from Poland, I'm just gonna have to pause here just for a second. Because I need to find something out. There we go. It's Martina Młynarczyk from Poland, and I do have quite a bit of details to give you about that female runner. She is 3 times in a row Polish national champion in trail running, and she used to be a ballet dancer. And has transitioned into trail running, which she loved. And she also is coming from triathlon. So essentially her career was ballet dancing, triathlon, and now trail running. And again, for the third time, she was the national champion in Poland. And so Martina Młynarczyk is at the minute leading the 74K, and this is not a surprise. She is indeed one of the strongest, obviously in Poland, but also on the international soil. So thanks a lot, Jędrzejek from King Runner Ultra, who's also always putting the Polish runner in the spotlight. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to relay that information to you all, because as much as Jędrzejek is doing this for all the Polish runner and for the Polish audience, we're bringing this to you at an international level. In second place, we all know her name, we all know her smile, Gemma Arenas from Spain. Again, one of the runners we definitely expected to see there. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Ragna Debat. This is almost getting a bit short for her. She's been really, really strong in the last few years when she moved up to ultra races, a third place at the 2021 Western States. She's done really well in races in the heat. So if the day goes on to be a hot day, she could do really well. And she is so far only 8 minutes behind second place Gemma Arenas. So we could have a good battle on the back end of the course for the female runners in that 74K. And then
Martin, and just to add that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So those timing points that you're going from is where the top 3 that you just mentioned, they've just gone 29 kilometers in that 73K race. So very early days, and I guess they're making their way up to the halfway point for them to start to make their way back down to Porta della Cruz at the finish line.
And so in the men's for the 74K, Elliot Philippon from France is expected at Picachos in 26 minutes, so some 5 minutes ahead of Riccardo Montani from Italy, and followed by another French runner, Kevin Roux, who will be another 11 minutes back from second. And then a name that we do know a little bit, 4 times world champion in trail running, coming from Spain. Second at UTMB 2015, if I remember correctly. Luis Alberto Hernando is currently running in 4th. So our first French runner in the lead, Elliot Philippon, seems to have been running almost exclusively in France so far, and pretty solid on the kind of 50k to 30k distance. So this might be a step up for Elliot. We'll see how that works for him throughout the entire course. And then again, on your images, if you're joining us now, this is the replay of the 110 kilometers. The top runners here, second and third, together, Jordi Gamito and Manuel Martin Lorenzo.
Yeah, some great racing in that 73k race there. Awesome to see some of those names. Luis Alberto, what an incredible person who's been in the sport for a long time and achieved some incredible results, as you mentioned before, Martin. Sitting in 4th again, those timing points similar to the females. Those timing points came from the 29 kilometers into the race, into the 7.3 kilometer race. So just a little bit before halfway, they had already ascended 1,600 meters of elevation. And yeah, we highly encourage everyone to jump on the live.utmb.world website, and you can get a really good look at the profile, the map, 3D map, leaderboard of the race. And yeah, it's you can then understand what the runners have in front of them. And at the moment, they would be working their way down a pretty decent descent.
All right, Maj. I think we're live from an aid station on the 110Ks. This is where we were expecting the runners to come through slightly earlier. So once again, apologize for the delay in showing you live images, but it seems like it's coming together finally. And yep, making sure reception is good enough to provide images, but that should be coming up shortly.
So yeah, we had the 110 kilometer start at 11 p.m. last night local time. We had the 73 kilometer start at 6 a.m. local time, and then the 47 kilometer start at 8 a.m. local time. So those races are well underway now. And yeah, as you mentioned, Martin, hopefully we get some footage of the action as they pass through the aid stations, and and we get to see what kind of form they're in, how they look, what their body language is like. I can imagine the 47k runners are not going to be hanging around for too much of a chat, but it will be cool to see them pass through. I think we also make sure, folks, if you have a runner that you're following, if you've got someone that you're cheering for behind the screen, and you're watching the live stream, make sure you throw their name down on the chat, and then who knows, you can get a screenshot of it, send it to them at the end of the day, and let them know that you're following along. But yeah, don't hold back in the chat. If you've got any questions as well, make sure you sing out. It would be great to hear what your questions and queries are. Maybe Martin will have the answer to them all. So yeah, don't hold back, folks. And I'm going to share that link to the maps and the races just now on that live chat as well.
Yeah, and I think we got a glimpse of some runners going through, and according to what was on the screen, I believe that was in the 73K, in the 100K category, but I really am not sure who it was. So there's a very quick glimpse with a bit of a pixelization of the runner. So once again, we're going to have to try and figure it out ourselves.
Est-ce que vous recevez une belle image avec le Starlink? Vous avez besoin de source? Vous avez besoin de source un peu encore ou vous pouvez pouvoir attaquer?
And so in the 73K, we're still waiting. There's still a ways from the Picachos aid station where we'll have a camera. So that was not what we saw on the screen. So it must have been on the 110. But then again, it doesn't show them at an aid station. So maybe it must have been someone from further back in the field. The confusion is real, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize for that. Unless it must have been there at Picachos aid station, 18 kilometers into the 47K's race that we saw the start of this morning. And that would be Joaquin, who's gone through together with David Echeras, Joaquin Navarez from Argentina, who's gone through, let's look at the time, 2 minutes ago. Yeah, that must have been him. So it looks like Joaquin is together with David Echeras, but I can see another point here on the map. I can't just quite click on it. But yeah, it looks like these were our men's leader in the 47 kilometers that have gone through the Picachos aid station.
Si elle est passée pendant que je faisais le Starlink, je l'ai filmé vite fait. Il y a la 4e qui est dans le ravito qui devrait sortir d'ici 30 secondes.
All right, and from what I hear, fourth place female is currently at the aid station. So Lena Britt Johnson from Norway, who's fallen back into fourth place, and Claire Helsop from Canada has made it 9 minutes ago. So she's creeping up on the podium, and Lena Britt Johnson is now at the aid station on the highest point in the course, and somebody's having a good time right here, taking photos with the view and making their way out of the aid station. And we can see now with the sun coming up, clouds disappearing, and blue skies is going to be the scenery for today. And so at this altitude, it's not going to be too hard, but I really believe that once they're going to get to lower altitude, the heat is going to hammer those runners pretty hard. And again, whoever can look after themselves, stay hydrated, stay cool. This is where the difference will be made, especially on the longer distances. And let us know in the chat if I mean, I'm sure there's a whole lot of you who have done ultras and have experience. So yeah, give us your tips on how to stay cool during a race, because we might learn a thing or two. Like obviously Maj and myself, we have a few ideas, but you know what? Let's not spill the beans and hear it from you guys. See if there's some cheeky tricks that nobody knows about and that could make the difference. You have the floor. And yeah, outdoor mit Oli. No runs in Germany on the circuit, definitely, and possibilities are indeed endless. Well, I mean, we're just gonna have to make it happen. Oli, you're gonna have to make the connections and get us a race or two in Germany on the UTMB World Series circuit. Counting on you.
No small task that mountain. No small task at all. I think we're going to have a bit of footage coming up in just a moment, folks, of the UTMB World Series majors.
And look at that
they
mullet.
are the races. They are the races that are the major events of the UTMB World Series final, increasing participations and participants' chances of getting into that UTMB Mont-Blanc Series final at the end of the year. So you get double the running stones, and you get the majors. There's 210 direct qualifications for the finals, awarded out to age group winners and the top 10 men and women of the 100-mile category, the 100K category, and the 50K category as well. And it's going to be pretty cool. So you can also have a look on the UTMB World Series website at all the other 43 events of the World Series, but these are the majors, and there's a bit of an update for the 2025 season. The American major will be.
You got to build it up. You got to build it up, Mash.
Oof. All right. Well, you got me just in case there. So, Martin.
Hang on. All right.
This year, the 2024 American major was just recent, actually. It was Canyons by UTMB, an incredible race, also doubled as a golden ticket race for the Western States Endurance Run. But in 2025, Martin, I believe that is going to change, and there's going to be a bit of a change up for the American major in the UTMB World Series majors category. And do you know what the change is going to be, Martin?
I think I do. And I was actually delighted about that news because I've only heard great things about that course, about this event altogether. And for the 2025 America's Major, ladies and gentlemen, the change is going to be towards, drumroll, Kodiak by UTMB. Indeed, in 2025, this is going to be the major for the Americas after 2 years being with Canyons by UTMB. We're moving location and discovering a new destination on the pretty cool part of the western side of the U.S. And yeah, pretty excited to see how it goes. It's definitely going to bring up some of the best athletes in the world, and especially in Americas, because as a major, there is not only the top 10 of all categories, men and women, all distances, men and women, who get their automatic entry into the UTMB final. All the participants get twice the amount of stones to put their name in the hat to participate in one of the finals. But there's also age groups. And that is something we probably don't talk enough about. And that for the majors, there's an age group. For each age group category, there's going to be an amount of automatic entries allocated. And you can't know it beforehand. And the amount of automatic entries per age group is going to depend on how many participants in each age group there is in each race. So you know that there's going to be some allocation, and if you're part of an age group that has the most amount of participants, then there's going to be the most amount of direct entries into the UTMB World Series final. So this is a total, I think, it was on the screen just earlier, but this is a total of 210 automatic entries into the UTMB World Series final through each major. So that's a whole lot of automatic entries. We always talk about the top 10 men and women in all the three categories, which, if I do the math pretty quickly, that's 60 numbers, 60 bibs. So you see that out of this, the 60, like the 210, 60 goes to the top 10, but then there's a whole lot of different ways through the age groups that runners can get their automatic entry. So just another reason for people, if they are keen to participate in the UTMB World Series final and want their guaranteed entry into it, and they have fitness to try and place in their age group, this is definitely their chance. And once again, for 2025 is going to be Kodiak by UTMB. That's going to be the America's Major. As we see more runners coming out of the aid station, we have a quick commercial break coming up, and we'll be with you shortly, hopefully to have images on the other side of the island on the way down to the finish line. Stay with us.
And folks, we're back. Thanks a lot for sticking in there with us. Got a lot of incredible images here from some of the tourists that are making the most of the island of Tenerife at the moment. You can see that is one stunning landscape there in the background. Still a bit of a cloud inversion here early in the morning down there in Tenerife. Martin, thanks a lot for all that insight to the UTMB World Series majors. And a big welcome to Hoka becoming the title sponsor for the UTMB World Series majors events. So if you go and check them out in some more detail, you will see that Hoka is the title sponsor for all of the World Series events and a great partner for the UTMB World Series as a whole. All of those 43 different races that make up the UTMB World Series. And I think if you hang around, there's just going to be a lot of content rolling through from some of the other races around the world. Some of the ones we had earlier on in the year we were able to show. And yeah, it's forming up to be a really big part of the trail running world. And and a lot of people getting a lot of UTMB stones, hoping to be able to get their name into the UTMB Mont-Blanc races that happen at the end of August this year. So yeah, thanks heaps, Martin, for all that intel. Cool to hear that, they're bringing in age group rewards as well for a lot of people. I think that's going to be really enticing. And yeah, there's a lot happening at the moment. June is a very, very busy time on the calendar. And yeah, it's great to be able to be here and to be here as part of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. Martin, I think if you look at the calendar, last weekend we had the Mozart 100 by UTMB. Then we've got the races coming up. Trail de Saint-Jacques by UTMB. That's happening next weekend in France, along with Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB. And then the following couple of weekends after that is the famous La Sportiva Lavaredo Ultra Trail by UTMB. And the weekend after that is one of the majors that we spoke about just then. On the 3rd to the 7th of July is the Hoka Valderon by UTMB, which is also in the country of Spain. Martin, you might be commentating that one, I believe, if my sources are correct.
Your sources always are correct, Maj, and yes, we'll have the privilege to follow that live. And but yeah, I think it's a good move that you're talking about all these different events, because we only have the capacity of covering so many events live. I think there's 8 or 9 this season, but there's just so many other races going on almost every single weekend of the year that you can follow remotely on the UTMB. On the live.utmb.world platform. Even if you don't have live images, you always have the tracking and the fixed cameras that are there to give you a little bit of an insight on what's happening. And I will check how far back she is. So yeah, it was Ildiko Vermesher from Hungary who just gone through the Tade aid station, and she is in 7th place in the women's field on the 110 kilometers. So we're slowly but surely going through the top 10 in the women's category for the longest race here at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And still waiting for images a little bit further away for the 73K and the 110K at Pikachu's aid station. They didn't have perfect images of the front runners in the 47K, but we're hoping that we can have better images, and could be soon actually, with the top women's going through, and it looks like Virginia Perez and Beatriz Roman Soriano are in the lead. So the question is, have they dropped Maud Matisse, or has Maud fallen back, or is Maud's GPS tracker not working? There's many questions, and we'll have answers as soon as they go through the aid station, and we'll understand a little better where they're at. And there we go. It's telling us that these are the first men in the 110. So they would have... Interesting. It would mean that Manuel Martin Lorenzo has caught up with Manuel Anguita, and they are now running together for the win in the lead. Manuel Anguita, who's even though very young, he's already a veteran in trail running and ultra running. He's been in the scene for over 10 years, always a smile on his face, and gradually has been improving his level through dedication, training, and just gaining experience through races. There he is. But it looks like reception is not ideal. But yeah, change of events, ladies and gentlemen, in the 110K. And as you can see, they're now all on the same course, and they're reading in runners from what I believe is the 47 kilometers, Maj, who started earlier, and they're now passing them all on that climb after the aid station.
Yeah, and Martin, this is a really incredible part of the course, a really kind of pivotal moment. These guys, if we've got it correct, Manuel Anguita is at Bastella Asamadero, and that is also known as the wall. So Asomadero is a 600-meter vertical climb in just over 2 kilometers. So it's very, very spicy, very punchy. And if you go onto the course profile, you just see this really aggressive little kick. And this is what he's making his way up right now. So he's going to be, like you can see right there, poles out, head down. He's just going to be making his way through this. And I bet that in the heat of the afternoon, this will be a horrific experience for a lot of runners. Somewhat enjoyable to some degree, but yeah, he's making his way up this specific part of the course that is known as the wall, and I'm sure he knows exactly what's ahead of him. I know he knows that this was coming, and he just needs to get this part done, because from here to the end, as soon as he gets up this section, it's going to be a lot more runnable, and it's going to be a bit more smooth sailing towards home. But you can see here, everyone is hiking.
Yeah, and Maj, so I completely take that back. Apologies to all of you, because I did not realize at that point that they were catching up with the 47-kilometer runners. But no, it is 100% Manuel Anguita who is in the lead and has a huge gap still onto Manuel Martin Lorenzo and Jordi Gamito. Jordi Gamito still in second, according to the live trackers. So I got confused with another runner, but obviously Manuel Anguita is on his own in the 110 kilometers, far in the lead. And as we can see on those images, he's still looking pretty strong. As you said, Maj, it is a hard climb, so he's going to make his way through a long line of runners, which sometimes could be challenging, but also, as you can hear, they are all cheering him on, which is definitely something you can feed off of, and helps you power through that climb. Definitely one of the steepest grade on the whole course, and you can see right behind him the coastline, the ocean, and the finish line that is awaiting after that climb, that descent, and another 8Ks on the coastal path, which I believe is a road. So gonna have to get the wheels back on for that last section. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a try, because we might have a new toy available. Let's see. This is speaker. This is me. How you doing? And then this is the chat, and there we go. You know, we can bring you part of the live. It works now. And so we had a conversation with Ollie, Outdoor with Ollie, talking about the opportunity of doing races in Germany. And Paulina is still pushing hard for Poland. Kamil Lesniak, the Polish runner, strongest and best result from Poland in the UTMB, and is still looking really strong on the 110 kilometers. So there we go. Now, if you want to come up and comment in the chat, bring up some topic, ask a question, or bring your knowledge, by all means do it, and we'll bring you live, just like that.
Vamos, suerte. Poquito a poco.
Yeah, he's moving well up this climb, Martin, and this is, if you haven't seen, this is Manuel Anguita. He's coming first in the 110K. He's working his way up the formidable Asomadero climb, also known as the wall. And then from this point, there's approximately 17 kilometers to go until the finish. So he's making his way up here. He still looks strong, like he's moving really well. You can see the people that he is passing are runners of the 47 kilometer. So he's moving past a lot of them. So he must be in pretty good shape. He's obviously, you can see by the expression of his face, a little bit of his body language there. He's definitely tired. He's definitely kind of just, he knows that he's got a job to do to make sure he just keeps his position in first place. You can see his head bobbing around a little bit. He's really kind of trying to put everything into getting up this climb. But he's moving well. Like he's still moving strong. He's got his poles out. He's getting it done. There's no doubt about it. This climb, as I mentioned before, has 600 meters elevation gain over 2 kilometers. So it's not a VK, but it's got the same kind of terrain, same gradient profile as a VK. If this climb extended for another kilometer or kilometer and a half, yeah, it would be a VK in its entirety. But yeah, 600 meters here over 2K. When he gets that done, he's got about 15 kilometers, definitely of more runnable terrain, a lot of downhill there, and he's going to be really, he's going to hope that he's got his legs to really make that cadence happen and that turnover, because he's got a lot of running to do through the whole township of Puerto de la Cruz along the beachfront there, as he makes his way to the finish line. He's been going now for 11 hours. These runners of the 110K, they started at 11 p.m. last night local time. So he's been going for 11 hours now, which you can just see. That's showing in his facial expression, in the way he's moving, the day isn't done, but he's doing great.
Yeah, and I'm just also wondering if he's seen anyone at the aid station at the base of that climb to tell him, because in our rankings he's got about a half an hour lead, if not more, on second place Jordi Gamito. So obviously you said it, like, he's working hard, and when you're in the lead, you're being chased. And so you don't want to let go of that first place. But I think he can just look after himself and try to manage that effort consistently, but not go too far out in the red zone. And this is most likely in the bag for Manuel. So I just wonder if he's been told how much of a lead he has, and if he's pushing just because he wants to get it done, or if he's running scared because he doesn't really know how far back his competition is.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm sure someone of Manuel's caliber, he's probably also just thinking he wants to get the best out of this race for himself, and just make sure that he puts in an honest effort, make sure that he kind of finds his own limits to see where his potential's at. And no doubt, if he's got that kind of a buffer, there's probably a lot of personal determination going on in his mind to make sure that he finishes off. But at the end of the day, the race isn't over till it's over, right? Like, it's one of those things that you could have a 30-minute lead, but if you look at this kind of terrain, if he has to start to descend that, we've seen crazier things happen in a trail race if someone falls down and gets injured close to the finish line. I don't think that's going to happen here today. I hope it's not, but it's never over till it's over.
Yeah, and as much as we know, he's a very strong mountain runner, like both in the ups and the downs. Like, he has wheels on the flat, and he would certainly have the entire course dialed to manage his effort all the way through to Puerto de la Cruz at the finish line. I remember, that is now many years ago, but at a race in Italy called Trofeo Kima. I remember he was like, we're running together on the end, and it's on the bike path, and he was moving so well, and he passed me, and he's like, let's just finish together, and I'm like, there's no way I'm keeping up with you. You just go, and he still had like a lot of speed in his legs, so I'm pretty confident for Manuel that if he makes it to the bottom of that descent after that solid climb, I think it's about 1,000 meters down in 7 kilometers, once he would have that section cleared, and as you said, like no fall or no issues, I do believe he will have that in the bag. But I would agree, nothing done until it's done.
Manuel, it's pretty amazing a backup for him too, right? Like if you see there on the insert on the screen, he ran a 7th at Transvolcania in La Palma just recently this year, in 2024. So yeah, I mean that's really impressive to be. I guess he would have been using that as a preparation race for this. Obviously, it's a little bit shorter, but yeah, amazing to be able to do a race like that and to back it up and come here and do what he's doing at the moment.
Es que aquí es complicado, tío.
And yeah, it's good also to see our cam runner kind of opening the way for Manuel. And then we have Belen Martinez in the chat. Vamos, Manu.
Thanks.
And yeah, asking people to move out of the way just to let Manuel go through. And here is perfect representation. This is a really cool split screen here. You see on the right-hand side, Manuel, the leading man in the 110 kilometers and in the course. And again, if you're only joining us now, on that course, it's color-coded. And purple is the steepest gradient. It is over 20%. And as you were saying, Maj, this is kind of a VK grade, although they're only climbing 600 meters. This is over just over 2Ks, so it is the equivalent of a VK grade, and it's all purple from there. And then they will drop down on the ridge, and then drop back down on through that rock wall, and it will be just as steep going down over 7 kilometers and all the way through to the ocean. So some 1,000 meters down, you can see there with a bit of a flatter section in the middle. You can see it, that green part. Green is the flat sections. And so it will be kind of in sections, very steep first, and then like very steep being the purple, then the red, and then a bit of a flatter section to open up the legs, and then back again in the steep with the yellow and the red, and then back onto flat, right, all the way through to the ocean. And then for all participants, because that whole section that you can see right now is shared across the 110, the 73, and the 47 Ks. So all runners now will cover this last part in after going up and down into the coastal area. We'll have to run some 8 kilometers on the road to make it to the finish line at Puerto de la Cruz.
Yeah, you can see there, Martin, the day's heating up as well down at the finish line there. It looks like it's about 21 degrees Celsius at the moment. So that's that's pretty nice. That's going to be getting warmer as the day kicks on. I think it's probably just gone 10 a.m. local time. So yeah, everyone's going to be enjoying that finish line with the beautiful weather down there in Tenerife.
And again, bit of a call out in the chat if you're watching on YouTube or on the platform live.utmb.world. Give us a shout. Let us know, like, if you have runners that you're following, if you're cheering for anyone, or if you just have questions. Could be anything trail running related. Obviously, we stick to that field. But yeah, if you got questions or anything you wanna share or ask, we're here to talk about it. And if there's anything we know that we can share with you, well, then everybody wins. We have stuff to talk about, and you ones learn about things. And so on the right-hand side again, that split screen between Manuel Anguita and the course of these 110 kilometers.
Yeah, again, Martin, you can see on that split screen there, really, really cool because as we mentioned a few times, the different colors within that highlighted route mean different gradients. So you can see once they make their way off that final climb, they have a lot of green within that course, and that green reflects the lower, flatter gradients of the course. So yeah, it's going to be a real run home if you've got the energy and ability in the legs to run and make the most of that section. Those final few kilometers are going to get done relatively quicker than the way most runners will be working their way up this steep climb at the moment. So yeah, you can see there he's got approximately 16.1 kilometers to go to the finish of this race. So that means that he's probably about halfway up this climb, which is 2 kilometers in distance. And yeah, so he's probably about halfway up that, getting it done. You could see his expression there as he went past the cameraman. He is definitely tired. You can see our Sunto pace chart there. He's moving at 4.4 kilometers an hour. So he's getting it done. It's a slog, as we say, but he's getting it done.
Yeah, and also it's good to see him. This is something I actually wanted to talk about and then I completely forgot. But like when you're on such climbs and using your poles, you end up trying to put yourself in a rhythm and just like try to truck forward. But then this is where you kind of tend to forget about nutrition and hydration because you're in a zone and you try to make good use of the poles to propels you up the hill, but it's really important, even if you're not moving really fast. It is a whole body effort with the poles, and so you definitely need to stay on top of your nutrition and keep hydrated as well, especially as you were saying as well. On the finish line, it's 21 degrees and it's only just 20 past 10 local time, so it's gonna get hotter. So it was good to see Manuel just take up the poles just for a second and take something out to eat. So it's good. He's lucid. He's on top of things. Yeah, masterclass today.
Yeah, getting it done. And I assume, and I have no doubt that most runners in this race will know that this climb is ahead of them, no matter where they are, because it's quite significant. It's definitely something that spices up the final 20 kilometers of your race. So yeah, you've got to prepare yourself for this kind of a climb. If you know about it, then it will have less of a aggravating punch when it arrives. And I'm sure with the aid station at the very bottom, that's a great opportunity for people to dump a bunch of water on themselves, cool themselves down, grab a gel, have a bit of Coca-Cola or whatever the flavorful liquid is that you're gonna down before getting stuck into something like this. So I'm sure this is all part of his plan to make his way up here like he is, and no doubt that this is something that he's been mentally preparing for as much as physically getting himself ready to get this thing done. Because with this course, there's 6,250 meters of elevation gain over the whole 110 kilometers. Like they've definitely got a lot of climbing in their legs. So let's just say he's very warmed up for it, and you can see this great support by the other runners as well, clapping him and getting out of his way, letting him pass. I'm sure that is uplifting and very nice to be able to experience too. So positive vibes going out there. So yeah, I think it's cool to see. It's great to be able to be on this section with him and see it all unfold.
Yeah, and just as you said, like definitely uplifting to see just these people in a different race who most likely don't know him personally and still like cheering him on, pat on the back, just making sure he keeps going as they're doing their own thing. They're on their own journey, but they can get out of it, get out of the way, also literally, but then push him forward, like psychologically. This is the beauty of trail running. And so 94 Ks into the 110. I can't say right now he's smelling the barn, but that shouldn't be long until he crests that climb. Oh, you gotta fight a little bit for the way here, but our camera runner is definitely adamant. He will follow Manuel all the way up to the top, and hopefully some of the ridge as well, because we are probably in for some epic views on the top as well as on the down. And then once again, looking at the rankings, yeah, we're still 13 minutes away from seeing second place in the 110. Jordi Gamito going through the base del Asomadero. So where Manuel was some 20 minutes ago. So that it is now a commanding lead in 110 kilometers by Manuela Anjita.
Martin, if we go onto the live tracker, we just see that Jordi Gamito in second place has just passed through the aid station at the base of this climb. So he is going to start making his way up this climb as well. Base del Asomadero, that is the aid station at the bottom of this climb at 91.9 kilometers. And so he's about 2 kilometers behind the leader, Manuel, right now, and he's just gone through that aid station, that timing point there. So we know that he is he's on that final climb as well, making his way up there, following in the footsteps of Manuel. That is a decent gap. That is definitely a decent gap, because Manuel's been on this climb for a while, and it's all uphill, as you can see. It's slow moving, so even though the distance is quite short between first and second, the time it would take to close that kind of a gap is going to be quite significant. But yeah, Jordi Gamito, second place, passing through that aid station in 26 minutes behind Manuel in the 110K race.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, Maj, because on the prediction, he was still like 11 or 12 minutes away from that aid station. It means that he's made really good ground, and he must have definitely pushed a bit harder on that section to beat the predicted time from Live Trail, which is a good sign, because I mean, we know Jordi can run really long distances, and so is he just now making his effort and switching gear? It is yet to be seen. As you said, there's still a sizable gap that will be extremely hard to close, but it also means that maybe Jordi is running away from Manuel Alexis Martin Lorenzo, because for the longest time they were running together, and at the Teide aid station they were definitely together. We saw them earlier this morning, and we saw them as well on the replays. So maybe Jordi has pushed a little harder on that section to kind of secure the second place before going up that big climb, and kind of stay out of sight from Manuel Alexis Martin Lorenzo. Yeah, this would be something interesting to ask Jordi when he gets to the finish line, if that was planned all along, and if he had kept a bit of gas in the tank to pull away, and we'll see also if he still beats his time. There he is, I believe, Jordi Gamito. Yeah, there we go, second man in that climb, Maj. And as you said, that's going to be another camera runner who will be with Jordi, so it's good. He's going to help him out as well, move through the crowds of the 47K runners. Hola, hola, that's what they say, just to make themselves known. Paso, paso.
If I know Jordi Gamito, he would not be passing without some pleasantries. He's a very nice, kind dude. Great person to have in the world of trail running. I think he'd be hurting and passing a lot of people, but deep down he'd be saying gracias and thank you a lot because that's just in his nature. He's moving up here well though. I mean, he's definitely got some energy about him. This terrain it probably doesn't do it justice, but it is steep. Hey, that's why the stairs are there. You know, whenever you see stairs, you know that the terrain is steep because it's basically the safest way to be able to traverse a trail and to make sure that it stays in good condition is to put in stairs on that real steep stuff because it doesn't allow for so much erosion. But so the stairs is steep and he's moving up them well, and so that's a really good sign. How good is that split screen? Watching the first and the second and comparing their movements at the moment, their body language. You can see that, Manuel's just on a little bit of a jog there. He's obviously hit a flat section, but you can definitely see the body language is a bit different as well. Manuel definitely has a bit of the tired look to him, and I think Jordi is definitely looking a little stronger, and he's definitely working up this climb a little bit more aggressively. So it's cool to see. Nice work, Jordi.
Yeah.
Nice work, Manuel. On that split screen is really cool. Really cool footage.
Yeah, finally, it took us a while to get those images, as we tried to explain to you earlier. The predicted times were a bit faster than what those runners were actually running, and so therefore, on the shooting plan, we're a little bit ahead of the game, but we're back on, and again, those images are indeed pretty sick. I would second what you just said. So there you go. You see the time difference between the two men, between first and second, and that's just under 24 minutes. So this is going to be a time extremely hard a gap extremely hard to bridge for Jordi Gamito. And Maj, I would second what you said. Jordi seems to be working a little harder than Manuel. And I would agree 100%. He's one of the nicest guy in the circuit, and so the fact that he doesn't say like thanks or anything, he's just because he's just working so hard that he's just like on a mission, try to survive and try to make his way. Love it. Try to make his way up the hill and across people. But I think anyone who will recognize him will know that he means the best, and he's just trying to. Again, to survive that climb, and I hope he'll stay on top of things and on top of nutrition and hydration as well, because that is a long climb. He's working pretty damn hard.
Yeah, he's really going for it. You can just hear his breathing come through the getting picked up there by the camera runner. And he's really going for it. He obviously knows what's ahead of him, and I guess he's probably just happy to burn a few biscuits on this climb and get it done and really finish this race off strong. But he's making sure people are getting out of his way. He's got some really deep breathing going on. You can see he's really head down, just moving up this terrain in quite an aggressive, attacking way, I would say, which is cool to see. Like really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and
it's
I
awesome.
agree 100%. Like aggressive. He's attacking the hill. The question is, so we could see that he was slowly closing on Manuel, even though still over 20 minutes back. But the question is, how sustainable is that effort, man? Because that is some serious power hacking up a VK grade hill, and you just don't want to be burning all your matches, because like we said, and like we saw on the representation of the course, there is a bit of a traverse onto the ridge downhill, and then the steep downhill section, and then there's 8Ks on the road, and for that you certainly don't want to have the wheel falling off the chariot just yet, because otherwise this is going to be a long 8Ks. So again, especially when you're like those elite runners who want to do well and optimize every single section of the course, is that you have to account for it and know that, you know, you still have to leave some in the tank for when you get to that point. You're still well hydrated, well fed, and ready to unleash for those last 8Ks, because only 20 or 30 this is gold.
The Geordie show is lighting up right now on the Asal Madeira climb in Tenerife. Geordie is lighting up the show.
Yeah, it's he's on fire. And so Miguel is moving a little smoother, maybe not as fast, but I feel like he's probably more in control, and just finishing that climb. It actually should be pretty close to the very top of that 600-meter climb before transitioning back into descent. There you go. Looks like the top right there. You get a few signs.
There we go. Whoa.
That was a hard one. Putting the poles away.
Putting his poles away. Yeah, the climb's done, and he knows it. I'm sure he's got a sense of gratitude that is behind him. And I hope he gets on his way pretty soon, because Geordie, as you saw, is not giving up just yet in this race. He's charging up that hill, and he's smelling the lead, and he still wants to give himself every chance he's got to maybe secure that in that final 15 kilometers. It's going to be a big ask, though. It's not going to be easy. Manuel, you can see here, is just making sure everything's good to go, and he's going to start making his way along that traverse and then descending down.
So, yeah, Maj, that's super interesting, and I think that answers the question, does he know how far back his competition is? And I believe he does. And therefore, like, got to the top of the climb, as you said, regrouped, took the time to take his poles away. He knows he's not going to need them anymore until the finish line. And then I think he had a salt pill to make sure the cramping doesn't start kicking off on that descent or on the road. Had a bit of water, and then left the cap hanging right there. And now we're transitioning, with a mountain bike. So it's going to be interesting to see how far that mountain bike is going, because obviously on that ridge, it's going to be okay. But then...
he's going in the bush. He's down.
I said okay, but actually it might not be that okay. It looked like the vegetation was quite dense on both sides of the trails. So, I mean, obviously they would have done a course recce to know if this is possible to go, but maybe vegetation has grown in the meantime. So back with Geordie in second place in this 110 kilometer.
Yeah, that was cool. I mean, yeah, it's this is just the way that the race needs to unfold, right? Like, I think it's amazing, as you said, he took his time to regroup, just, probably took a couple of deep breaths in that moment when he got to the top of that climb, put his poles away, got his head ready for what's to come next, because really it's just, there's no end to it. He's got to keep moving.
Andreu Simon, so he is now the leader, I believe, in the 47 kilometers. Sorry, I cut you short because this is what's happening. All of a sudden, somebody's just flown past Geordie, who up until now was creeping up on all the runners. So those runners were actually the 73K runners. And the leader of the 47K in the men's, Andreu Simon from Spain, is now showing us a whole different pace on that climb, and it's almost taken our camera runner by surprise, who's been told to follow him. So that's going to be a bit of a change of pace for the camera runner who thought he had it in the bag. Now this is going to be a different challenge to keep up with Andreu on that climb. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a passing of leaders. So paso paso of Andreu Simon leading the 47 kilometers, while Jordi Gamito was second in the 110. And we were telling you that just earlier. They are now all sharing the same back end of the course, and that climb is going to be shared by all the runners now, 110, 73, and 47 Ks. And what a pace for Andreu Simon, leading currently the 47K in style. And yeah, that's probably a bit of a shock to the system for a camera runner who so far is doing a great job keeping up and offering us those images of the lead in the 47 kilometers. Wow, things are happening, Maj.
Martin, I might spice this up even a little bit more, mate, and I don't want to show our hands here, but what we have been seeing is the 110 kilometer leaders, Manuel and Jordi. They have been working their way up this famous climb, and they have been passing the 23 kilometer runners. So those are the 23 kilometer. And now we see the 23K, they started at 9 a.m. local time. And so, yeah, and now we see the merging of 110, 20, and the 47K run coming up here. So, yeah, exciting times. Apologies, we got that a little wrong, but yeah, it's all coming together here, and we're figuring it out. But yeah. And,
thanks for correcting me. I think the excitement got the best of me. I think we have a quick commercial break coming up, and then we'll be back with you shortly, so stay with us.
we're live in 2. So, folks, welcome back. We are on this this famous climb on the Tenerife Island, Asomadero, also known as the Wall. We are right behind the 47-kilometer leader right now, and Joaquin Navarez, and he is powering up this climb. Martin, can you give us a little bit of insight, man? It's going to be at the base of this climb. It was pretty tight, so we're trying to confirm what the status of this race is.
Yeah, and again, looking at the images, and now you've put doubt into me, but I'm 99% sure this is Andreu Simon from Spain, representing Team ASICS, like 99% sure. So, and then on the screen it says second man. However, I don't see him anywhere in the rankings. So that's why I'm a bit confused. So Joaquin Navarez from Argentina would be first. Oh, and we've lost our camera runner. Hopefully he's all right. He just fell off the trail, but he's back on. Good to hear. Good to see. And there we go. We have the first man. So here with the green T-shirt from Argentina is Joaquin Navarez, who's taken the race by storm and still moving pretty well. But I have the feeling that, yeah, this 100% sure now. Second man, Andreu Simon from Spain is moving super well in that climb and could even be closing on first place. So there's going to be maybe a little bit of a battle, and knowing how strong Andreu Simon is on the downhill, I do not know Joaquin Navarez. So now we're being told this is Oswaldo Medina. So that would mean that, according to the rankings, again, it's a bit confusing because we had Joaquin Navarez from Argentina in first place, but this might not be the case anymore if Oswaldo Medina is now in the screen and announced as the leader in the 47 kilometers. Sorry about the confusion. If you know these runners personally, or if you've identified them for sure, let us know in the chat, because this is the only way we can actually figure this out for real. Yep, okay, we got a glimpse of the bib number. This is 100% right. This is, so apparently the leader, but at least guaranteed that it's Oswaldo Medina from Spain. And so perhaps Joaquin Navarez has fallen back, and I don't know why the rankings hasn't updated. Or maybe they were all together at the last checkpoint at the base, and then Oswaldo has made a push, and then yeah, that wouldn't explain why Andreu Simon is not showing in the rankings at that point.
Yeah, it definitely looks like at the last aid station, base de la Samadero, that there was 3 gentlemen that arrived within seconds of each other, and then there was close competition coming after that as well. Yeah, it's definitely pretty heated, and you can see that Oswaldo, he's making a bit of a move with some jogging up this hill as well. So he's just burning all matches and going for it, because he is under the impression that he's in first place, and he knows it, and he's making sure that he gets his way to the top of this climb in first place too. Yeah, you can just see the speed that these gentlemen are moving up this hill with, and the intensity. You can see there's another runner just creeping up behind second place here, in the distance, not far behind, like just one switchback you can see there with the white cap, and that runner is making a move too. Jogging sections you can see. So there we go. That would be second.
Oh, right, you're
place.
right.
The race is on there. That's really exciting. Yeah, and I believe that third place runner is going to overtake second place in a matter of moments, because you can see that he is just jogging up a lot of this section, and looking very, very smooth and also very calm and collected. So yeah, look at this race here. It's the 47K is definitely on. It's a race right now, and this is the beauty of the wall. Like, it really makes people flex their strength, and it is a pivotal moment in this race. You gotta set yourself up for it, and you can see here the difference if someone's burned a few matches too early and they really do struggle up this climb, compared to someone who's obviously prepared a little better and is really kind of jogging through this section.
Yeah. Although, as we said, like, this is kind of a VK grade type of climb. So sometimes power hiking would be just as fast and even more efficient than running. Well, look at that. It's Joaquin Navarez, so then he must have lost the lead at the aid station, maybe stopped for a moment, and is now creeping up on second place. So he's in third. The Argentinian runner, obviously representing Team Terex, but I'm pretty sure I saw the bib number 2007. And yeah, as you said, Maj, he's definitely powering up that hill, running, but still hasn't closed entirely the gap on Andrew Simon. While Andrew has not run a step, so I'm pretty sure his heart rate is far lower than Joaquin's. And two different strategies here, and we'll see. Once they get to the top, and it shouldn't be too far now, how Andrew Simon is going to be able to respond to that attack from the Argentinian runner, who's now transitioning into power hiking. That would make sense. There you go, a bit more rolling section. Is he going to make the move? Is he going to pass? And there we go. Ooh,
there we go.
Ooh, he stopped and held his calf. I hope Andrew Simon is not cramping, but that pass was pretty brutal, because just at this moment where Andrew Simon stopped, Joaquin made the move, and he's probably already made like 5-6 meters, and he's still running like a demon up the hill. Joaquin Navarez from Argentina, definitely on a mission to reclaim the first place that he must have been in at the bottom of that climb. And so next in line would be Oswaldo Medina from Spain, that Joaquin is now targeting. What a push from the Argentinian runner. What a push. And you can hear a camera runner breathe pretty damn hard to keep up.
Yeah, Martin, this is an absolute move. Like, this is so impressive. The amount of effort and the amount of determination that he's laying down on the trail right now. This is racing. Like, this is absolutely racing at its finest. Someone is just making sure that they put it there, especially on a climb like this. You could imagine that a lot of people would maybe look at this climb and think, well, I might just play it a little bit conservatively and not just push myself to the red line on this. But this gentleman is absolutely, on the river, and he's pushing himself up this climb, getting it done, getting rewarded for it as well, as you can see, moving into second place, and just really, really, really giving it everything he has. God, that's so impressive. I'm truly impressed and stoked that we get to see this unfold. What a motivating piece of trail running racing for everyone out there, being able to see what it's like at the very front of the pack when someone is giving absolute biscuits. That's so good.
Yeah, and we can see him. Oh, there we go. I was going to say we can see him look over his shoulder, and rightfully so, because we thought it was going to be a decisive move, but no. You do not bury Andrew Simon like that. He's still there, silently, like maintaining the distance, as Kylian would say, like making sure this invisible line is not snapping, and he's still staying in touch outside. There you go, look at that. And I don't know if you know about Andrew Simon, but he's type 1 diabetic, and so he has this wee sugar glucose monitor on the right hand side, on the side of his right arm, sorry, and this is something he has to account for while he's racing. And so he has this monitor, and we've seen him already quite a few times in races that he just has a little bit, he gives himself an insulin shot, and there we go. Look at him. He did not give up, and he was just controlling his pace and now responding to Joaquin's attack on that climb. We were telling you that some things would happen on that steep section, and it is delivering. These runners are truly racing each other on that last, what is essentially the last big climb of the course. And boy, what a fight. What a fight. And our cam runner still announcing on top of his lung the runners coming through, so the runners from the 20K. This is a bit of an aggressive, but I guess that's how you got to do it to break the line. They should be wearing a little bell or something. But yeah, what a response from Andrew Simon, claiming back the second spot and showing that just power hiking when the grades are so steep is the way to go. Oh, and this is a camera runner here, so he must be really, really close to the top of that climb, and that camera runner will probably take over. Or maybe fall back and give us images of Joaquin Navarez in third place.
Martin, you can see Andrew. He's moving smoothly, right? There's no peaks in his movement, and there's no like fading. Within these steps, he's just moving consistently. He's moving pretty smooth. You can see that his like energy distribution is quite even. Whereas if you compared it to Joaquin, he was trying to run, and then when he moved into a hike, he kind of really had that body language that he had to slow down. But yeah, this consistency up this climb has got Andre to the very top right now, and here he is. He's going to get some water, and then he's going to have to kick on, because the race is not over. There's about 15 kilometers from here. They reach the top together, and it's going to be a lot of running, because there's a downhill until they make their way to the township of Porto de la Cruz, and it's a lot of flat running there.
Now it is on, and so two things we didn't mention, but that is worth talking about. First, none of them were using poles, which on that kind of gradient would have been 100% helpful. So they have chosen not to use that, which probably helped. Would have probably helped. I don't know in the race rolls if poles were allowed on the 47K distance. And the second thing is, it looks like, we can't see the sky anymore, and so up high I just wonder if they are now in the clouds, in the mist, and that could have made the ground a little wet, because I think that the footing is really not secure for Andreu and other runners as well, actually. Whoa, okay, and so he moved to the side because, ladies and gentlemen, Joaquin Navarez is not messing about, and he has chosen to book full throttle on that descent. And that's another move from the Argentinian runner. Wow.
Yes. Yes, here we go, folks. It is hot in this 47K right now. Second and third just trading punch for punch on the trails. If you can do that with your feet, they are just moving around. But Harkin, you can see his pace down here is lightning fast. His feet are moving quick. He knows that the ground's obviously got some slipperiness to it, and just huge appreciation for the rest of the runners out there of that 27K. They are just moving side to side. But yeah, look at him holing. The cameraman's struggling to keep up a little bit right now, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, so obviously the Argentinian runner Joaquin is very comfortable on technical terrain, as you said, and this is where he's playing his card. As much as we saw like an attempt to claim the second place on the climb, and he was regained by Andrew Simon. Now he's showing his true skills on technical terrain, on technical descent more so. And obviously we're not seeing what's happening behind, and maybe Andrew Simon is right behind, but I feel like the move he's made on that descent could really be the deciding move that could secure the second place for Joaquin Navarez on that descent. So we're losing images right now, so I don't know if this is temporary or if we're transitioning. And there we go. Someone who is an absolute beast at power hacking and who would have undoubtedly made ground on the rest of the field is Maud Matisse. She is definitely one of the strongest power hiker in the circuit, and she can at that game actually compete with some of the best men. And so I'm sure she would make very good use of that section to possibly open the gap even more on her competition. Hopefully we'll have images of Maud Matisse coming up that hill very shortly. And there was only 9 minutes between first and second in the women's race on that 47 kilometer, which is very little. And that was at the base, so I think it will be very interesting to follow how much the gap would have increased or actually change. I don't know if it will increase or decrease, but I will put my money on an increase on that section that Maud Matisse would most likely pull away from the rest of the field and end up with a little bit more of a lead by the time she gets to the top of that climb.
Martin, we do have a little bit of a report coming through, most likely from the cameraman, but it does look like Andre has hurt himself on that descent. And it could be a reason for us not getting any footage of him on that descent. But we've had some reports from our team in the studio that Andre has succumbed to a bit of an injury on that descent. And yeah, that is unfortunate to hear if that is the case. And yeah, but right now we've got Joaquin Navarez. He's bombing down this final descent. You can see the change there. You've got the Sunto speedometer moving there at 17.7, 18.5 kilometers an hour. And if you remember, they were going up that incline at around about 3 kilometers an hour. So big change in pace there. That's the legs going from one extreme to the other. And I'm sure he's somewhat enjoying this final descent and just letting his legs do all the work and just kind of allowing gravity to take hold and use that strength to get down. And as you said, Martin, definitely the clouds have come in, and I am sure that a lot of runners right now are appreciative of that cover, because I could imagine that if the clouds were not there, this would be a very, very hot, uncomfortable section of the race, including that climb. It would be that would be a Spanish holiday that you wouldn't forget in an instant if this was a very, very sunny day. Beautiful, but stinking hot.
And so, yeah, our camera runner at that point is trying to go back, but maybe they didn't get the intel. Oh, look at that shot. And Joaquin is absolutely flying down the hill. The man is on the mission. Whoa.
Cool drone footage there. Very stoked with that. Thanks a lot, team. That is awesome to see. Look at that pace. Just we're following the white capped, white bagged Adidas Terex runner, Joaquin Navarez. You can just see him weaving his way through those trees right now, passing a lot of the 24-kilometer runners. Really making a move, cementing that second place, and we will see if we'll see where this gets him. If he can pin another spot, that would be incredible as well. But at the moment, he's in second on the 47-kilometer race, and we believe that Oswaldo is the man he is chasing. Oswaldo Medina is the man he'll be chasing in first place. So, yeah, exciting times ahead. We've got another checkpoint coming up pretty soon, which we'll be able to get a reading on the timings, and so stay tuned for that one, because we'll be able to get an understanding of what the lead is at the next timing point, which will be at 35 kilometers into this 47K race.
Yeah, Maj, like this is really impressive. Like Joaquin's pace on that downhill, and I think next step, hopefully we have images of him or we transition to the women's, which would also be pretty good. But you see on that green section, which is going to be flat, how quickly he's able to move, because obviously he's a downhill extraordinaire, but like how is he going to manage the flat? And now we're with the females leader, Maud Matisse, who I was telling you is an absolute beast at power hacking, and she's making her way up the hill, weaving through the runners of the 23Ks, as you were correcting me, Maj, and so far leading this 47K and getting to the end of the 2,600 meters of elevation gain that they are covering. But yeah, again, the last 8Ks are very, very fast in this race after some very slow moving sections, and then picking up the pace on the downhill on the other side of that wall. Runners will have to account for these last 8Ks on the road. Maud Matisse, who was racing for her country, Switzerland, just last weekend in Annecy, France, and she took 10th in the up-down in the Mountain Classic. So those were much shorter distances, so it doesn't leave as much traces, doesn't do as much damage on the body as a longer distance race. So hence why she's kind of managing to back it up today on the 47K. And so far, successfully, she's leading the race. And that is just ahead of Marta Perez Maroto, who wasn't too far back, like 9 minutes back. But then they were two women together from Spain, together with Beatriz Roman Soriano, and another 4 minutes back, Sona Viziano, Hungria. So really the top spots on the podiums are wide open and up for grabs for anyone amongst these ladies who are capable of running either strong on the up or strong on the down. A lot of ground can be made, and I believe personally that Maud is just increasing her lead on that climb, securing that first spot in the 47K.
Yes, Martin. This is the 47K, and if people don't know, the top 3 of this race will be getting themselves an automatic entry to the OCC at UTMB Mont-Blanc in 2025, if I believe, Martin.
Yeah. So actually, now you talk about this. Sorry, I'm kidding. I was talking to Antoine from the UTMB group team, and it looked like some athletes could ask for a delayed entry into this year's UTMB, and apparently they had to race and secure their spot until June. So it could mean that right now, Maud Matisse, as much as the original rules were that you could you had to qualify before December 31st of the previous year to be able to make it into the next year's UTMB final. It looks like some runners who have asked for an extension of the qualification period had been allowed to do so until June this year, which could mean that Maud could be competing for a spot in this year's OCC.
Yeah, that is good to know. And Martin, is that the same across all categories, 100 mile, 100 kilometer, and 50 kilometer categories of the UTMB World Series?
So we can't make a rule out of this because they, the UTMB team is looking into this on a case by case basis. But I would assume so. Yeah, that would be my assumption that it would be across all distances. Although you wouldn't. I mean, some people do, but you wouldn't want to be racing 100 miles in June and then try to back it up for one at the end of August. And yet, we know a lot of names who are going to try to attempt that again this year and doing the double between Western States and UTMB. But if the weather at Western States is normal weather, which means hot and very not like last year, maybe some runners won't be surprised because there was a lot of runners last year who be like, yeah, you know, the double is completely doable because they hadn't been hammered by the traditional heat that we see in the canyons at Western States. So if they get a true Western States experience this year, there's probably going to be a different ball game. At least that's my very personal take on this. And as we see Maud Matisse on her way and powering up that 2-kilometer climb and 600 meters of elevation gain. We have a quick commercial break coming up and we'll be back with you shortly. So stay with us for all the finishes of all the different distances today.
Venga. Paso. Vámonos. Paso.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
And we are back here, folks, at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. You can see that these runners are now making their way along the final sections of the 47-kilometer race. This is where the running needs to happen for these guys. It's a lot flatter than what they've experienced in the recent kilometers, and yeah, I believe this might be our lead male.
So this is Marco Ramos Gonzalez from Spain, which then is another runner that just gotten thrown into the mix. So was he just behind? And once again, we go crazy. We're on the finish line with the. There we go. So, whoa, this is quick transition. So that was the finish line, very loud. This is Maud Matisse doing up her laces, getting ready probably for the descent and try to save her toenails. I think if she can afford to spend that time to do up her laces, that's definitely a good thing. She doesn't want to end up with black toenails, and she's getting ready for the descent. Yeah, Maud Matisse currently in the lead of the 47K, and I think she could afford to give up a little bit of time here. Oh, and there was it the headlamp that just fell off, and Maud Matisse not looking as comfortable as Joaquin was, but there's a lot of people on that trail, and creating a little bit of congestion. And the fact that it's slippery is certainly not making it easier. And a bit of a mayhem here. Not too sure what's going on. And kudos to our camera runner who's still standing on the less than ideal situation where he has to navigate through the runners, through the muddy path, and still aiming his camera at Maud Matisse. If that is not skills, I don't know what it is.
Yes, you've got to give him some credit for the handy footwork and also the handy camera work, because that is not easy terrain to navigate. As you can see, Maud is taking her time and using very small steps to try and navigate this trail. I think you're right, Martin, with regards to the cloud coming in and really making this section very. There you see, it's very slippery. Maud just took a slip. I hope she is fine. It looks like she's up and moving again. But that cloud has definitely brought a lot of moisture, and it's making the trails out there very, very wet, very hard to navigate. As you saw, Maud just went down briefly then, but looks like all is well, and she's on that final descent, making her way back down to the finish line. She has approximately 16 or 15 and a half kilometers until the finish, and we'd like to think that most of that will be run at a decent pace, because it is really all downhill or flat from there.
Yeah, and talking about Maud, because we keep talking about the last section of that course being flat. I just wanted to see. Yeah, that's the one. She's got a PB at 2:30 on the marathon. So you see that green line on the back end of the course into Puerto de la Cruz is all flat or slightly downhill on the road. So definitely will require some fast-moving legs. And so Maud Matisse with, once again, a PB at 2:30.41 on the road marathon will most likely be able to take advantage of that if she handles the downhill well and doesn't take a fall that could jeopardize her race. We've seen her go to the ground, but she got up right away and said to a camera runner, "C'est bon," means it's all good. It was just a bit of a slippage and nothing more. But yeah, and then as we were seeing before we got onto Maud Matisse on the road and really going neck to neck was Andreu Simon and Marco Ramos Gonzalez, who had caught up with Andreu, both running for Team Asics, I believe, and therefore they most likely know each other well. So these two, will they work together to try and close the gap on Joaquin Navarez from Argentina, who's shown incredible skills on that downhill? Now they're hitting the road. Many questions for the back end of that 47K, which is making it extremely exciting.
I think we've got a quick commercial break coming up, folks, and we will be back to see the rest of this 50K unfold and get you some more images, just like this one of Maud on that final descent, heading our way back to Puerto de la Cruz. So quick commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment. Join us then. Thanks a lot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, and we are on the last downhill with the female leader of the 47 kilometers, Maud Matisse from Switzerland, and she is moving up the field of the runners who have started earlier in the 23 kilometers. And so she's now on the 7K downhill that is going down a whole 1,000 meters down to the ocean that you can see just here in the background below the cloud cover, which is, as you were saying, Maj, probably a blessing for all these runners, because otherwise the weather would be extremely hot, and so that offers a little bit of a cover from the sun. And Maud Matisse moving pretty well here on that downhill, and I can see the drone up here, so we might transition into an aerial shot just to give you an idea of the environment and the surroundings of all these runners, and possibly the pace at which Maud is moving. It looks like they're like the camera runner says, like, to the drone pilot, is like, I'm pretty sure that was your drone and it wasn't moving, so are you taking over or what? There's always good banter between the whole crew out there on the field, offering you those images.
So there we go, folks. This is Maud, and she is just approaching the final 14 kilometers of the race here in the 47K. She would have about 2,580 meters of elevation climbing in her legs already, because everything from here to the finish line is going to be either downhill or flat. There's not going to be a lot of elevation gain in these last 14 kilometers. So she's going to be able to make the most of that. And right on point, Martin, you see this drone footage coming in of Maud, the female leader of the 47K, as she descends down this old stone path and making her way closer and closer to the finish and closer to that guaranteed spot in OCC at the UTMB Mont-Blanc final of the World Series. So this is a cool drone shot. Look at that, mixing in with the 24-kilometer runners, getting off that hard cobblestone there and making her way back onto a trail. So yeah, cool to see that imagery come through. Look at that. She's moving well. That is descending with a purpose. Looks like it's still pretty rocky there. And so, yeah, I bet that's a pretty technical terrain. At those kind of speeds, it would be something that you would want to make sure your mind is still switched on. Maybe, you know, she's had a gel at the top of that climb and just thought, you know what, I really need to stay on top of this little bit of nutrition. I can't let my mind slip away right now. I need to still be focused. The end is near. I've got a bit of a gap at the front, but I need to be on because I've got to finish this off. Can't afford to have any slips and falls in this late stage of the race, especially on terrain like this, which we did see happen because, Martin, as you said earlier on, the...
Oh, Maj, hang on. Your mic just went off.
Whoa.
Oh, you're back. You're back.
And this, you can see, look at this terrain, Martin. That is some rocky technical stuff. That would be pretty hard on the old joints after running 35, 34K so far.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
and getting it done.
I think, yeah, you were right on the money talking about like keeping your mind in check, because at this point you've covered a lot of ground, you've been running for a while, and if you make even the slightest mistake and you hit the deck at this speed and on this terrain, like that's game over. Like earlier when she slipped, it was all like mud and she was not moving very quickly because she was weaving through a crowd of runners on the 23Ks. But like at the speed she's going now and with the gradient, like that would be bad news. So you really have to, as you said, stay on top of it and be completely switched on mentally to stay on top of things. Left hand side of your screen, the chasing lady in the women's race. And I just want to make sure I see it correctly. I do believe that is Martina Perez, but we'll get confirmation as soon as we see the bib number. And wow, she is struggling. Yeah, there we go, Martina Perez, number 2020. And she's definitely moving a whole notch slower on that climb. She looks like she's struggling a little bit. Obviously, that is a hard climb, but the pace is definitely not as solid as what Maud was doing. And now Maud is probably a few Ks, like 3 Ks down, and there's 14-minute difference between the two women. But that lead is gonna increase even more for as long as Marta Perez will be on that climb, because she's moving slower than Maud Matisse at this point. So the time difference is going to increase. And again, I don't know if Marta was going to be able to turn this around as soon as she gets to the top and hopefully make a bit of time on the downhill. So hard to tell here if she's hitting a low in that race. She looks a bit spent, or if that climb is just taking its toll on Marta.
Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it, Martin? Like, if you look at her form going up this climb, it's pretty loose, I would say. You know, like she's definitely, it kind of looks like she's expending a little bit of energy in ways that she like doesn't need to. I don't want to make too many assumptions, but you can see that you know, she's not. She's going down. She's standing up. She's kind of swaying a little bit side to side, reaching out to touch the plants, push herself up with the trees and things like that. I just feel like, you know, if you looked at Maud go up this, her form was a lot tighter. She kind of held it together, really kind of compact, and that form and that body language really made it seem like Maud was in control of this climb and moving up it in control. Marta Perez here, you can see it just looks like she's really lacking a little bit of energy and a little bit of stability in this hike. And so it makes me think that maybe she's overcooked it a little bit earlier on in this race, and she's definitely, you know, she's definitly getting to the end of this race in terms of her like energy levels, and also with regards to the race as a whole. But yeah, I mean, she's getting it done. There's no doubt about it, and she's still moving. That's great to see. But you know, when she gets her hands on her legs and she's got a bit better form, it's definitely a lot easier to watch, so to speak. But I'm sure she knows what she's doing, and she's no amateur to this kind of race or this section of a race either. But yeah, she's making her way up. It just looks like she's definitely burnt some biscuits early on, and that's fair enough. She's 30 kilometers into a tough race and has got a lot of kilometers of climbing in her legs.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Maj. It's always easy for us to like, oh, she looks like she's struggling a little bit while we're comfortably sitting on our chairs. But it is the truth of the matter. And then like, there's no judgment in this at all. We're just looking at the situation and trying to explain what seems to be happening. Obviously, we always have to assume things based on what we see, what we understand, and our own experience as runners ourselves. But yeah, maybe she's just hitting a low and maybe didn't stay on top of nutrition. As you said, maybe went a little bit too hard early on and didn't account for the effort required for such a hard, steep, brutal climb. But that's and again, our only point of comparison was Maud Matthys going there previously, and as explained, she is a very, very strong power hiker uphill. But look at this, see the difference. Marta Perez has now reached the top of that climb, and Maud Matthys is almost at the bottom of that one, and there we go. So now she'll be going downhill, holding on to the trees, hopefully not struggling too much going around. Oh yeah, that tree loves caps. That tree's been caught catching caps, sunglasses, and I think he'd even caught one of our camera runners earlier. So it's yeah, you gotta be careful about those ones. They're pretty cheeky bushes. Now back with the female leader, Maud Matthys, who's definitely not slowing down on that road section, as I was telling you. A 2:30 road marathon PB means that she can run on flat, and that's exactly what she's doing, increasing the lead probably even more on Marta Perez. And then the next in line would be Beatriz Roman, who was together with Marta Perez at the bottom of the climb. So actually it will be interesting to see who gets to the next checkpoint first, because Marta Perez looked like she was having a bit of a low. So Beatriz Roman Soriano might take advantage of that and try to close the gap for second. The images will tell us soon.
We haven't really, Martin, been able to splice up this footage too much. However, it's we do need to be aware that there are the other races unfolding at the moment, which is interesting to see if you do check in on the live tracker. There's some really good racing going on in the 110K and the 73K, all of which are now verging on the same trail and the same section of the course. You can see here that Maud is running along that section. as she makes her way down to Porto de la Cruz, and Marta here on the descent. But right mixed in with all of that, there is also the 75 kilometer and some of the 110 kilometer leaders as well. They're making their way through these sections too, and once we can identify, no doubt we'll get a bit of footage of them and see them moving through these sections as well. But it's there's a lot of racing going on out there. The trails are definitely full of a lot of good people, a lot of hard effort going on. Maud is generally passing 24 kilometer runners at the moment, and it would only be the very, very front runners of the 110 kilometer and the 73 kilometer that will also be on these sections of the course at the moment. So there's a lot of people getting amongst it this weekend down at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. I think they're all going to be pretty stoked to get back down to that finish line at Porto de la Cruz on the water there, and get their legs in that ocean, and and celebrate an amazing event down here. We saw a little bit of footage earlier on at the finish line, and true to form, the people and the locals of Tenerife have got drums. They've got, no doubt, fireworks, music. They've got it all, and it's all going to be one hell of an amazing finish when some of these people go over the line. And hopefully we'll be able to transfer back to that footage a little bit later on, because it was I was ready to break out a dance, and I know Martin was wiggling in his chair like he always does, so that would be pretty cool to see.
Right. So two things here. I think the camera runner who was with Marta Perez has been told to wait. So hopefully we'll get images of the third woman in 47K and see how far back she is. And then second, hands down kudos to the camera mountain biker who's now is behind Maud Matisse on these sections, and those switchbacks look pretty damn tight. And he's not struggling, and he's even catching up with Maud. So super stoked to have those images, and once again taking advantage of the mad skills of those mountain bikers out there on the field, giving us those images. And as you said, they are all making their way to the finish in Puerto de la Cruz. And it looks like, as you can see here on your screen, the next images we will get is for the race leaders in the 100-mile category, which is the 110 kilometers. And we'll see Manuel Anguita, who's been leading for a long time, since like way before halfway. He went over the Teide already in the lead, and he's just only increased his lead. And then I think we have our first images of the 73K. And then in the women's, it is Martina Młynarczyk from Poland, the 3 times trail running national champion, who used to be a ballet dancer and then has taken on triathlon and finally transitioned into trail running, and successfully so, for her 3 consecutive national titles, and currently leading the race in the 73Ks. And then in the men's, Maj, I don't know if you had time to look who we have in the lead in the men's. I believe,
yeah, mate.
From a quick look,
in
you got
the men's race at the moment. The men's race at the moment. We have Ricardo here. You can see, I'm pretty sure that he is on the screen right here. Ricardo Montani, he's from Italy. He is in the lead, making his way down this descent, which we've seen numerous times before. It's the slippery descent that comes off that very, very steep climb. We make our way down towards power lines, and hopefully we'll be able to hit the road pretty soon. But that is Ricardo Montani. He is the current leader of the 73 kilometer race. that kicked off at 6 a.m. this morning, so they've been running now for 5.5 hours. Yeah, looking pretty controlled, looking like he's got some legs to finish this thing off with. But yeah, Ricardo is moving very well, and I think that hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more of this race unfold in these lower sections where we've got some clean footage, clean reception, and yeah, big shout out to the cameramen as always, cameramen and ladies. They're working very hard. But the leader of the 73K just ticked over to 58 kilometers, so there's yeah, he's probably got around about 13-14 kilometers to go in this race, and yeah, no time to stop and smell the roses for this one. He's got to make sure he continues on. But Ricardo's moving smoothly, looks like he's in control, and that's a good sign for the leader of the 73K. Exactly what you'd want to feel and what you want to be looking like at this point of the race. Cruising at just under 14 kilometers an hour. So as we've said many times before, a big change in speed from the climb that they all went up, also known as the wall, a Salamadero. And yeah, this is great to see this footage. As I said before, the the 4 races now are all merging onto this one trail, the 110K, 73K, 47, and a lot of these runners here are the 24 kilometer runners. So all merging into the one place, heading towards the one finish line, which will be full of energy, full of good times for these runners to enjoy and make the most of when they get there.
Yeah, Mash, and then something else that we can bring to our audience attention is that in that 73K, it was the French runner Elliot Philippon who was in the lead earlier, and our camera runner just hit the deck, but that didn't stop Riccardo Montani from cruising down the hill. And so where I was going with this is that Elliot Philippon did not look like he had many references over 50K, and then that translated into possibly like having a start that was a bit too hot. And then Riccardo Montani now has made the move and clearly was, as you stated, moving extremely well, looking extremely solid on that downhill, just composed, in control, and has taken the lead. And when he got to the base of that climb by the aid station, he had already 3 minutes on Elliot Philippon, and the way he's running right now is probably increasing his lead over the French runner in second place, and the other French runner, actually, Kevin Roux, is still in third place. So hopefully our camera runner didn't hurt himself. That looked like a pretty nasty fall, but last we heard, Riccardo Montani from Italy was leading the 73Ks, and now we're back with Maud Matisse in the 47Ks, leading the women's field just ahead of Marta Perez.
Yeah, Martin, big shout out to the camera runner there. I really hope they are doing okay, because that was going 15 kilometers an hour and downhill and hitting the deck pretty hard. So let's hope they're doing all right. Look at those results there from Maud Matisse. There's not a lot of second, third, fourth, or anything but first place there in these races that she's been able to do. 37 years old, UTMB index of 818. Definitely one of the stars of the sport. There's no doubt about it. Now running for ASICS. Yeah, coming through this town section, I believe, Martin, if we're correct, this is the type of terrain that they will be running on for the remainder of the race. It's probably going to be a mix of concrete and asphalt, and we believe that the trail running in this race is more or less finished up, because this is running through the township of Porta de la Cruz, and that is yeah, there's going to be a lot of hard surface, a lot of quick running, a lot of fast finishes if these runners have maintained themselves well and have saved their legs for this kind of this kind of terrain as it leads its way down to the ocean, down to the finish line. Yeah, but Maud is in control, and looks like she's doing really, really well.
Yeah. So okay. Pretty happy to see images of Riccardo Montani again, because it means our camera runner is still alive. So that's always pleasing to see. And yeah, once again, look at how he's moving down. Riccardo Montani representing Team Vibram, and definitely making good ground here. And yeah, you were right. As much as I haven't run the last 9 kilometers of that race, according to what we've seen on the map, it looks like it's all going to be kind of a mix of asphalt and hard pack trail. There's going to be a few cheeky bumps on the last, like in the next, sorry, like 2 to 3 kilometers, and then it will truly flatten out for the last 3 to 4 kilometers. At that point, we have the top 3 runners that are probably less than 4 Ks away from the finish now.
J'ai vu de toute façon aucun vététiste, donc... Moi, je me suis mis une énorme boîte.
And a camera runner talking back to the studios is like, yeah, I haven't seen a mountain bikers, but I hit the deck pretty hard, but I'm still moving. So that's good news. And all right, that might be our top runner in the 23K. But there was no line, so no, that's got to be just a finisher in the 23K. But they are waiting for one of the top runners to come through. According to the tracking, they're still a couple of Ks away, at least. And that could be Oswaldo Medina, Marcos Ramos Gonzalez. Who would have come back strong with his dark blue tank top.
Yeah, Martin, it looks like we are awaiting that first 110 kilometer runner. If you look at the live tracking, they are approximately 6 minutes away. So it's gonna, the finish line commentators are going to be doing their best and really amping up this crowd, because it is very imminent for the first 110 kilometer runner to be coming through that finish line down at Puerto de la Cruz. Manuel Anguita, he is in the lead and had the sizable lead over the second place, Jordi Gamito, also from Spain. So it's going to be, it's going to be cool to see that come to life, and hopefully we get some great audio, some great visual of that finish line as we get to welcome Manuel Anguita home over the line. He's been out there now for 12 hours and 36 minutes. So, nice out there in those mountains.
Maj, however, I do have a comment, because Marco Ramos Gonzalez is 7 minutes away from the finish line. However, Oswaldo Medina is expected in 6 minutes at the finish line, and because he's run like he's in the shorter distance in the 47K, he might run faster than Manuel, and so he might be the actual first person crossing the line and do it. So just ahead of Manuel in the 110. So it's hard to tell, because now Manuel is announced 4 minutes away from the finish line. That's going to be a close finish, and I think we're still unsure whether that's going to be Manuel finishing and winning the 110 kilometers crossing the line, or if it's going to be in the 47K Oswaldo Medina, who's expected now 5 minutes away from the finish line in the 47K. So we just shall see who pops up first, but ladies and gentlemen, this is what you can expect, and there's still a bit of uncertainty as whether this is going to be the winner of the 47K or the winner of the 110 kilometers who will cross the line first. But we have all the officials here lining up on the side of the line. We have Catherine Poletti, Javier is also here in charge of UTMB Iberia. They're all ready.
Aproximadamente dentro de 4 o 5 minutos vamos a ver al ganador.
And we're back with Maud Matisse leading the 47 kilometer.
Manuel Anguita va a ganar la línea.
Someone else next to her charging. Unsure if this is just a surge.
Saliendo de cota cero en la playa de los Cristianos, subiendo al pegue a la rampleta, 3.550 metros sobre el nivel del mar y bajando al puerto de la Cruz también a cota cero. Mayram García. Recibimos en volandas en estos últimos metros a Jonathan Peña. Ahí viene Jonathan apretando en los últimos metros.
Beautiful costume right there, Martin. I tell you what, we're going to need to speak to our set designer and get us a pair of those. Yeah, we're going to need to get that sorted out.
Yep, 100%. And then, so those were the top finishers of the 23Ks. And as we see the last few hundred meters of the course, our drone pilot is scouting for the first leader, and again, unsure whether that's going to be the leader of the 47 kilometer, Oswaldo Medina, or the leader of the 110 kilometer, Manuel Anguita, who will come and cross the finish line first. But yeah, I agree, those costumes are fantastic, and I can really picture you in one of those. So I'll talk to our directors, and for the next live coverage, we're gonna have to pull this off, amigo.
Yeah, if I don't get one, I'm not turning up. That is fact right there. Look at that. I'll also order a drum too. A drum would be great.
Yeah, we'll step up our game. We'll be with you the whole season, and so we're gonna step up our game 100%. So, and let's see. Yeah, anyone can tell us who will cross the finish line first? Is it gonna be Manuel Anguita in the 110 kilometer, or is that gonna be Oswaldo Medina in the 47K? Now is your chance to not win anything, but just speak your mind, speculate on who's going to cross the line next amongst those winners. Wow, that's the final kick here, giving everything you've got. Way to go, girl.
Debe estar al caer la llegada del ganador de la distancia reina de los 110 kilómetros. Se llama Manuel Anguita y en breve lo veremos aparecer en esta recta de meta. Va a ser menos de 13 horas para completar el recorrido. Desde la playa de los Cristianos hasta el puerto de la Cruz. Antes va a ser el turno para Tony Llovera. Pasando por ese pasillo que marcan los coroperos.
Martin, I never had any doubt in this race that there wouldn't be one incredible reception plan for these runners as they come over the finish line. And look at that, you know, color coordination, the costume design, the noise that this band is going to make is going to be incredible. Really is going to be one of those moments that people remember as they cross the line, and no doubt these winners of the 47 and the 110 kilometer as well going to be grateful, impressed, and also a little bit blown away by the reception that they'll be receiving quite shortly. Just another reason to get down the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. Just looks like a killer course, amazing location, and look at that finish line today. Just something else. Love it. Smiles, dancing, music. It's what we want to see at the end of a race like this one. And slightly jealous. I'm not feeling those vibes, Martin. We're just sitting here, black on black, pretty boring, you know. Like I think we need to spice up these live streams a little bit.
Well, at least I have the theme because I'm black on blue for Bluetrail. But yes, I couldn't agree more. And this is the beauty of those UTMB World Series races. That there is the structure, there is the professionalism of the UTMB World Series world-class events, but every single event has their own specificity, their own culture, and this is what every single runner from first to last can experience on the course. As we talked about, people are pretty stoked about cheering runners on, but obviously on the finish line as well. And those dancers, musicians in traditional costumes are definitely showing that once again. We were very shortly with, I believe it was the third runner in the 47 kilometer, no, in the 73 kilometers, my bad. And yet we're back on the finish line. They started pulling up the tape. One of the next runners will be a winner. It's hard to tell still whether that's going to be Oswaldo Medina in the 47 kilometer or Manuel Anguita, who's been leading for at least the entire second half of these 110 kilometers. And everybody is eagerly waiting for that runner, whoever that is, to come in the finish line. Dancers are now throwing big moves on that finishing chute. It's all happening.
El aplauso también para Pablo Matías.
Yes, Martin. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the winner of the 110 kilometer that started at 11 p.m. last night, ran through the night? Or is it going to be the winner of the 47K, started at 8 a.m. this morning, covered 2,600 meters of elevation? Who's it going to be? With someone on the camera right now, we don't think that is the person we are looking for. However, they're taking it all in, hands out, high fives, looking like a very, very happy runner. And this is Manuel Vita, winner, 110K, Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. That
he's earned it. So good.
That is a celebration. Amazing run, Manuel. Look at that, unreal. 12 hours, 54 minutes he was out there. 6,250 meters of elevation gain from south to the north of the island of Tenerife, going up to 3,555 meters of elevation, run through the night. That is a day well done, Manuel. Congratulations, that's huge, man.
And
huge.
And he's going back for more. You can see the emotions on his face. He's always in the mix. He's always doing extremely well, but taking the win here on the 100-mile category of this UTMB World Series stage in Tenerife. It's definitely a step up for Manuel, and couldn't be happier. Such a good human to take the lead. Let's see if we can hear it.
Se ha visto visiblemente emocionado, celebrándolo con rabia.
Sí, mucha rabia. He sufrido muchísimo. La verdad que se me ha hecho larga, ¿eh?
¿Cómo ha sido la experiencia de subir a la montaña más alta de España, el Teide?
Una locura. Cuando había empezado a amanecer y he levantado la vista, era increíble. La subida durísima a 3.500 metros, iba a morir allí. Madre mía, qué guapísimo.
Pero esto ha merecido la pena.
Sí, ha merecido la pena, bendito sea. Madre mía, Tenerife Bluetrail, la voy a recordar toda la vida.
Señoras y señores, el aplauso para el ganador de los
so
110K.
that was very quickly the interview of the 110K winner. We told you it was going to be a close finish, Manuel Anguita. And then in the meantime, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen, Osvaldo Medina winning the 47 kilometers.
Osvaldo Medina viene para
And
vencer
look
la
at
maratón.
this, right
Osvaldo
behind,
Medina,
I
ganador de la
believe it was
maratón.
Marco Ramos Gonzalez. There he is.
entrado Reinaldo Bastar, Quique Izquierdo, ahora Víctor Torres.
Wow, that was a strong finish.
Osvaldo Medina vence los 47K.
Yeah, from Marcos Ramos Gonzalez, who was in fourth place
Osvaldo Medina
up
es el
until now,
vencedor de los
and
47K.
has closed extremely hard on the last kilometers to claim the second place on the 47K. And then we're going a little bit back and forth here, but like the interview of Manuel Anguita, he said like that was hard, but that was ground, and today it will be a day that I will remember my entire life. The island and the course is beautiful, and yeah, he said like again, his entire life he's going to remember that day. So super stoked for him to take such a solid win on the 110 kilometers. And then it looks like there's a bit of a chat here between Osvaldo and Marcos Ramos Gonzalez. And now Andreu Simmons taking third place in the 47K. So it looks like Joaquin Navarez has fallen back on that flat section.
Florian Lambí, Neo Sanfiel, Rogelio Santiago, Michel Rinan, Joaquín Narváez y Florian Lamblanc.
Unless we missed him, because I can hear the speaker tell his name.
Prácticamente en un pañuelo, como han llegado el primer y el segundo clasificado de los 47K. Yeah, that is hard to say, Martin, because the timing has not updated. However, it looks like Andrew Simons has passed over the finish line.
Yeah.
Just before Harquin, but now it looks like we may have just missed Harquin Alvarez, who did indeed come over that line in third place in that 47K. Whew, it's close racing there. What a finish.
Yeah, yeah.
We haven't not got images here of Harquin Navarez just yet.
Cuando tenemos la foto ahora
hard to
de las
believe
tres
that we
primeras clasificadas en la
but
distancia de 24K, Vanessa
there he
la
is right
ganadora,
there in
Laura
the white
segunda
cap
clasificada.
to your left. That's Harquin Navarez from Argentina coming over the finish line in third place in the 47K. So yeah, that does put Andrew Simon in fourth place
Miriam
overall.
es la tercera en esta distancia corta.
Yeah, still unsure because Andrew Simon still doesn't show in the finish line. So I couldn't tell for sure if he actually made it in second or in fourth. But one sure thing, it looks like it's pretty hot down there in Puerto de la Cruz.
Yeah, you can see as soon as that sun comes out, temperatures just skyrocket, and especially if you add in the fast pace that these gentlemen would have been running in that final section. Heat radiating off the asphalt, heat radiating off the road. It would, yeah, it's definitely looks like a hot finish here down in Puerto de la Cruz. As we see Maud Matisse is making her way down. The blue ocean is right there on the screen awaiting those runners as well. What a beautiful section of park to finish this race on. Look at that. Wow,
Yeah,
what a homecoming for these runners. That's stunning.
I was just thinking the same, like, you know, I thought it was going to be a whole, like, road section based on what we saw on the map, but it is not at all. And as much as this is a hard-packed trail, like, it's just undulating, it's pedestrian only, it's super sick, like, the views are definitely inviting, and you want to make it to the finish because here on the right hand side of your screen you can see Puerto de la Cruz, the finish line, the resort, the ocean, everything is definitely calling you in, just calling your names. All right, people will probably smell it, hear it from a distance, and that's going to call them in. Still, if somebody in the chat knows for sure where Andreu Simon finished, this is still confusing to me because we haven't seen Andreu go through the rankings on the finish line, and it's still not telling us whether he ended up being fourth behind Joaquin Navarez or if he was ahead of him, because we definitely saw him on the images and we did not see Joaquin Navarez cross the line. We saw him for sure at the finish line, but unsure in which position he finished. And you see Maj, like with 13 hours elapsed in the 110 kilometers, you can see up on the top of your screen the cloud cover that's really sticking to the mountains here at on this side of the Tenerife island. And that's probably, again, like a really good thing for all these runners, at least as they're coming down the mountain, because now they're getting to the coastal trail. It is right in the sun, exposed. There's probably much less wind than there was up there, and runners, as we saw with the male first finisher of the 47K, getting to the finish line, sitting down, and the first thing they go to is water, pour over themselves, have a drink. So the temperature is definitely raising as they get to the bottom and to the last part of that course. Maud-Baptiste here on your screen, leading the 47Ks in the women's race, and she looks like she's hurting now. She is in the pain cave and trying to keep it together, but she looks like she's working now and feeling the back end of that race. This distance is very long for Maud-Baptiste, who's used to racing distances between 25 to 35 kilometers. That is definitely a different ball game, and in terms of time on her feet, this is probably one of the longest races she would have done. And we can see here on her face the fact that she's transitioning into hiking at this point. She is probably also running dry because she was trying to drink something, but she's got nothing. It looks like she's got nothing left in her flasks, and it looks like it's going to be a tough finish for Maud-Baptiste. However, considering the lead that she had, it was over 20 minutes, and so even if she loses a little bit of ground here, all she needs to do is, look after herself the best she can with what she has, and try not to collapse or overheat. But I've rarely seen that face on Maud-Baptiste. Now it's the professional runner taking over and knowing that regardless of how tough and hard that is, she just had to get it done and make it to the finish line to call it a day, and a successful day. Taking the win here once again after racing European Championships just last weekend, the vertical on the Thursday and on the Friday, and the classic on the Sunday. And as much as she seems to be hurting, she is moving well. 5Ks to go, just less than 5Ks to go.
Moving a little bit more in that terrain we expected, Martin, with regards to the road, asphalt, coming into the township, moving through the township here. And yeah, it would be interesting to know if she has the intel on her lead, but it's definitely sizable. It's definitely a lot, and doesn't need to worry too much. But getting it done is definitely on the cards. She's moving a little bit better now, looks like. But yeah, it didn't seem like she grabbed any water at that last aid station either. She just kind of shifted through. So probably feeling the pinch of that. But yeah, looks like we've got the 47k podium here.
Yeah, and we finally have our answer. It is Andrew Simon who ended up crossing the line in third, and therefore Joaquin Navarez ended up finishing in fourth. So as much as Andrew Simon did not register on the finish line, he did finish in third place. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, your 47k podium. Osvaldo Medina, Marcos Ramos Gonzalez, and Andreu Simon. It's 3 out of 3 for Spain.
Yeah, very close race there, hey Martin. Just 27 seconds separating first and second, and then adding on to that is just under 90 seconds separating second to third. So yeah, really interesting, fast race, and yeah, what a great way to finish off. No one had any space there to ease off, and that's kind of what we want to see. It's what we want to see, especially in these shorter distances. You know, like really good competition, really tight finishing times. So that's awesome. That's really good. I'm sure they've all earned themselves a bit of a dip in that big blue magic ocean on the outside of that finish line. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and seeing Marcos Ramos Gonzalez here on the screen, like he was coming back like a demon, and as you said, came only within seconds of Osvaldo Medina, and that would be interesting to see had there been a couple more kilometers if he had been able to reel him in. So I think we caught a glimpse very quickly of Albert Jorquera, who was doing the commentary in Spanish. And there we go, carrying on the interviews on site.
¿Qué tal la carrera? Muy emocionante, ¿no?
Pues sí, la verdad que venía con un poquito de dudas, ¿no? Porque vengo de correr Segama y no sabía si iba a aguantar las piernas. Al final son 15 días justo después de otra competición dura.
Y también venía de estar una semana mala, pero bueno, las sensaciones han sido súper buenas desde el principio, manteniéndome un poquito ahí con el grupo, y ya en la bajada hacia el asomadero, pues tenía piernas y dije, bueno, es hora de arriesgar y empezar a tirar un poco. La subida la hice bastante bien, creo que ahí fue donde abrí un poquito de hueco. Y ya en la bajada pues intentar mantener, tirando por zona, intentando aguantar un poco para no llegar muy escallado al final. Y la verdad que ya estos últimos kilómetros venía mirando un poco para atrás porque pensaba que me iban a coger. Pero bueno, al final... And so he thought he was actually worried in the last kilometers because he was worried about getting reeled in. But
Osvaldo is the winner of the
super
47K. He was saying
and there you go.
He was a little bit tired after Segama, so he was a little bit worried. And that the key was the second climb. There he could open a little bit of the gap. And then in the downhill he suffered a lot. And it was really hot, but he's happy for the win. Osvaldo, ¿es este tu mejor resultado? Tú ya has hecho bastantes podios a nivel de Canarias, pero ganar una carrera aquí de 47 kilómetros by UTMB quizás uno de tus mejores resultados, ¿no?
Hombre, sí, la verdad que de UTMB solo tengo 2 buenos resultados, que fue Andorra el año pasado un segundo puesto, y aquí la verdad que no pensaba quedar ni siquiera en el podium porque había bastante nivel, pero te digo, las sensaciones han acompañado hoy y hemos arriesgado y ha salido bien.
I was asking him if that's the best result of his career, because this is a by UTMB race. And he said that last year he was second in Andorra, but yes, of course, like being here, it's a very good result. He didn't even expect to be in the podium, so he's really happy. ¿Ahora te planteas ir a la OCC, por ejemplo?
Ya estoy inscrito, con haber quedado segundo en Andorra el año pasado tenía el pase de oro para este año, ya estuve el año pasado en OCC y la intención pues es ir otra vez este año, estoy inscrito, así que en principio estaremos en agosto en OCC.
Gracias y felicidades Osvaldo. I was asking him if he's going to go to OCC. Indeed, yes, because he was second last year in Trail Andorra 100, so he's going to be there and do a good result. Gracias Osvaldo. Felicidades. And I think that we can stay here, Andreu. An interview, entrevistaremos, si te parece, a Andreu Simón. Andreu, ¿qué tal?
Muy cansado.
En primer lugar, felicidades.
Por la parte que nos toca, ¿no? Hoy es el cumpleaños del hijo, ahora ducha rápida y para Barcelona que a celebrarlo.
So Andreu, today is the birthday of his 1-year-old son. So he's going to take a shower very fast and go to Barcelona to celebrate it. Andreu, ¿qué tal la carrera?
Bueno, lo he dado todo. Hoy habían dos corredores que han corrido mucho mejor que yo. En la subida al asomadero pensé que podía apretar y colocarme primero, pero he empezado con los calambres y de ahí a meta ha sido bajar un poco el ritmo. Me he puesto cuarto, creo, hasta el último kilómetro, que he visto el tercero y digo, lo doy todo ahí al sprint. Pero sí que cuando le he pasado, pues él creo que se ha anduido mentalmente y es normal. Y he podido entrar tercero, que es lo máximo que tenía hoy.
So I was asking him how was the race, and at one point he thought he could be first, but then he had cramps in the legs. Finally, he was fourth, and he could overtake the third and take the third place, which is the best that he had today. Andreu, ¿contento con el resultado?
Siempre uno quiere más, pero hoy no podía, o sea, mi mejor Andreu era hoy tercero, no hay más.
Gracias. I was asking Andreu if he's happy for the result, and he says he always wants more, but today more than third was not possible. Gracias y felicidades, Andreu.
Muchas gracias.
Entró Omar Sakriti, séptimo clasificado en la distancia de 47K. Han entrado un montón de corredores.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to hear from these runners and see how they truly experience the race, because as we said, when we're watching from afar, we can only speculate and assume a bunch of things. So this is truly what happened in that last climb. I don't know if you remember, Maj, like when Andrew stopped and like grabbed his entire calf when Joaquin made the move. So he must have been struggling with those cramps at that point. And probably had to again let go of the idea of being first, but it's good also to hear it like from a humble perspective, being like, yeah, you know, I had my best day, and today my best day was just good enough for third. It's still good to hear. So Joaquin, until the last kilometers, was actually in third. Joaquin Navarez from Argentina. And so Andrew managed to pass him really in the last kilometer. So I think he can be still pretty stoked about that. And again, having his son 1-year birthday, you can definitely have other things on your mind, and you'd be like, all right, cross the finish line, get out of here, and then have some from proper quality family time. And with Matisse here, go ahead.
No, I'm sure that would have been a motivating factor, you know, like, yeah, there's so much going on in a trail race, and to be able to separate your mind from that and think of something like his son's first birthday, I'm sure that was a positive moment in his day, absolutely. I think we are going to go for a short break, folks, and we'll be back in just a moment. Join us then. Thanks a lot. Hello, folks. Welcome back to the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. We are here watching Maud Matisse, the first woman in the 47K race today down here on this beautiful island at Tenerife. She is just coming into the final couple of kilometers of her race in the lead, sizable lead.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB in the 47 kilometers. You are watching Maud Matisse from Switzerland on her way to take in the win. 4:20 minutes elapsed on that race, and we're getting extremely close to Puerto de la Cruz de la Línea de Meta, as they say around there. That finish line is waiting and calling her name. She is so close, and she's been struggling a little bit by the look we could see on her face, but she is grinding it in and not slowing down now. Head down and onwards. Our camera runner earlier, we had the instant speed, and they're over 14 kilometers per hour. That is moving. She wants to get it done. She wants to have it in the bag and finally be able to let go. I don't know if she ever got the information about the gap that she has on second place, which is over 20 minutes. So she could moonwalk that finish and still take the win. Maud Matisse, as you can see her there on the map in the last kilometer. And I'm sure she can hear the finish line. She can hear the drums. And she can now smell the barn after a really solid run where she had less than 10 minutes on her competition. And then on that last climb, she made a big difference where we saw Marta Perez struggle a little bit going up, while Maud Matisse was composed, was powerful, in control. And this is where the race was truly made. And Maj, I think this is getting close now.
Yeah, I believe you're right. So getting very close, making her way onto this promenade, which we have seen previously. And I hope we are going to get a nice little drone shot coming in here. My question to you, Martin, is Maud Matisse in front of the second place male, Jordi Gamito, of the 100 mile? Because he is also not far from the finish line. Estimate is that he's 4 minutes, but Maud Matisse may be just in front of him. So hopefully we get some great footage of both of them, celebrate the win of Maud Matisse for the 47K, and then also be able to get that footage celebrating the second place position of Jordi Gamito, who is in the 110 kilometer race. All these races, I should say, complete in the one spot down here on the waterfront. Beautiful, amazing atmosphere, beautiful part of the world. And yeah, we're just going to see her finish this off. And hopefully that beautiful drone footage can help you understand what the finish line is really like down here. And yeah, we can all celebrate this together because it's been one hell of a day. As you said, Martin, 4 hours, 23 minutes elapsed in this race. 47K runners took off at 8 a.m. this morning down at Pinolero. And yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see it all come together for someone like Maud. And I hope she is feeling pretty good, feeling pretty strong. She looks like she's finishing it off strong, which is a good sign here. You've seen her finish off a number of races in your career commentating, Martin. Is this how she normally looks? Does it look like she knows where she's at?
It's hard to tell because, I mean, Maud, when she toes the line, she's only there to give nothing less but her best. She's now looking composed, and this is making me feel like a little better because she, like, the face she had on about 3 Ks ago did not look good, and she looked like she was hurting, maybe a little bit more than we would want her see hurting. My assumption is, especially when she went at her self-flask, is that she's running out of water, and she ran out of water perhaps a bit earlier than she would have wanted, and maybe didn't anticipate that the weather and the temperature would be so hot by the time she would get to the coastal trail. But now the way she's running now, like she has it now. And she's composed, and again, the pace she's running at, like I don't see anyone creeping up on her at this point, and so it's just going to be a matter of just getting it done, as we say. And I mean, imagine that it's 47 kilometers, 2,600 meters of elevation gain, and she's been running for 4 hours and 24 minutes. So that is telling you something about the pace that she ran at. And then there you go. We have that aerial shot that you wanted, Maj. And we'll see her come through the finishing chute, and hopefully all the musicians, all the dancers will be there to welcome her in true fashion in Tenerife.
I believe, Martin, we might even be able to see this footage. It could be Jordi Gamito coming into the finish line, second place of the 110K. So I believe this might be the runner we are following right now. If it is correct, that would be quite cool.
I recall Jordi having a white bucket hat. So there she goes. Finally, that smile. She has it in the bag. She is satisfied and taking it in. Recently signed with Team Essex. Maud Matisse, not the youngest athlete in the circuit, and she was during one press conference. She had been asked, like, what is your secret to longevity, and what could you tell to the new generation and all the youngsters that are running against you to be able to have such a long career? And she was like, you know, it's just about looking after yourself, and which I didn't always do. And like her Achilles were bothering her for a long time, and she ended up having surgery on them because that was too much of an issue. And she says, like, but then don't shy away from cross training. She says she does about half of the time half of her training time weekly is spent on the bike. So it shows that you can be extremely performant and have power in your legs while only, because I'm saying only, quote unquote, because only spending half your training time running and the other half being cycling.
Smile says it all over that finish line, doesn't it, Martin? She was very, very happy, happy to get over the line, happy to take the win. You can see her there. Body language is very different. Obviously looks very tired, but a big smile on the face. So she must be very, very stoked to get that done and take the win home at this at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB down here in the 50-kilometer category today.
Yeah, and I hope Albert Jorquera will still be in the finish line to carry on an interview, because I'd love to hear her first impression as she's on the line. Oh, there we go. We had the second place woman in the 47K, Marta Perez, who's just been passed by the leader in the 73K, Ricardo Montani, from Team Vibram, still there and still moving. So the move has been made, and probably our camera runner has transitioned as he was following. Marta Perez in second place in the 47K has seen Ricardo Montani and probably been advised to follow him to stay up. So our team on the ground is juggling, obviously, between... there we go, Jordi Gamito. So as we were telling, we are truly juggling between all different races. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jordi Gamito from Spain, who's finished second in the 110 kilometers. Solid race for Jordi, and as he likes to call himself, because we call him a champion, and he's like, nah, I'm not a champion, man. I'm just maybe, because, you know, like a small thing in Spanish is mia at the end. And so he says, I'm a champignon, and champignon. Champignon is mushroom in France. So that's, I don't know if anyone understood what the heck I'm talking about, but you'd have to listen to the replay and make sense of it.
Yes, Martin, I have no idea, but I have full faith that it was a great bit of poetry right there, that is for sure. Jordi Gamito, he must be pretty stoked to get that done. He has been running for just under 13 and a half hours there, so that's a long day out for 110k, but with 6,000 meters of elevation, 6,250 to be precise, getting up to that elevation of 3,555 meters up there at the volcano. It's it's a long day out. I'm sure he's pretty stoked to traverse that mountain and also the island of Tenerife from the south to the north. In the 110k today. Looks like Jordi always has a smile on his face, so I'm sure he's happy, but it doesn't mean that his smile's going to change if he's upset either, because he's one of those humans that always carries his smiles around, which is great to see.
True. But that one is going to have a special taste, because there's been times of struggle for Jordi, and as you said, regardless, you've always tried to keep a positive attitude and a positive relationship with the sport, and it's good to see him reconnect with top positions and finish with a smile on his face. This is what it's all about, you know. Like sometimes it's life in a day, and when we talk about a different race, in ultra running, just like in life, things like there's highs, there's lows, and that's what I wanted to hear.
Congratulations.
Merci beaucoup.
Albert's gonna have to deal with French.
How was the race? You were the favorite, and you did an amazing race, really good race.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. I'm here for the qualification for OCC, so I didn't expect anything today. For me, it was a long race because I was injured and I didn't do a lot of kilometers. My longest footing was 30 kilometers, and it was just one. So it was very difficult in the end. Every muscle was painful, but I'm happy to win here.
You plan to go to OCC this year or the next year?
No, this year, normally.
Okay, so, and as you said, this year you already did short races, really good results, however. How are you feeling after your surgery?
I was good. I took no sport during 3 months. No running, but I did a bike. And after it was difficult because when I started to run, I had always pain somewhere, and I have still pain in my hamstring, so I can't train as I want, and I do a lot of bike. So the downhill today were terrible.
Since we are in the live also in English and French, do you want to say some words in French for the people in your house?
Je sais que les Espagnols parlent mieux français qu'anglais. Alors, venez me parler.
I know that the Spanish speak better French possibly than English, so by all means, please come and
thank you
talk
so much.
to me if you want to have a chat. I'll be around.
Yes, I hope so.
Maud is back, you can see it. Maud Matisse, la ganadora de la carrera de 47 kilómetros.
And there we go. So it looks like Marta Perez has passed again Riccardo Montani. It is a ding-dong battle between two different genders and two different distances. Marta Perez second place in the 47-kilometer race, and Riccardo Montani seems to maybe struggle a little bit more on that flatter section. He's in the 73-kilometer race, and he is leading, and he has actually a decent lead on the second place runner, who's a French runner who was leading before that, but I think this is his longest race to date in that 73 kilometers. And Elliot Philippon. So these two, I think, gonna possibly help each other out just to get to the finish line. And it's perfect for us because it only takes one camera runner to cover 2 races. So that also is pretty handy.
Yeah, I'm sure they are both very grateful for this little bit of teamwork here. Unexpected teamwork. You know, Riccardo can really just follow the heels, and I'm sure Marta is also just feeding off that energy, knowing that the finish line is close. And yeah, they're both running at the front of the fields here. Moving well. I think that, yeah, it's hard to tell because it looks like from what we see on the screen that it's about 22 degrees down there at Puerto de la Cruz, but I imagine that it would feel like it's about 30 degrees for these runners because they are coming over the line, they're looking really hot, pretty bothered, and it's just is a testament to how much they must be putting into these final kilometers and getting this done. You can see here Riccardo's got some awesome leg turnovers still. He's still running pretty strong, composed, like amazing form for being this deep into a race, and it's looking good for him, and also yeah, it looks like the day is going to be a good one for both of them, taking first in the 73k and then taking second in the 47k for Marta Perez. So yeah, awesome times.
Yeah, and so that's interesting, and I'm glad we're having this split screen right now because Elliot Philippon from France was only 4 minutes and 40 seconds back, 4Ks away from the finish. So that is probably not going to be enough because, I mean, you'd have to really move fast to make a minute per kilometer in that finish, seeing how Riccardo Montani is moving, but like. He did a solid back end of the race, like that. The French runner Elliot Philippon. So it was a true battle for first and second, and Riccardo Montani definitely did not have a chance to let go of the gas pedal, because the Frenchman was chasing all along.
Yeah, it's close racing here, Martin, as well, with the female podium of the 47K, because if you look on the tracker, there really is Sonia Viciano. She is looking like she was expected around the same time as Marta Perez at the finish line here. So it's going to be interesting to know if Marta is in fact in second place or if she's in third place. So because that is a very close battle, and they were predicted to be just 1 minute apart at the finish line here. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see or know exactly where Sonia is at the moment in this race.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Maj. Even Sonia Viciano was through Maritime aid station a minute, just under a minute ahead of Marta Perez. Oh yeah,
there we go.
This is not Marta Perez. So it's hard to tell.
Ouais, c'est elle que t'as devant toi, là, Tom.
I'm trying to find landmarks
Le Saint-Jean?
that could help us gauge how far behind.
On est trop nombreux là.
Marta Perez is, because Sonia Viciano is well in second place indeed. Oh yeah, they're both right there. Look, the black tower.
Yeah.
On the left, right.
It's very close.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're still with us, because we are on for a ding-dong battle between the the second and third women, sorry. First being Maud Matisse, and now is long done with the race. We are now in about, she can see her, like Marta Perez can definitely see Sonia Viciano, and knowing she's only a couple of Ks away, this is gonna be tough. And she's waving, but she doesn't realize what's coming behind her at a lightning fast pace.
I really hope Sonia Perez gets some better on this, because you could see in the background of Sonia's video that Marta is catching her, and it looks like
and
now she knows.
There you go. She's realized the smile is gone. She's gonna have to grind it in now. She realized, okay, I'm gonna have to fight until the end. She's taking a sip. She's trying to look after herself for these last kilometers. And I guess the biggest loser in this situation is Riccardo Montani, who gets dropped like a bad habit. And then these two ladies are now on. Oh, the move is happening. It is happening. Marta Perez looking a little bit stronger with her stride and her form all together. She's got the game face on.
That is a game face and a half right there. No niceties exchanged. No niceties exchanged. I'm going to take second place, and I'm going to show you how to finish a race. Marta Perez.
Yeah, no, still looking back, this is the thing you don't want to do. Now, once you've made the move, you just have to look ahead and go away, but that's it. I think she has made enough damage to probably discourage Sonia Viciano to try and keep up, but she's working extremely hard, and if a cramp or anything takes place, second position is still up for grab. Ladies and gentlemen, what a finish! by these ladies in the 47 kilometers.
Aha, day. Here we go. This is unreal. What a close, what a finish from Marta Perez. That is never given up right there, folks. That is amazing because she is just stormed past. A couple of looks over the shoulders there. Really wants to make sure that she's buried this second place into her trophy cabinet. It does look like Sonia was kind of holding on there, but I think the nails are into that coffin. Sorry to be so morbid about that one, but that looks like she is finishing off strong. You can see this little bit of an incline here. Marta is really just finishing off so strong there.
Yeah.
Tight form.
Agreed.
Making sure she's winging the arms. Absolutely. That is a masterclass on how to finish a race. You know, just hold in there and keep pushing.
Yeah, and her form is just perfect still after so many kilometers. Like as you said, arm swing, her shoulders relaxed. She's all well composed. Core is activated. It's it is beautiful to watch. And after a final glimpse behind her, she's seen that she's opened up a gap which is probably close to 100 meters or so. And so as much as she can't relax, she can now probably ease off a little bit just to make sure you don't trigger cramps or anything. But you want to keep showing your opponent that you are not losing any ground. You're not fading. What a finish. What a finish from Marta Perez, who we saw struggling a little bit on that big climb. And so perhaps she was just going through a low and she managed to come back strong and look after herself. Oh, she got scared here seeing a runner pass her so quick, but no, that's just someone on the side taking images of that finish, that memorable finish. Still looking back, one final look behind her shoulder to know that it is in the bag. Wow, what a finish.
Unreal. I tell you what, folks, if you have never seen someone in a flow state, I reckon Marta Perez right now is very, very close to it. The way she's just so smooth in her style right now and her focus, like she would be in a flow state and just, in some strange way, probably feeling okay right now, finishing off so strong. But amazing run, amazing finish here from Marta Perez, coming in second in the 47K at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. A huge effort. Look at that smile. Finally cracks over the base. That is amazing. And first place in the 73K, Riccardo Montani. Huge celebration there. Unreal, mate. What a great day out there. And third place
right behind.
as well.
Yeah, third place Sonia Viciano. What an intense finish. And it looks like almost these two ladies have not been celebrated the way they should have been, because I guess they weren't seeing what we witnessed on those last kilometers. What a battle between these two female runners that are extremely deserving of a massive round of applause. And then young Riccardo, pretty stoked about his win, as he should be. 73 kilometers, 3,150 meters of elevation gain. And if he kept up the pace, the French runner should be just a bit less than 4 minutes back, Elliott Philippon. And it looked like it was a hot finish for all these runners, as much as they've been spared for the best part of the course. There he is, second place in this 73 kilometers, Elliott Philippon from France, who would have still done a pretty solid race and solid finish, but just not quite enough to take the big W here today. I think he'll be pretty stoked with second place, and that will also guarantee him a spot into the CCC should he want to take it? And I believe, as Maud Matisse was saying, she was after a qualification for this year's UTMB World Series final. And therefore, these gentlemen are also eligible to a spot in the 2024 UTMB World Series final in Chamonix if they want to take it. And Ricardo, the Vibram athlete, with his Nike Ultraflies, which definitely came handy on the running part, carbon plates in those. Oh, the Frenchman is hurting. And he's not there yet. I remember that arch, and then it was still a few minutes until Maud Matisse, after running under it, managed to make her way across the finish line. So Elliott Philippon still has a little bit of ground to cover to make it under the line, while Ricardo Montani is having a chat with Marta Perez.
Martin, you're not going to believe this, my friend, but amongst all of that action, we also had Ruben Dieguez of Spain coming over the line in third in the 110k race. So
we missed him.
Yes, we did, but that is still worth a shout out. Amazing effort by Ruben, who was out there for 13 hours, 42 minutes, coming over the line there in third place. So Ruben Dieguez, he is from Spain, 110k, 13 hours, 42 minutes, third place, right behind Manuel Anguita and Jordi Gamito. So third place over the line too, amongst all of that action. Sorry folks, we didn't capture that on camera, but there was a lot happening. There. That's what it's like sometimes in these events.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, Maj. Indeed, with the excitement, we end up losing a little bit of visibility trying to cover these three races at the same time. And we saw actually on the screen, going in the other direction, is another camera mountain biker trying to probably catch another runner. I'm not too sure what their schedule is. But then in the meantime, it was interesting to see the French runner Elliott Philippon asking our camera runners, like, are we far? Because I think he's getting to a point where he's ready to be done. But being in second place, you know you have to make it to the finish line. Grind it in all the way. But arguably, he's still moving pretty well through the streets of Puerto de la Cruz.
Really nice hearing all the clapping and support from the crowds and the people standing on the pavement there. That's a great way to finish the race and come into the finish line here.
And there we go.
Second place, amazing. 6 hours, 51 minutes, just the laps.
And I love like those changes of faces from hurting, grinding it in, until you either that moment when you realize it's done, and then the smile of satisfaction and happiness kicks in. And then, in the case of Elliot Philippon, then it was the pain creeping back up and just like reminding you, he's like, yeah, you've done a super solid performance today, but damn, we had to dig deep, and now we're stuffed. So, and I think Javi also realized that, and so he's holding on to him just to make sure he doesn't collapse. I think maybe we could possibly sit him down just for a second. And then, I think, all right, there you go. Give him the finisher medal, congratulate him, and give him the ribbon for second place. There you go. And this is something that other race organizers can learn from, because this is a really good way to keep track of all the runners, is that you give them obviously the finisher medal, but also like the tag for their position. And this way you can actually handle them better for these kind of photo, for example, because I mean, once they cross the finish line, runners have this capacity of escaping, and then if you're in charge of like organizing those photo finish, the top 3, top 5 podiums, it's like herding cats, and it's pretty damn tough to keep them around. So having the opportunity to put those tags around and be like, right, no, if they have a tag, don't let them out. So yeah, this is definitely something good to implement. And there we go, the first and second runner in the 73K, talking about the race and how they went. Because again, Elliot Philippon was in the lead before Riccardo Montani managed to make a push and pass him, and he was back in that big climb, and he never looked back. He did extremely well on that part, and we're still waiting for third place finisher Kevin Roux, another French runner, but he's probably expected to finish now any minute. So Maj, since you're the one keeping track, like, okay, we had top 3 in 110 kilometers, top 3 men. We haven't had any woman finisher in a 73K. We have our top 3 women and top 3 men in a 47K. So we still have a little bit to follow on that finish line. Yeah, I can check how far back.
Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB of the history.
Yes, absolutely, mate. Yeah, we've got we've almost got a full male podium on all races. We're just awaiting the third male in the 73 category, who is imminent, coming over the line very, very shortly, and that would be Kevin Roch from France. He is imminent. So that would make a full podium for 110, the 73 and the 47. We have a full podium already for the females of the 47 kilometers. And then we are looking out for first, second and third females of the 110 and the 73 kilometer races. And Martin, have a look at how far off they are just by live tracking is probably our best bet.
And it looks like
coming in next would be Kevin.
Would be
Kevin Roch from France. I'm sure you pronounce that differently. Roch.
In English, it would be like R-O-O. Roux. Kevin Roux. Yeah, you got this.
Kevin Roux. Kevin Roux. Third place. Imminent. So, yeah. Pretty, amazing place.
They're announcing him right now, actually.
Tercera posición para adelante, se entraba Nicolás Milha.
And there he is. We just missed him, and I believe that was a cap from Saint-Gervais-les-Bains, which is really, really close from Chamonix, and is one of the, actually it is the first big aid station on the UTMB course.
En la distancia de 47 kilómetros.
And another thirsty, overheating runner crossing the line. Kevin O taking third place in the 73Ks with, once again, 3,000 meters and 150. That is a lot to go through. And also, I wanted to talk about this as we have those beautiful drone shots over the ocean in the resort of Puerto de la Cruz. We have actually an interview with Albert.
How was the race for you? Grazie mille. It was very, very hard in the final part, especially because it was hot and the flat part was all to go full gas. I was in fear of the second athlete because I saw that he was fast in the flat part, and but I was hoping to do a good race because I feel in shape the days before.
You already been 7th, for example, in CCC, but some results that hasn't been really good. Is it your best result in your career?
I don't know. Maybe it's a very good positioning, a very good race today for me. I am very happy. It's not always in this way. It's very difficult to do the best of us, but maybe it's the top 3. Yeah.
Now you are qualified for UTMB or CCC in 2025. Do you plan to do it next year?
Yeah, I am on the start line of CCC this year. I try to give my best, like in 2021.
So Ricardo, if you want to say some words in French or in Italy for the people that is watching you in your country, here's the micro for you.
Ok, allora grazie mille. Oggi ho spinto un sacco anche perché pensavo a tutta la mia famiglia e alla mia ragazza e gli amici che mi guardavano. E grazie a voi, grazie ai miei coach, anche grazie a voi che ho spinto così tanto, e grazie al mio team Vibram ho pensato tanto a voi. Et pour les Français, merci pour les collègues. J'ai pensé aussi à tous les environnements de l'hôpital et du travail. Je pensais à tout ma crew to do my best.
Ok, ¿y en español?
En español.
Grazie mille, tanti auguri Riccardo Montani. Nos vemos. Riccardo Montani, the winner.
What a cool kid. Didn't realize he worked at the hospital. And good to hear he will be back in Chamonix, actually this time in Courmayeur for the start of the 2024 CCC. And that he said he raced already in 2021 where he was 7th. So definitely a contender and probably going to be shooting for another top 10 finish.
De España. Atención que viene el cuarto clasificado. El cuarto es Kamil Lesniak de los 110 kilómetros. Desde Polonia, Polska. Cuarto clasificado.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. He's the 4th place finisher coming from Poland in the 110 kilometers. Kamil Lesniak, who I was telling you earlier is the highest place finisher in Poland at the UTMB. He is the fastest Polish ultra runner, and today he's shown that he can be in the mix with the best. Taking 4th place looks pretty emotional. and it's good to see that. We have seen Bart Przejewski already pretty emotional on the finish line of Zegama, and it's good to see those athletes, those great humans, show and share their emotions, their tears. And apparently, at least from the feedback we had, again from Jedrzejk at King Runner Ultra, like the people, the whole nation of Poland and all the trail running enthusiasts are definitely standing strong behind their athletes and felt really, really touched and moved and inspired by these gentlemen's performances and also openness about their emotions and feelings on those finish line. And once again, you have your top 3 finishers in the 73Ks. Riccardo Montani from Italy, Team Vibram, followed by Elliot Philippon from France, and Kevin Roux also from France.
No hacía tanto frío como años anteriores.
And talking about Poland, in the women's race, in the 73Ks, is Martina Młynarczyk. I struggle to say it, but I think I'm getting close to getting it right. Again, thanks to Jedrzejk. Martina, who, if you're joining us only now, was a ballet dancer in her young age and then transitioned into endurance sports through triathlon and has now taken on full swing trail running. She is the 3 times consecutive national champion in trail running in Poland, and so far is in the lead of the 73Ks. And so we're expecting her to be at the Maritime aid station, which is the second to last one, in 15 minutes. And oof. Oh, I thought there was going to be a bit of a thunder. Is that still... Nope, I think we're all right. We're getting the thumbs up.
Es Josué Gorrín. Rosa Hernández, José Antonio Brito, Álvaro García, Alejandro Gutiérrez, otro que terminó. El turno para Diego Bustamante. Álvaro, otro que completa el recorrido. Van llegando corredores a esta línea de meta en la que nos encontramos, claro que sí, como Fernando de Portugal, como Sergio y como Sin. Es Manuel Reyes y Diego.
And I gotta say, just looking at those finishes, it's pretty inspiring and exciting to see like more and more people getting into trail running and getting into those distances. We were seeing 2 runners from Portugal who made the trip, obviously, to run the 23Ks. And yeah, I just gotta love this, because 15 years ago, you were trail running, you were an absolute loser. And I know it for a fact. And now trail running has picked up, and it's cool, and people get into it, and they're turning into better people, and they exercise, and they get healthier, and share incredible moments. So yeah, those are good days for trail running, and hopefully this stays like this. We've got a short commercial break coming up, but we'll be back short after.
Imagine you have a double. He's a celebrity, but you have a different profile. He has a wild side, while you stay calm. And even though you both like music, it doesn't sound the same. Maybe one day you'll meet, but no, you're not identical. Nor will his island be like yours. Tenerife, one island, 1,000 views.
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
Atención que llega desde Puerto Santiago, término municipal de Santiago del Teide, el gran Pepe Herrera. Por favor, ¿me pueden devolver el micrófono de las entrevistas? Por favor. El micrófono de las entrevistas, ¿me lo pueden devolver? Que tengo aquí el primer canario esperándome. Tenemos a Felipe, a Lidia, a Trino, a David, a Pedro Miranda, a Gamaliel Cabrera, a Germán Cobo, a Albert Chavarría, a Angélica Barrios. Lidia Díaz completando del Pla Canarias. Viene Felipe Afonso y Pedro Miranda. Y Gamaliel Cabrera y Germán Cobo. Albert Chavarría, Angélica Barrios de Venezuela, Elizabeth Martín y Monse González. Camisetas de la Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB 2024, las que llevan nuestros corredores entrando en la línea de meta. Montserrat González, Elizabeth Martín, un montón de mujeres completando los 24 kilómetros. No. Celebrándolo por todo lo alto, Héctor Pérez. El cuarto de la modalidad de 47 kilómetros relevos. Viene Juan Soto. Román Martín. Miriam Rodríguez. Va a ser la próxima, la siguiente en alcanzar la línea de meta. A tope Román, Miriam, Raquel, Daniel Afonso, Ricardo Rodríguez, Paolo Escalia, Jorge Salazar, Nuria Mesa, Roberto Notario, Roberto Mancito. Últimos metros para Nuria. El aplauso para Roberto, para Ancor y para José Manuel, también para Ari. Siobhan Foley, de Irlanda, from Ireland. Javier Pinés, Olivia Femi, que viene desde Francia, completando la distancia 47K, 47 kilometers from him. Olivier coming from France. Miguel Milán, otro que termina los 24 kilómetros. Goyo Llanes. Matthew Breeze from UK. Scamming is arriving right now. From Netherlands. De los Países Bajos viene Jim Rottweiler.
All right. How are we doing? What's happening, Maj?
Martin. We are here watching Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB.
Poland is probably blowing out the chat right now because we have Martina Moniarczyk in the lead of the 73K, and look at her go. Like, if that is not perfect striding, and actually Jedrzejczyk had told me about it, the fact that she was a ballet dancer and she just has a flow, and she is absolutely beautiful to watch. And as we have her on the images, I can only concur with Jedrzejczyk. Imagine she's already been running probably like 72, 73 Ks. No, not 73 for her. Otherwise she would be at the finish. But yeah, she's looking smooth as. A couple of Ks from the finish. And again, if you're joining us, look at that 4-foot running. Beautiful. Spring in the legs. Masterclass of running form for Martina Moniarczyk. Who's about to take on the 73Ks. There we go. I was going to say, where is Poland? Poland, join us in the chat. Cheer on Martina. There you go. You're starting to do this. Kotek is in the house. We want to see you all. Share your love. And you know what? We're going to share your love even right there. So this is me. This is not the love. But just all the comments. And actually, we're missing out on the last comment. What's happening? Yeah. This video, if you can hear us, we need the last comments to cheer on Martina. I'm gonna cut it for now. No need to see.
Alexis Delgado.
That, and you can see over there in the distance the finish line in the resort in Puerto de la Cruz, where we've already welcomed the top 3 runners in the 47Ks, in the men's and in the women's, and then the top 3 runners in the 73Ks, as well as top 3 male in the 110. And next champion to cross the line will be Martina Moniarczyk, winner of the 73Ks, coming from Poland, and still moving extremely well. Very inspiring.
Yeah, Martin, beautiful form there. Hey, with 73 kilometers already. 70 kilometers really, sorry, 70 kilometers in the legs. That's some pretty strong, good form. And she is just under 3 kilometers from the finish line here. And no doubt this is, the sun is out in full force right now. So this is going to be a hot finish, as we've already noticed with a lot of the other runners. But she is looking good. Obviously, in a lot of control here. And
look,
I
on
dare
the
say
left-hand side
that this is how it's
Gemma
gonna be.
Arenas. Oh yeah, so there you go. It says second woman. I can recognize her running style and her ponytail in the wind. So you can see there's a hell of a difference between these two women. Gemma Arenas is expected to go through the Maritime station in 24 minutes, while it's already been 6 minutes since Martina Młynarczyk has gone through. So another sizable gap for this podium, although Gemma Arenas seems to be on the mission right now. So this is going downhill, but still the pace at which she's running is pretty impressive. Again, after some 68, 67 kilometers. And then, as much as she could be running away from third place, Cecilia Balcells is actually another 14 minutes back, so she can run kind of relaxed, because that is a gap that will be extremely hard to close for the last 9 kilometers.
Santiago Santizo, Aristides Sánchez, Diana Lozano.
We've seen a lot of these pavements over the last couple of hours, Martin, and I'm going to hang around to see another incredible finish for these top 3 women of the 73k. As you said, the gap here for between the first and second is quite sizable, but and you can see a pretty good representation of that there with that map. Look at that. That is a long section of trail on that map that Gemma would need to cover. But I think for Martina it is in the bag, this 73k win. Amazing gap, amazing run that she's been able to gain here. And I think with that strong form and with that running, it's no surprise. It would have been great to see a little bit more footage of these runners in the earlier stages of the race, absolutely. But it's cool to see this now, and totally grateful for this. This is awesome.
Yeah, and as you say, once again, it is quite rare to see such a form after 70 plus kilometers, and the pace she's running at right now on the flat is probably close to what Maud Matthys was running, except Maud Matthys was just finishing, just air quote, 47k run, and Martina is finishing a 73k run, and she's looking smooth as once again. Wow, yeah, what an inspiration. And then it shows that form does play a great role in the way you're moving. And if you're moving efficiently with good form, you're probably going to be moving faster than someone who's kind of falling apart a little bit. So core work is essential as much as going to the gym or doing exercises is never the fun part. That is definitely something that will benefit you, especially in the later stages of the race. So if you're a trail runner and if you're looking into ways of improving your performance or actually working on longevity, definitely doing core workouts is where you could start. Without risking to do anything wrong. You know, you do the plank and see how long you can last, making sure your back is straight and your bum is low, and that will do the trick.
Ahí viene, sonriente, celebrándolo.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think as you mentioned before, you know, with Maud, it's like cross training and getting those other ways to keep fit can play a really pivotal role in anyone's training, and especially when it comes to things like being resilient and being able to have longevity in the sport. And I think it's so cool that someone like Martina has come from such a different background with belly dancing. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, can you go and do that on a Tuesday night somewhere, like with a group of people, or what? Yeah, so it's that's really great. And you can see here that distance between the first and second woman is crept to just over 4 kilometers, which is amazing effort to put that kind of a distance into someone over the course of it would be coming up to 7 hours, I believe, in the race. So it's probably just gone 6 hours 23 minutes because they began at 6 a.m. local time down there in Tenerife.
Yeah, we would have had like pretty much every possible scenario here on that front, ocean front in Puerto de la Cruz. Like, we had some near sprint finishes, we had some big battles, long grinds, and as well as in this situation, gaps over 4 kilometers between runners, meaning that basically everything is done, sorted, and all they got to do is make it to the finish line. And you can see again on those visual representation of the map the difference between first and second runner in that 73 Ks in a women's category. We have a quick commercial break coming up, but stay with us to witness those beautiful finishes. All right, I've put us back on air because it looked like there's been a bit of a problem in the studios and we had to manually do this. We started talking over the images, not realizing we actually were live. But yeah, this is what's happening. So I guess it's been many hours of live coverage. So the guys in the studio now are just falling asleep. Yeah, these guys can't keep up, really. But no, more seriously, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, this is the finish of the 73Ks, 3,150 meters of elevation gain, and you are watching in the lead Martina Młynarczyk from Poland with the grace of an angel, making her way to the finish line to take the big win here at this Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And in the process, punching her ticket to CCC. And if she actually asked for it, I believe she could be eligible to a spot in the 2024 UTMB World Series final on the CCC. But that is if she wants to take it, or if she wants to give herself a little bit more time and taking it for the 2025 UTMB World Series final. One thing for sure, she looks like she's got the talent to do well at this race. And there she is, transitioning into drone shot and then the fixed camera in the finishing line. We're following a different runner here. Oh, and I think we're talking over. Well, I hope this is not the advert going on right now, because she is going across the line, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner in the 73Ks, Martina Młynarczyk from Poland. 3 times consecutively trail national champion. She was a ballet dancer, broke into the endurance world through triathlon, and has now burst onto the trail running scene. And she is needing some water. She dug really deep to get to where she is right now. And so I actually don't really know if you've seen what we've seen, but I hope you did, because we witnessed the finish of Martina Młynarczyk from Poland, the last few meters of her race, and finally a smile on her face. She looked a bit spent after she crossed the finish line, but she's earned it fair and square. First place in the 73Ks. And I think they were taking her maybe to the medical tent to check in on her. In the meantime, second place is still going Gemma Arenas. Nope, that is not Gemma Arenas. Is it? No, she didn't have a cap on. So I don't know who that is.
Definitely not, man. No.
Nope.
No, not sure. Amazing run, though, Martin. I think it's worth pointing out. Martina just ran 7 hours, 30 minutes for that 73K. So that's a great run. That's an amazing effort for her to just skim under 7 hours and 30 minutes. So 7:29:41 for the finish, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Maj, and then I think that's gonna really improve her UTMB index. Currently sitting at 743. I think that's gonna bring her to a much better UTMB index. So there she is now, Gemma Arenas. And I gotta say, she's still moving extremely well. Gemma, who's joined the team Homas with the likes of Miguel Heras, for example. So old timers who are still going strong. And Gemma is definitely motoring. Man, she still had some gas in the tank for that finish.
Yeah, that's amazing. You just kind of wonder, like, if you look at Gemma Arenas moving there, she's obviously nailed her. You know, she's obviously been able to conserve her legs, conserve her energy to a point where she can have a really strong finish. I'm sure she would have loved to have been a lot closer to first place at this point, moving this fast. I think it's a bit of bittersweet to be able to finish a race this strong, but not be over the line in first place. So I think she'd be stoked to be able to finish like this with, you know, with some strength in her movement and in her finish, but then also be like, could I have given more a bit earlier on to close that gap between first place or. Yeah, but, you know, I guess, you know, she might mention that in post-race interview. She might not. But, yeah, as you said, Martin, she's really moving along right now. Cadence is high, looks very strong, good form, and a huge smile on the face too. So she's obviously pretty happy with the situation right now. You know, another runner who was out at Transvolcania earlier on this year and participated in that whole running event. So yeah, there's quite a few people backing it up, jumping from island to island in these races.
Oh, and she's looking back. She's not 100% confident about where she is. I mean, it doesn't cost much to look back, but the gap is done, and she can safely make it to the finish. But you're right, like it is a pretty quick turnaround after Transvolcania, only about a month ago, if that, not even, I think 3 weeks. And so backing it up with another 70 plus Ks, yeah.
Yeah, it's not yeah, I believe I'm not sure if she actually did the biggest distance at Transvolcania or if she just did the marathon.
That's
but I mean, still, you know, like it's if she raced hard at Transvolcania.
You're right. She did the marathon. She won the marathon at Transvolcania, which is like a massive one in terms of muscle damage because it starts it's back on the original course at El Pilar and then all the way down to Tazacorte Port, meaning there's like I think it's a net downhill of almost 1,000 meters. So that will do damage on that last descent.
Sounds delightful, my friend. Sounds delightful.
But yeah, exactly as you were saying, and you were pointing it out. Like it is tough sometimes. I mean, it is a comfortable place to be able to have gas in the tank and the ability to crank another gear to get to the finish in good form and good speed. But then obviously, yeah, you do wonder. It's like, what if I kicked in a little earlier? Could I have had a shot to maybe come and challenge Martina? I mean, those are the thoughts that creep up probably after she'll cross the finish line, because as of now, since she was looking back, she's probably on the mission to get to that finish line and secure that second place. But I mean, again, this is like with ifs, you can change the world. But Martina Młynarczyk, I gotta say, looked on another planet today, and the fact that she looked so good and so comfortable finishing makes me assume that she might have had another gear that should anyone had come and challenge her, she would have been able to switch gear and maybe pull away to secure that win. But super cool to see Gemma back racing at this level. Gemma Arenas, who's a veteran in the sport, in the 45 to 49 years old age group, in UTMB index of 760, while Martina Młynarczyk, who we see here on replay images, was at 643. So as we anticipated, I think her UTMB index is going to climb at a much higher score, and we'll see that after the race. But yeah, I think hopefully Albert is still in the finishing area, and we'll be able to do an interview with Martina and ask her if she's going to either 2024 or the 2025 UTMB World Series final in the CCC. She's going to take that on.
Yeah, there's a few people asking for a bit of a replay of the Martina finishing and winning this 100K at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. So here we have a replay of her crossing the line. So I hope everyone can enjoy that at home. Apologies, we didn't have that up earlier on. A little bit of confusion on this side of things, but this is the finish of the 73K female champion for 2024. Martina Młynarczyk coming over the line here. Big smile, a lot of relief, lifting up that ribbon, punching it into the sky, having a good day. Yeah, she knows that that was a big, long, hard, but well worth it day out there. Straight away asking for a little bit of water. I think, as we've been able to tell, a lot of the runners here are finishing this race, and understandably pretty cooked, finishing in the heat of the sun down there on the water's edge.
Ah, there we go. As anticipated, Albert Jorquera will carry on the interview.
Martina, the winner of the 73K race. Martina, you said in your Instagram that you wanted to qualify for CCC. You are now qualified. Are you happy?
Yes, I'm so happy. It's my dream to qualify here.
How was the race? Really hot, no?
Yes, hot. The last flat section was really hot, and the mountain was really great and cold, but here I'm done.
Not the same weather as in Poland, eh?
Not the same.
You've been training a lot this year. I've seen that you've done a marathon in 2 hours 40 here in Spain, in Sevilla. You've been training a lot in road this year, so you are fast.
Yes, I think I'm good in flat section, but not in this condition like here, actually. But yes, I feel strong on the flat section.
But today, I don't know if you know them, but you were running with Gemma Arenas, Ragna de Bats, which are one of the best female runners of the world. So you should be really happy of your result.
Yes, I'm really happy. It was a tough race, but it was really great performance for me.
So if you want to say, to finish the interview, good English, do you want to say like a short sentence in Polish?
Dziękuję bardzo za trzymanie kciuków i za wszystkie, i za kibicowanie i za wspieranie mnie na trasie.
I think I understood everything. Thank you and congratulations, Martina.
La entrevista a la ganadora de los 73K. Han entrado Víctor.
All right, we have our answer, and she will be at the start of the CCC. That was her intention all along. I had missed that Instagram post where she was announcing that she was coming out to get that CCC qualifying place. So definitely stoked that she will be towing the line in end of August in Chamonix. And in the meantime, Gemma Arenas still trucking forward on her way to the finish line. And after that, you were saying that Ragnar Debat had moved back one spot in fourth. Is that right? Yep. And that would be Celia Balcells from Spain as well, who's expected at Puerto de la Cruz. She'd just gone through Maritime Aid Station, and so expected at the finish line in 13 minutes.
Yeah, so a late change in the game there for the 73K women's podium. Ragnar Debatz was sitting in third place for a long time there. But as you said, Martin, Celia Balcells is in third place now, and looks like from the timing she has a comfortable lead over fourth place, who is Ragnar Debatz at the moment. So yeah, pretty yeah. I mean, Ragnar is a world champion, right? She won the world championship when it was in Spain back in 2018, I believe. So no slouch, and yeah, obviously just must have been one of those days where she hasn't been able to finish probably as strong as she would have liked. Unsure of any reasons why that would be the case, but Celia Balcells is the one we are going to be looking for in third place as she makes her way to Puerto de la Cruz at the finish line. Just behind Gemma Arenas, who is imminent for that finish line, and we have her on screen now. Watching that fast finish, which we've seen a few of this amazing day down here in the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. So yeah, let's watch another one come over the line, and you can see there's some of her results that have already taken shape this year, which is pretty amazing for a 2024 season to have 3 first place already on the cards.
Yeah, she is very consistent. As opposed to, as we were talking about, Ragnar Debat, sometimes she delivers and she scores extremely high, but there are also a fair few races where she doesn't perform at her level, and results sometimes in DNFs as well. So yeah, it's sometimes a hit or miss for Ragnar. It looks like today is going to be slightly in between that with the 4th place, which definitely is nothing to be shy of course, but like knowing Ragnar, she always shoots for the top spots of the podium. And we had quick images, I think, aerial shots of Eva Maria Sperger from Germany, leading the 110 kilometers in the women's category, and she's expected at the Maritime Aid Station in 28 minutes. And we'll hopefully see her as well run through that section in probably 10 to 20 minutes. Actually, more than 20 minutes. 27 minutes away, so yeah, more like 40 minutes. 45 minutes, she'll be where Gemma Arenas is. And there we go, she is smiling. She's starting to realize that second place is in the bag. Gemma Arenas representing once again Team Roma and waving at the crowds. She can hear the finish line. You can see the palm trees on the left-hand side of your screen. This is where the resort of Puerto de la Cruz is hosting the finish line. And there you go. You've got the crowds, the public. They're all here to celebrate Gemma's second place. And then again, knowing Gemma's pedigree and the way she finished, I think gives us a better perspective on Martina Młynarczyk's performance. The fact that she managed to win so far ahead of Gemma is truly a statement that she is to be expected at the top now on the world scene, and another athlete from Poland carrying the flag up high at international level. And yeah, makes definitely me one of those looking forward to seeing her throwing it down at CCC.
Quito Santana llega a meta saliendo
And
desde
there we go.
Vilaflor.
Gemma is going to be
7
celebrated
horas
on
y
the finish line.
48 minutos para uno de nuestros primeros espadas tinerfeños. Geray Afonso, Carmelo Naranjo, Víctor Aparicio, Curti Thibault, David García, Bárbara Balestier.
Speaker got the memo that Gemma is coming in.
Atención que viene Gemma Arenas, la segunda clasificada, segunda en los 73 kilómetros. Gemma Arenas llega a la línea de meta como segunda clasificada de la distancia de 73 kilómetros desde Vilaflor de Chasna. Fran Santana también va a terminar los 73 kilómetros en una posición más que interesante, 11º. Claudia.
And there we go. We have our third woman here on the waterfront, probably a couple of Ks away from the finish. 7 hours and almost 50 minutes elapsed in that 73 Ks.
Yeah, that is Celia Bolsels there, Martin. Spanish as well. So Poland first place, Spain second with Gemma Arenas, and Celia Bolsels is coming in third place, another Spanish. Looks like we're expecting her to cover these last few kilometers in probably about the next 6 minutes, and she will be able to celebrate a finish here. As you said, just ticked over 7 hours and 50 minutes for this 73k race with just over 3,000 meters of elevation. You know, they started at 6 a.m. this morning. It was pretty fresh then, I'd imagine. So they've definitely gone through a lot of cold and now a lot of warm moments, as our winner Martina was explaining to us before. It's very hot down here, so yeah. Looks like we'll cut to the finish here for a bit of a chat with.
El llano, pero con arena se hace un poquillo pesado cuando faldeamos el Teide, pero es precioso. Y bueno, el final también, el asomadero es muy duro, pero es muy chulo también. Bueno, es una carrera que ya había hecho en Campeonato de España, también hice segunda. Y bueno, pues tenía ganas de volver y aquí estamos.
Físicamente, ¿cómo te estás encontrando este año?
Bueno, bien, a pesar de que no estoy parando de correr, bastante bien, con los objetivos que me estoy marcando. Muy contenta y están saliendo. Para un mes y después hago Campeonato de España en Somiedo y bueno, a ver qué pasa.
Bueno, pues el aplauso para la segunda clasificada en el 73K, Gemma Arenas. El aplauso para ella.
Walking us through her experience across the course, and she said at the top of the Teide, it was absolutely beautiful. She really enjoyed the course, and obviously even more so when she finishes second. I think in a month from now she's got the National Championship of Spain. I don't know if it's a month from now or a month ago, where she mentioned that, and then she says, but definitely this race is a must-do when you want to race in Spain. And yeah, show that she still got it. Second place today.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we mentioned before, like already a year with a number of first places at I guess shorter distances up to the marathon still. But yeah, she's definitely had a really strong start in this first half of the year. It's going to be really interesting to see what she wants to do with the rest of it. Absolutely. And this
again,
yeah, this is our third female in the 100k or the 100k category, but the 73-kilometer race. Third female, Celia Bolsels, coming in, another Spanish runner. So I'm sure she's ready to finish this off. looking a little bit stiff in her form compared to the two women running ahead of her, but she's still moving, and I'm sure that's probably more a factor of her just overall running form and running style more so than running with stiff legs from all the kilometers that have been before her.
Yeah, I agree, and yet it's hard. I was not able to really pinpoint what was going on because she's still moving well, and it still looks like kind of smooth and a cleanish running form. I feel like maybe the range of motion has decreased, and like we're into that ultra shuffle. So I don't know if this is sore legs or if it's just how she's running, because obviously we didn't catch images of her earlier in the race, so just to know whether this is just how she runs from start to finish, or as you say, if the kilometers have taken a toll on her, rightfully so, and now she's running with that form. But looking around and ticking along, still moving well after probably 72 Ks. It's about a K. If you remember when we got past that tower in the distance, the black tower where the ladies in the 47 kilometers, second and third, were truly throwing it down when Marta Perez passed Sonia Viciano at this very moment, just past the tower, and then to never look back and take second place in a 47K. Now, this is not going to be an issue for Celia Basels. She has it in the bag. Ragnar is still 7 minutes back, and so she'll be able to cruise into the finish line. But that is a long section. Like, if you're not feeling 100%, you have time to look on the inside and have a self-talk going on. And if it takes a negative spin, that could probably be very unpleasant finish. So then it's a matter of switching on the positive thoughts and focusing on the task at hand, and think now, which we saw with some runners, to just understand, all right, I got to look after myself. I have to drink. She pulled out her soft flask just earlier, and you just grind it in, take it step after step. And it looks like the clouds are actually spreading now.
Kilometers.
Yeah, and I'm sure that is a welcome bit of relief from the heat of that sun, because as we saw a number of runners come over the finish line, really had the body language of just, I am cooked. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this sun to go away. I'm not ready for my holiday just yet. I need to cool down. So yeah, I'm sure that this spread of low cloud cover is very well. There we go, checking with the cameraman about how far it is to go. So she's obviously very, very keen to see that finish line, and as everyone else has before her, crack a big smile and enjoy that last kilometer or last few hundred meters of this race, which is no doubt been an incredible effort from Celia here as she comes in third in the 73K race today, dodging a lot of tourists here.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a close goal with that hand pointing out.
Yeah. She's obviously got a little bit left in the tank if she can dodge through tourists like that, which is great to see.
And there you go, 1K to go to claim the third spot on the podium of these 73Ks.
And it's going to be close, but she might sneak under 8 hours here, although she will need to really put on some burners if she wants to go out under that 8 hour time. It's currently sitting at 7:58.16, and yeah, closing strong. Not that it really matters, Martin. You know, it's not about the time. It's just about getting it done. Hey.
Exactly, getting it done, and knowing that when you cross the line, you've given your best, you've done what you needed to do, and you reflect positively on yourself and taking possible mistakes that you've made and turn this into experience. But be kind on yourself, and you know, as you say, like sometimes people shoot for positions, and you know, you can't control anyone around you. So if anyone is listening, if you set yourself a goal, this can't be a position, because you will never know or control everyone else's race around you. And so, you know, I joke with sometimes people I work with, and it's like, well, if you're shooting for a podium and you're in third and somebody's creeping up behind you, what you gonna do? Like open your arms wide and stop them from passing you? It's just like, no, there's nothing you can do. And so what you can focus on and bring in the best out of yourself, focus on what you do on a personal level with the training you've done, and be smart about the race, do your homework prior to the race. And from that perspective, then execute the best you can, and develop this ability to deal with whatever is being thrown at you, because in an ultra running, this is exactly what's going to happen. And again, looking back at Marta Perez, who was definitely struggling in that last climb, well, she clearly turned it around, because the way she finished, and she out-sprinted Sonia Viciano for the second place in the 47K. She did look after herself and got back on her feet. So again, this is developing this ability to welcome the unknown and dealing with it the best you can with the cards you're given on the day. Somebody who's been dealt a good deck today and made the best out of the hand she had is our first woman in the 110 kilometers, coming from Germany. Eva Maria Sperger is looking also very well. It's a masterclass from the ladies today in all distances. Quite inspiring, because she still looks really well after running 106. Where is she? Yeah, 106, bang on, kilometers. She now has the rest of the waterfront to cover, but she shouldn't be bothered at all, because the next runner, if this is accurate, the second place runner in the 110 kilometers is getting to the bottom of the big climb, the Pes del Asomadero, and therefore she's miles back.
Es la tercera
All right.
clasificada, Celia.
We celebrating Celia crossing the line and taking third place in the 73Ks behind Martina Munarczyk.
Podio femenino al completo en el 73K.
En Gemma Arenas.
Celia Balcés, entró Seven Rodríguez. Álvaro Rodríguez.
That's a face of relief right there, hey? Yeah, the day is done for you. Excellent work there, Celia Balcells. That's amazing. Just ticked over 8 hours there in the end, but look at that. Just a real sense and sign of relief from her. Amazing run, big smile, bit of a laugh. I think she'll be pretty stoked with that result, and definitely pretty happy to be done with that day. And yeah, as you said, Martin, we've got some footage here of the first female in the 110K. So that's the 100-mile category within the UTMB World Series. And so, yeah, we're going to be able to see her finish. Pretty interesting how it all works out, hey? Eva Maria Sperger here, and she is running in the sun along that waterfront. I'm sure she's just waiting for that cloud to go over the sun again, so she doesn't have to deal with that heat, but she's moving strong. Looks like she's in control, like a lot of these women have been in these final few kilometers of the race. We estimate that she has about, it wouldn't be much over 3 kilometers left. But yeah, it looks like she's got some good form. And if she can just keep that rhythm, keep that flow along this flatter road section of the race, then yeah, then she'll be home before we know it, and she'll be able to celebrate and get that ticket to the UTMB Mont-Blanc UTMB race, the big one, 171, 10,000 meters of elevation at the end of August in Chamonix.
Yeah, and as we end up talking about everyone's strides at the finish, I'm impressed about the length of the stride. It's like a Jim Walmsley stride, super long, very like springy almost, but yeah, it means that she still has a lot of strength left to be able to pull off that stride. Obviously, that's going uphill a little bit, so she's looking in the distance and slowing down a little bit. But yeah, she's trying to.
And that's
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, man. She's been going for just, you can see that in the top left corner of the screen. She's been going for just over 15 hours at this race right now. So yeah, that's a long time. And I think it's also important to say that they started at 11 p.m. last night. So they have run through the night and now they're running into the day. And that is quite difficult because you need to understand how your body is going to react if it starts running its race at 11 p.m. at night when it's usually probably in bed. So, you know, what they've had to do to prepare themselves is that is one heck of a challenge in itself, you know. So, yeah, they've gone through the night, so they've had to miss a night of sleep, and then they've had to run into the day and finish this off in the early parts of the morning. So yeah, it's 15 hours, which could sometimes be done majority in the daytime, but not in this case. They've done a lot of night running, and yeah, they've had to probably do it the tougher way around. That's for sure. We've got the studio team there showing me some French pastries, which I would like express post to the island of Australia, please. Express post.
Express post will send croissant, pain au chocolat, and what looks like a good Caesar salad. Because yeah, aid station happens also in the studios, ladies and gentlemen. We have to fuel during this live coverage. But we are still all eyes on Eva Maria Asperger as she's making her way to the finish line and claim the big W for these 110 kilometers.
Yeah, I think it's important to just make mention too. Eva, it looks like she's actually placed 8th overall in the race as well, which is cool. So sitting in that top 10 overall for the race, which is cool to see. We see it more and more often now that females are placing higher and higher in these races overall, and that's yeah, she's been able to obviously maintain a really good position throughout the whole race, and it's super solid. So yeah, big shout out to her for managing that and getting that done.
Yeah, and once again, I think it's always a good gauge to see the UTMB score at the end of the race that will then feed into her personal UTMB index to gauge the performance of all these runners, because she's over an hour ahead of the rest of the field. So then is that like the field was not as deep, or is that her performance that's truly outstanding today? So it looks like she's, I mean, again, like she's looking good, she's looking strong. And yeah, the second runner from Lithuania, Gitana Akmanavičiūtė, I hope I got it a little better than last time, is still expected anytime now at the Base del Asomadero, which is the bottom of the climb that we've seen much earlier today. And so that means probably 90 minutes, at least from the finish line. So like the gap here is out of this world. And so it will be good, again, to gauge Eva Maria Sperger's performance as she crosses the finish line.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the way that Eva Maria has done this race, you will see that it's like really is a masterclass. She got to the first timing point in 30th position overall, and then all day just chipped away, like just all day just made up positions. She went from 30th to 23rd to 14th to 13th, 11th. She took one step back and went back up to 12th, but then she just chipped away from 12th to 11th again, back down to 8th overall, and that's where she currently sits. So it's just like consistently chipping her way down that finishes list. And yeah, obviously like a very, very solid run. I noticed as well that she came fourth at last year's Diagonal des Fous in Reunion. So that's that's a tough race. I can't say I've ever done it myself, but from what I've seen and what I've heard, it's a very tough race. And so she's obviously experienced at long races, big days out in the mountains, and you can see here that she's really kind of hit her stride with this race in particular, and it's obviously worked really, really well for her. So that's cool to see. And no doubt she's in this category because she does want to run the big one at the UTMB World Series final, and wants to run UTMB at that event, be it this year or maybe next year. So, but we'll see. That will be interesting.
Yeah, and as you pointed it out, like fourth at La Diagonale des Fous is definitely solid, and it shows that she can handle, as you say, big mountains. But then she also won at the Restonica Trail in Corsica, and this is another race that is both big mountain, but also extremely challenging from a technical perspective. So maybe this last part of the race, which is far more runnable, is where she will struggle the most. As much as she still looks okay, maybe she is a mountain runner first and foremost, and in that runnable section she's just getting it done. But maybe this is not where she can truly express herself, because as they went up and over from south to northwest of the Tenerife island and over the Teide, this is probably where she built up most of her lead. And now is just cruising to the finish. But yeah, as you said, probably one more runner we should be expecting to see towing the line in Chamonix, and another one we're definitely looking forward to seeing how she can perform on the big loop around Mont-Blanc.
The big beautiful loop, mate. The big beautiful loop.
The BBL.
Amazing how
that's what we're gonna call it.
Amazing how these races. Yeah, I think we might need to check with if we're allowed to call it that just yet. But I think it's pretty cool. Like runners today have been going from the south of the island all the way to the north. A traverse that takes in a lot of landscape and similar to UTMB, like a really cool route. It has a sense of purpose to it. It has a sense of direction to it. So yeah, Martin, another thing too that I just noticed Eva Maria is her age. She's 45, so she's definitely a little bit like you were mentioning before. Like Gemma Arenas is up in that close to that veterans category, which is I'm pretty sure it is actually. I better get you to confirm that. But 45, so definitely a little bit older. So that's pretty cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, and her results go back to 2021, where she was already tackling like 100K plus races with the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard in Switzerland. That she was second at it. She was top 10. She was 10th at UTMB in 2022, so that would be a comeback. And then getting stronger. She was 20th at Trail World Champ long distance in Innsbruck. Won the Oceania Trail, and then, as you said, in 2023, her big 100-mile was Diagonale des Fous in La Réunion Island, taking 4th place in 32 hours and 41 minutes. I think a few years back, 3rd place in the women's was sub 30 hours, so I don't remember exactly the weather conditions in Diagonale des Fous last year, if that was a slow year or not. But anyway, Eva Maria Sperger here in the street. She has just gone through the 1K mark. So in 5 minutes or so, she will be relieved and crowned the 2024 winner of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB on the 100-mile distance. 15 hours and 15 minutes elapsed to take the win, and most likely punch her ticket to UTMB. And our camera runner is just taking a wee break. Oh yeah, they're on the mountain bike. That's why they don't want to bother all the spectators. And it looks like she's ready to be done. I think that long runnable sections can really take a toll on you, especially mentally, especially after 15 hours and 15 minutes. But hopefully she will be welcomed by the public in the streets of Puerto de la Cruz. You can see the palm trees in the distance. It's a matter of 2-3 minutes now for Eva Maria.
Yeah, amazing run, really. Eva Maria, when you look at it, she is a very, very experienced runner. Yeah, it's got a lot of finishes at a lot of big races under her belt, and some incredible successes mixed in amongst that as well. So I think, as you mentioned before, Martin should be is definitely at home here in this type of mountainous terrain, judging by what we've been able to see within her results of the past. And I think today is just an example to say that she is in really good form and is likely going to be really eyeing off that UTMB spot, whether it be in the 2024 or whether it be 2025. I'm sure she wants to get back there and really knock that off.
The thing is, I think because she was winner of the Oceania Trail last year, she already punched her ticket to this year's UTMB. So, like, the question is she going or not? But the assumption would be yes, since she was there in 2021 and 2022. Sorry, a couple of years ago and got top 10. So that would probably leave you pretty hungry for more and for a better performance. So after, once again, her win at Oceania Trail by UTMB, well, she has her ticket and then probably is going to toe the line at the end of August this year in Chamonix for the big, beautiful loop. And now is on her way to punch her ticket for next year's UTMB. And there we go, massive transition into the finish line to see him come through.
Ella va a ser la ganadora de la distancia reina. Ahí viene, lo va a celebrar por todo lo alto. Es la ganadora femenina de la distancia más larga. 110 kilómetros. Vence la Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. Eva Esberger de Alemania, from Germany. She's the winner of the longest distance, 110 kilometers. The female winner. Miriam completa ahora el recorrido.
She looks happy, Martin. She looks happy to have that done and take the win.
Mario Mesa también completando por parejas los 47 kilómetros. Jesús.
It was quite a big transition. You've been on your own out in the mountains for a long time, in that case over 15 hours, and then you end up reconnecting with civilization, with stuff, you know, the effort is over, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, okay, I need to talk to people, I need to interact, and it's sometimes a bit of a challenge, and this is where usually emotions end up really overflowing with joy, with realization of what just happened, what's been achieved. Because yeah, for these long races, you're like eyes on the prize for the longest time until you can finally relax. And on the left-hand side, you got a bit of a replay of her last kilometers.
Es Jesús el que llega a la línea de meta. María Rodríguez, Natalia Magmier de Francia, de la France. Nerea Alejandro, María Paulius from Lithuania, 73 kilometers from him.
Yeah, and then the finish line commentator or the finish line manager tells you to turn around and go back and give people high fives down the finishing chute. You know, that is a real gig of a professional right there, you know. If you get sent back down the course where you came from and you got to go back and give people high fives, that is and if you can do that, that is a true sign of a world-class runner. True sign.
Luli Molina, Javi Padrón en los 47K de relevos.
Yeah. So I don't know if Albert Jorquera is still in the house. And if he is, we should probably have an interview at some point with the 110 kilometers winner, the 100-mile category at this Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB.
Estefanía López en el relevo. Bernardo Martínez en los 73K. Palabras mayores. Desde Vilaflor de Chasna. Christoph Mingam, 47 kilómetros. Juanjo Marrero, 73. Casi nada. Carolina Midor desde Polonia, from Poland, Polska, termina los 47. 47 kilometers for her, coming from Poland.
All right. She is being channeled maybe into the interview area, hopefully.
Sebastián de Lely de la France.
Not too sure.
Termina a los 47. Gregorio Pérez con su pareja de 47 por relevos. Goyo y Laura.
Oh, yeah, we have, there you go.
Maria Sperger,
Beautiful.
the winner of the race, 110K. Not only winner, but actually 8th in the overall. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know it. That's great.
Amazing race. I don't know if in German it's Glücksgrund or something like that. Congratulations.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch. It's in German.
How was the race for you? You lead all the way, especially after the second half. How was the race?
It was super hard, especially the altitude. I felt it so much. I felt so dizzy. And then the heat. So the second part of the race, it was quite tough. And luckily I could come back a little bit and push a little bit in the end, but it was super hard.
What was your goal or the motivation of the race? Because like you were right ahead of the girls. So was it also like testing yourself for UTMB or?
Yeah, I'm in for UTMB, but I just wanted to do the race because I think it's very nice to go up to 3,500 meters and nearly to the highest point of Spain. So great, great race.
You were 4th last year in Diagonal de Fou. Is it a race that is a little bit similar to this?
Diagonal de Fou is way more difficult from the ground. Here you can run more, but the altitude is very hard. So it's a little bit different.
And in 2022, you were 10th in UTMB. What are your expectations for this year?
At the moment, just sleep, lie down and relax.
One beer and you will think in UTMB maybe next year, next week, no?
Yeah, maybe next week.
So congratulations. I don't know if you want to send a message to your home, to people that are following from home.
Yes. Hello to everyone who followed me. Thanks. It motivates me a lot to know that people are following me. So thanks a lot for that.
Dankeschön. Congratulations, Eva Maria Sperger, the winner of the race.
La entrevista a la ganadora femenina de la distancia larga de los 110 kilómetros. La única ha ganado la línea de meta.
All right, that was the interview of Eva Maria. Our winner in this 110 kilometers here at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And we have an aerial shot of the finishing area here in Puerto de la Cruz. And we're gonna chill for a bit, let you enjoy the views. And we'll be back for the rest of the podium in this 110 kilometers in the female category.
Intentamos lograr con todos los corredores una experiencia positiva de su participación en la carrera. Aquí viene uno de los veteranos, Juan Carlos, terminando los 24 kilómetros. 56 años. Juan Carlos Martín. Esta es la Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, es la carrera de montaña más importante de Tenerife, junto con la K42. Y la que más participación de fuera de nuestra isla de la historia ha conseguido. Claude Vázquez, Jorge Gómez, 47 kilómetros. Pedro, 47 también. Completando los 73, Steven Ishawa. Quelque chose comme ça. En prononciation n'est pas si bon. Claude Vázquez. Van a seguir llegando corredores a esta línea de meta en la que nos encontramos en esta Tenerife Bluetrail UTMB 2024. Por ejemplo, ahora acaba de cruzar Ana María los 47K. Natalia y Lorenzo. Eric Lacroix. Jessica Tipán. Jessica completa los 73 kilómetros. Francisco Martínez los 110. Partiendo desde los Cristianos y llegando al puerto de la Cruz.
All right, team, just to give you a heads up, we're still going to be there for second and third female, obviously, in the 110 kilometers. However, if you've been following on the live.utmb.world tracking system, so the tracking at the base del Asumadero is actually not working. So the second and third women have gone through, and they're on that climb and on that descent, but they still haven't gone through the 100-kilometer point, which is still far over 9 kilometers away from the finish. So we can expect to see them come through the finish in just over an hour. So basically, we're gonna just give you the images of the finish line. We're gonna tune out from the commentary, but we will be back for the 4 or 5 last kilometers of these two ladies to make sure that we give them the love that they deserve. The Lithuanian runner Gitana Akamana-Vichute and Claire Heslop from Canada. So we'll be waiting for both of them and welcome them home. So stay with us. We'll be back in about an hour.
Estamos en la Tenerife Bluetrail, año 2024, edición número 13. Con cientos de corredores ganando la línea de meta. Él viene desde Vilaflor de Chazna. Alejandro Pérez, Jordi Balagueró, son dos finishers de 73K. Marcin Siemba from Polska, Polonia, Poland, Ernesto. También termina la carrera en el caso de los 24 kilómetros. Oman Labastide, los 47 de Francia, de La Paz. Marcel Toro from Netherlands, Poland. Desde Holanda, Países Bajos. Lorena del Cristo alcanza la gloria en los 24 kilómetros. Sensiblemente emocionada, con dedicatoria especial. Viene Sanjay Sherpa desde Francia, aunque él es nepalí. Antonio completa el recorrido también, Antonio Aznar, Jonathan Mayor, Miche Gil. Pero viene Sanjay Sherpa. Él ha vencido en alguna ocasión la Tenerife Bluetrail. No sé ni cuántas ediciones lleva ya el nepalí. El nepalí afincado en Francia. Sanjay Sherpa es el número 10 que llega a la línea de meta. Enhorabuena para Sanjay Sherpa. Rafael llegando a meta al igual que Elba, los 24K. Antonio Manuel, los 47. Mijailo Sibirdiuk from Ukraine, desde Ucrania, 47 kilómetros, 47 kilometers from him. A tope llegando otro ultramaratoniano, señoras y señores, Antoine Kleiner. 110 kilometers from him. De la France. Antoine Kleiner. Javi Santos. Raico Guerra. Jonathan Hernández. En nuestro arco de meta pueden ver las diferentes distancias que tenemos y el tiempo invertido hasta el momento en carrera. Comenzando con la distancia de 24 kilómetros, 5 horas y 33 minutos. Llega Víctor, completando la segunda distancia, 47 kilómetros, 6 horas y 34. La de 73K salía desde Miraflor de Chasna esta mañana. Enhorabuena para Julián. Y el 110K salía hace 15 horas y 34 minutos desde Los Cristianos, desde la playa de Los Cristianos. Sube al Teide, a la altura del teleférico, en la Rambleta, y baja al Puerto de la Cruz. Sube por Pico Viejo, baja por la otra cara, con lo cual imagínense la dureza de la carrera. This is the longest and highest race in Tenerife. We talk about 110 kilometers. All runners, they have to climb 3,555 meters from the sea level at Teide, the highest mountain in Spain. Francisco López, Álvar, Travasos. 47 kilómetros. José Manuel Casero, también 47. Nemcic Ove, from Croacia, de Croacia. El croata termina los 24. Llega al unísono Fiona Reyes en los relevos de 47. Aitor Álvarez, Gabriel Abrantes, 47 kilómetros para el argentino. Jorge Domínguez, también 47. Javier Santos, Juan Eduardo Afonso, Santiago Castellano, Beatriz López, Emilio López. La línea de meta del Puerto de la Cruz que seguirá activa hasta las 2 de la madrugada. Emilio lo consigue los 47. Juan Martín, Abraham Méndez, Joel Wagner, Jay Warren from Ireland, de Irlanda. Llega nuestro siguiente corredor en completar la distancia de 47 kilómetros. El impacto de la Tenerife Bluetrail en toda la isla. Inmejorable con 1.800 corredores llegados desde fuera de la isla para participar en la carrera. Eric Biosca, Joel One from Ireland, David Torta. David Horta termina los 47. Alto, Aaron Alonso, Samuel Roussel, Vincent Bosque, Libertad Rivero. Juanjo terminó 73 kilómetros. Dacia Yuri, Libertad Rivero y Luis Olivero. Alia con su pareja en la distancia de 47 de relevos. Otra de las modalidades de esta Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. Omar Arencibia, Jorge Álvarez, Mario Báez, Ernesto López, Fran Rodríguez, Nicolás Urián. Nicolás va a finirle 73 kilómetros. Ahí Tami Peraza también va a terminar los 73 kilómetros. Al igual que Daniel Guerrero, todos mis respetos para estos auténticos titanes que salían desde Miraflor de Chasna. Viene Super Paco con 80 años. 80 años. Completa Super Paco. Convertido el pasado jueves en leyenda de la Bluetrail. Junto a otros 4 corredores. Leyendas de esta Tenerife Bluetrail. Daniel Borges, Renata Kovacs, Ron Polska, Nicolás Urián, 63 kilómetros. Sergio Pariña, Iván Hernández, Ricky Delgado, los últimos en cruzar la línea de meta. Turno para Iván ahora, él termina los 47 kilómetros, que son palabras mayores. Aris Mikhail de Grecia, from Greece. Sergio con la camiseta de la Tenerife Bluetrail 2024. El griego Aris Mikhail terminó los 47K. Esta es la Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, año 2024, edición número 13. David Alberti, Marc de la Iglesia, 47 kilómetros para ellos. Aitor Afonso lo hace por relevos. La distancia de 47K. Con el Cabildo de Tenerife, con Deportes de Tenerife, con Turismo de Tenerife despierta emociones, con Turismo de las Canarias, con P2 en Express, Cajamar, Caja Rural, Coca-Cola, Hospital, Fisio Relax, Fontey del Ibis y Sola, Cooperativa La Paz, Clínica del Pie de la Orotava. Es posible esta Tenerife Bluetrail 2024. Franco Hernán termina los 110 kilómetros, el argentino. Desde Los Cristianos hasta el puerto de la Cruz, ¡qué grande! También Fausto Volta a los 47. Elena del Bollo Trail, aquí viene. Señoras y señores, un ultramaratoniano. Carles Hidalgo termina los 73, Ancor Bordón y Miguel Ángel Hernández los 47, pero Franco Hernán Oro termina los 110K. Ahí tenemos totalmente de negro el argentino, acompañado de Pierre Bella, que termina la distancia de 47. De hecho, Frank Oro es el número 12 en completar los 110 kilómetros. Todos nuestros respetos para un hombre que es capaz de cruzar la isla del sur al norte, subiendo y bajando el Teide. Cambrier. David Bello. David Bolaños. Diego Varela. Díaz Fernández. Otros finishers que se van uniendo a la línea de meta de la Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. También colaboran con nosotros Gofios La Molineta y Lam Martínez del Puerto de la Cruz, firma la Universidad Europea de Canarias, Radio Televisión Canaria y Emergencias QRV. Para los corredores que van llegando a meta les comento el horario de los siguientes autobuses o guagua. ¿No? Guagua, pero algunos no van a entender la palabra guagua. Atención que llega Díaz para completar el 47K. Denisa Herman from Romania. Va a terminar también los 47 desde Rumanía. Los próximos autobuses ya salen cada hora. Salió uno a las 2, sale uno a las 3, a las 4, a las 5, a las 6, a las 7, a las 8, a las 9, a las 10 y a las 11. For the runners to return with the bus. We have buses at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Más o menos me entero en inglés, ¿eh? Las horas me las sé. Atención que llega Javi Juan Manuel González. Las guaguas salen aquí al lado, una de las calles contiguas a esta zona en la que nos encontramos de la meta. Van a salir cada hora para llegar a los corredores a los diferentes lugares de origen. A La Laguna, a Santa Cruz, hay otra parada en el puertito de Güímar y otra en Arona. Inmaculada Hernández cruzando la meta. Rubén Ramos, 47 kilómetros, al igual que Josué Castro y Jonathan Pérez. Les voy a contar una anécdota que me pasó esta mañana a las 5:30 de la mañana más o menos en Vilaflor de Yanga. Vino un corredor que vino con un coche. Bueno, aquí tiene la dedicatoria especial de Josué. Me viene a las 5:30 de la mañana, aparca el coche y me pregunta, oye, ¿y el autobús de vuelta a Vilaflor? Digo, no hay autobús de vuelta a Vilaflor. No hay autobús de vuelta, el autobús es para traerte a Vilaflor. Jonathan, enhorabuena, antes de la carrera. Pues tendré que ir a buscar el coche de alquiler mañana como pueda. Es una pena. Hay guaguas para llevar a los corredores al punto de salida, no de retorno al punto de salida. Aquí tenemos a Oscar. Luego me encontré con otro caso en Vilaflor también de otro corredor que cuando se enteró lo de este corredor que dejó el coche dice, no, pero es que yo vengo en coche y lo vengo a buscar mañana en guagua de pizza. Dice, no, mira, antes venía guagua con el resto de corredores, pero me tenía que levantar muy temprano. Aquí viene Elio, terminando los 47. Y yo contándoles anécdotas que pasan en la carrera en esta Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. El turno ahora para uno que termina precisamente desde Vilaflor de Chazna, llegando a meta Ricardo, 73 kilómetros para él. Ricardo González, el turno para Rafa Martín, para Héctor Borges y para José Manuel Martín. Alfombra azul, alfombra de honor para otro finisher. Qué bonita la llegada a meta, qué bonita. La de José Manuel besando a su pareja después de pegarte entre pecho y espalda. 47 kilómetros, puedes dar el beso, los besos que quieras a tu pareja, los que quieras. Ahora, una cosa les digo. ¿Qué hora es? Van a ser las 3 menos cuarto, ya pasaron las 3 menos cuarto. No ha habido ninguna petición de matrimonio de momento. Todos los años hay de 1 a 3 peticiones de matrimonio. ¿Qué pasa este año? Aquí tenemos ahora a Miguel Ángel, a Ignacio López, viene también Francisco Reyes. Apretando los últimos metros. Milie Domínguez. En la modalidad de relevos, Candid Gavió. Viene un ultramaratoniano que se llama Candid Gavió. Es el número 13 que llega desde los cristianos a esta línea de meta. Aquí vienen los relevos. David, Milie. Y señoras y señores, Candid Gavió de Suiza, from Switzerland, de la Suiza. 110 kilometers for him. Guasimara Suárez. Aridia Marrero, Ovidio Cruz. Javi Ramírez. Celebrándolo por todo lo alto. El objetivo cumplido, claro que sí. Para Aridia. Y para Ovidio. Ese es el momento que todos visualizamos al entrar en meta, acompañados de nuestros hijos. Cuando entrenamos estamos dándole vueltas a ese momento todo el rato. Se nos viene mucho por la cabeza. Javi, 47 kilómetros. Y este señor que se llama Albert Cabra viene desde Vilaflor de Chasna, 73 kilómetros. 8 horas y 50 minutos para él. Florencio Céspedes, Joel Gómez. Florencio Céspedes es otro ultramaratoniano que viene desde Los Cristianos. 15 horas y 50 minutos para él. Entra Gabriel Hernández, Andrés Vera y viene Florencio Céspedes. Joel de Portugal viene de Vilaflor, 73 kilómetros. Jonay Falcón, Suzanne Perché. 47 kilomètres par elle. Pour elle, de la France. Suzanne de Francia hace 47 kilómetros y tiene 64 años. 64. Yo lo digo siempre, yo a su edad aspiro solamente a poder bajar al perro a la calle. Es Pablo, otro que termina la Tenerife Bluetrail, Pablo Alonso, y son 47 kilómetros. Les voy a contar algo. En breve, dentro de muy poco, vamos a recibir a la persona de mayor edad de la carrera. No les voy a decir quién es. No es Super Paco tiene 80. Hay alguien mayor que él. I'm going to tell you something. Now we're going to watch the arrive to the finish line of the oldest runner in this race. In a few minutes, we will see who's the oldest runner. Y siguen llevando corredores como por ejemplo Andrés Sauma, María Elena Parra, los dos chilenos, Javier Lecumberri, Carlos Castellanos. Viene por ahí también Aldana Florencia, en breve la veremos para completar los 47 kilómetros, al igual que José Bauzón. Iván Vargas va a ser el siguiente. Aldana. José Bolson. Bien, Iván Vargas, el turno ahora también. Será a continuación para Jacqueline Redondo. Giuseppe Ludovico de Italia. Estamos viendo a muchos corredores que están completando los 47 kilómetros. La distancia más numerosa sin duda son los 24. We have more runners in the 24 race than in the other races. Es Francisco Martín, Monay Gil, Giuseppe Ludovico, Álvaro Albert, Megan Taylor from UK. Monay llegando a meta con su club de fans en meta esperándolo. No, están diciendo ya, a ver si viene Jonay para ir a comer. Álvaro Miguel, enhorabuena. También para Gudrun Hespel from Belgium. Bélgica, Belgium. 47 kilometers for her. A Sara Juárez. Jordi Bernabeu. Enhorabuena en la llegada a la línea de meta. ...47 kilómetros para David Rodríguez. Es Fernando Irujo también, otro que va a completar los 47K. Saliendo desde la Orotava, desde el parque etnográfico de Pinolere. Oscar Rodríguez, Albert Saurí, los 47 kilómetros van a terminar. Aquí viene Oscar, hacía tiempo que no lo veía yo dando el callo. Ha vuelto a las andadas, una raya más con un tigre como tú. Aquí tenemos a Albert, también a Eric, Steve desde Croacia, Glavina, Joaquín Íñiguez, y esta señora que viene es la persona de mayor edad. This is the oldest person in this race, 82 years old, 82 años para la francesa Helga Villiers de Chamonix, France. 82 años tiene Helga, viene desde Chamonix, la cuna del... Así que tenemos la montaña, el mar, que es una combinación perfecta. Merci beaucoup pour être venu. Les big applause, el aplauso muy fuerte de todo nuestro público a las personas de mayor edad en la Tenerife Bluetrail 2024. Con dedicatoria especial al cielo han entrado antes Filippo Martinia, Aaron Isaac Manzano, Jordi Genabat, Aaron Delgado, Lina García, José Miguel Martín, Dominique Jean. El turno para Lorenzo Hernández. Dominique Jean termina la ultra, los 110 kilómetros. Dominique Jean de la France, de Francia. Enhorabuena, el aplauso para él después de 16 horas. After 16 hours, 110 kilometers. Lorenzo Hernández y César Gómez Mora van a ser los siguientes en aparecer en esta alfombra azul, en esta recta de meta. Aquí está Lorenzo. César con Manuela Parisi. Esther Fantoni cumple los 47K de relevos de Italia. Jorge Hernández, Javi López, aparece también a punto de ganar ya la recta de meta Carmelo Calderín. Nos visitan también muchos portugueses, mucha gente de Portugal, como por ejemplo Ju Maciel o Alexandra Oliveira. También mucha gente de Francia como Vincent Bassan. Juan Carlos González, José Ángel Concepción va a terminar los 73 kilómetros. Claudia Mola viene con una auténtica exhalación para completar los 73K. Ella termina sexta en categoría femenina. El argentino Santiago Iglesias termina los 47 kilómetros. Al igual que Teresa Iserte, al igual que Jordi Carratalá, al igual que Santiago Martín. Y también el turno para desde Francia, Christelle Charel y Aurélien Barlet. Fíjense cómo van llegando nuestros auténticos héroes, nuestros titanes, nuestros maratonianos, ultramaratonianos. Un montón de gente que viene desde Francia, como Christelle. Aurélien. Hemos rebasado ya las 16 horas desde que diéramos la salida. Anoche a las 11, los cristianos. Felipe Fernández, Ruth Fernández, Marc Berkeley, Moisés Hernández. Y señoras y señores, desde Portugal llega Fabio Vitorino, otro ultramaratoniano que salía ayer de la playa de los cristianos hace 16 horas. 110 kilómetros en 16 horas. Fabio Vitorino de Portugal. José Carlos Dorado, Alicia Esteves y Samu Suárez. Fabio de Portugal, 110 kilómetros. He's coming from Portugal. He has done 110 kilometers. Starting yesterday at 11 o'clock at night at the south of the island, in Los Cristianos. Crossing the island, climbing the highest mountain in Spain, Teide mountain, volcano. José Carlos Dorado. Alicia Esteves. Ella corre de los 47 por relevos. Después del 24K, el 47K es la modalidad más numerosa. María José Rivera termina la distancia de 47 en 7 horas y 6 minutos. Tana Robaina hará lo propio. Sin prisa pero sin pausa, logrando el objetivo de llegar a meta. Desde los Altos de la Orotava al Puerto de la Cruz. Nicole Dister, aus Deutschland, from Germany, desde Alemania. Juanjo González, Adrián Barrera. Son 47 kilómetros que se dice pronto. Joan Vilajuana. Paul Kane is coming from UK, finishing 47 kilometers. Grande Adrián. Greta, con 1 año y 1 mes, entra en los brazos de su padre. Joan, momento histórico. Gurdon Damián. Óscar Herrera, completando la maratón, la distancia de 47 kilómetros. Andrea Merkes from UK, finishing, terminando la distancia de 73K desde Vilaflor en 7ª posición femenina, the 7th position in the female. Andrea coming from UK. Sergio Villanueva, otro que ha completado los 47K. Viene Pablo Alba, pero viene también, atención, Juanjo Vidal. 110 kilómetros, el aplauso fuerte para un tío que ha sido capaz de cruzar la isla del sur al norte. Subir y bajar al Teide. Eso te lo quedas para siempre. El Tenerife Trail es el equipo de los Realejos. Los Realejos vuelven a sentirse importantes dentro de la Tenerife Bluetrail. Los jugadores que luce Roberto. Belén Moreno, 47K, José Antonio Rodríguez. Para terminar los 73 nada más y nada menos. Llega sensiblemente emocionada con el objetivo cumplido. Lo que no sabe nadie es que cuando uno está en carrera va diciendo, ¿qué hago yo aquí? ¿Qué necesidad tengo de esto? Esto no lo hago más. ¿A que sí?
Con lo bien que estoy yo en Jerez, y tengo que venir aquí.
Pero bueno, aquí se está mejor que en Jerez. Mira que no.
Ahora, la humedad regular, ¿eh? Madre mía.
¿Cómo fue la experiencia de subir y bajar el Teide?
Me ha puesto en mi sitio que flipa. Era un zombie subiendo para arriba.
La verdad que terminas hoy, no eres todavía capaz de asimilarlo, pero cuando pasen los años dirás, lo que hice.
Sí. También es verdad que el final de la carrera engaña, ¿eh? No hace falta me acuerdo de ustedes.
Un par de kilómetros llanos ahí, de asfalto, ¿eh?
Guau, qué guapa, tío.
Que te quiten los velados, guapo.
Espectáculo, llegar arriba al Teide.
Desde Jerez, enhorabuena, ultramaratoniano. Aquí se viene también, fíjense, Tania del Pino, Vincent Gastonó, Francisco Antonio, David Jiménez, Aarón Mora, José Santiago, Rogelio Rodríguez, culmina los 73 kilómetros. Aquí acaba de llegar ahora José Santiago Bello, Rogelio Rodríguez, ahora Aarón Mora con la camiseta de la K42 Anaga Maratón, Jorge Capella, Rogelio Rodríguez, 73 kilómetros para él. Juan Domingo Conde, Jesús López. Gregorio Ramos corre por relevos, los 47K. Es María Sonia, terminando los 47, los 73 los hace Fran. Les dejo con mi compañero Pablo Albelo. Les recuerdo que a las 4 tendremos la primera entrega de premios en el escenario. Pablo, adelante.
A la espera de más corredores, de más participantes, que todos van a pasar por esta línea de meta aquí en Martianes. Participantes de todas las distancias. Como decía, ahí va a las 4 la entrega en el escenario que está en la parte de atrás de esta línea de meta. Vamos chicos, ese último esfuerzo, ese aplauso de ánimo para todos los participantes. Aquí está Adelaida García. Línea de meta también para Miguel Alexi García, Christopher Milesi, Clement Bobín, 73 kilómetros, igual que Jorge Arbolés. La meta también para Serena Busato, Simonetta Martinelli y Manuel Cofín. Todos ellos van a ser finisher de esta Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB 2024. Aquí está Jorge Albores, 73K. Otro de los corredores de la media. Aplauso, alegría, como tiene que ser, por haber completado el reto. Simonetta Martinelli y Serena Busto aquí en línea de meta. Y la meta también Bote Blanco. En distancia de 47 kilómetros. Aquí está Felipe Santos. Llega también para Olivia Logan, para Anne-François Gilson, la corredora francesa y belga. Y finalizan la carrera de 47 y de 24, respectivamente. Más corredores, ese aplauso también para Antonio Ramón López. Aquí está Anne-François Gilson, antes entró también María García. Más corredores en distancia de 47K. Línea de meta para Antonio Sacha.
Yo quiero mi medalla. Quiero mi medalla.
Otro de nuestros corredores en 47K, David Rodríguez. Bienvenido al puerto, bienvenido Martínez. 73 kilómetros para Quentin Roland, el atleta francés. Finaliza la carrera que salía esta mañana desde Vilaflor a las 6 de la mañana. Alejandro Marrero también, que finaliza los 24K. Esa media distancia que sacamos esta mañana desde Palo Blanco. Está a punto de finalizar también su hora de corte, ¿no es cierto? La carrera en 24 kilómetros. Más corredores que reciben el aplauso aquí en esta línea de meta. El beso ahí, la alegría, como no puede ser de otra manera, entre Ramón Vélez, Guadalupe Monroy, llegando también para Eduardo Padrón. José Alberto Padrino también, que finaliza los 47 kilómetros. Esos aplausos al fondo nos indican que viene otra participante. Finisher en 47 kilómetros. Enhorabuena, Mónica Oliván, que termina también esta Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB 2024. Línea de meta también para otro de nuestros corredores en 47K, Carmelo Hipólito. Ahí tenemos más finisher también en esa distancia de 47 kilómetros. Para Alexis, Matthew también que termina esa carrera. Juan Alexis del Castillo, Matthew Ponti, el australiano. Vamos, más corredores, otro de 73. Otro corredor de 73 kilómetros, él es Lucas Peralta, el argentino. Alcanza también línea de meta, seguido de Gabriel Gaspar. Finisher en 47 kilómetros. También finaliza los 47 Juan Farráez. Y hace lo propio también José Miguel Hernández. Y vamos a recibir, por favor, con el aplauso más grande del mundo a Naira Casañas. Ella va a ser finisher de la carrera de 24 kilómetros. Y el aplauso para nuestros escobas en la carrera de 24K. Personal indispensable. Para nosotros, nuestra enhorabuena, también para ellos. Línea de meta también para David Sánchez. 47 kilómetros. Misma distancia que Jaden Fisher, Strong Robertson y Zach Shells. Los tres australianos. Y finaliza también esta distancia de 47 kilómetros. Finisher también Alex de Santos. Más finisher en esta línea de meta, Sara Focke, la alemana. Alcanza también a llegar junto a Alejandro Santos, Víctor Carretero y Antonio Villasana. Los tres se convierten en finisher de 47K. ¡Enhorabuena! Más finisher en la distancia maratoniana. Aquí están Víctor Carretero y Antonio Villasana. Venga, sus últimos metros, esa alfombra de color azul para Violeta Chiosilclán, la atleta belga. Así se entra disfrutando, así como es, tranquilito, tomándoselo con calma, de espalda, riéndose muy bien, me gusta, me gusta. Enhorabuena, 2 finishers más. Esta carrera de 24K alcanza también la línea de meta. Finisher Francisco Javier González. Distancia de 47 kilómetros. Otro de nuestros relevistas, Claudio Luis, finaliza la carrera por relevos de 47 kilómetros. Los 47 kilómetros completos los ha hecho Karen Dinali, la atleta brasileña, que viene acompañada en este final de tramo por Nicoleta Firda. Enhorabuena, 47 kilómetros. Yo no lo voy a presentar porque ya lo han hecho ellas. Línea de meta para Jorge Rosada, el asturiano, que finaliza trazado también junto a Tim Petersen. Bienvenidos a los dos. No se puede decir que no tienes afición, No podemos decir que no tienes afición. Las cosas como son. Vamos a sacar una foto, venga. Ahí con gente que ha llegado desde el Principado de Asturias para recibir a Jorge Lozada. A finishar en estos últimos metros Santiago Sánchez. Termina también los 47K. Misma carrera, mismo trazado que va a terminar también Ibrahim Alexander Díaz. Esos 47 kilómetros. Seguimos recibiendo participantes. Más finisher. Ojo que ahí tenemos un corredor de 110. Dorsal de color rojo. Bienvenido a línea de meta, Pablo Sergio Rosado, el portugués, que finaliza la carrera reina, la distancia reina. Desde Los Cristianos al Puerto de la Cruz, pasando por el Teide. Aquí lo tenemos siendo finisher también de esta Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. Va a finisher en esa distancia de 47 kilómetros. La bienvenida en línea de meta para Jonás Hernández. Jordi Pérez. El último en entrar en distancia de 73 kilómetros. Mientras tenemos más finisher. También en esa distancia de 73K. Línea de meta para Rogeli Grima. No eran pocos kilómetros y mientras dando curvas, ¿no? Para hacer alguno más. A ver, sean 47 y pico. Línea de meta para Abraham Delgado. En esos 47 kilómetros. Llega también Rone Galmaro. Todos ellos en esa distancia maratoniana. En esos 47 kilómetros, Mariana Madrid. Alcanza también línea de meta José Manuel Gómez. Línea de meta también para Carlos Rodríguez. Otro de nuestros finisher en distancia de 73 kilómetros es Iván Rovira. Salía esta mañana, 6 de la mañana desde Vilaflor. 9 horas y media, bajando el tiempo de 10 horas. Meta también en 47K para Lisa Petit, atleta francesa. Es finisher también en 47K. Ariel Humberto Mendoza, el argentino. Así se entra en la meta. Sí, señor. En ese sprint, Pedro Martins. El portugués que termina 73 kilómetros. Hace lo propio. En 47, Domingo Guanche. El patea San Borondón. Enhorabuena, Domingo. 47 kilómetros. Meta también para Tomás de Paco en 73. A que no vuelvas a hacerlo otra vez la entrada. Ya no, ¿no? Pues vamos, vamos, venga. Claro. Otra vez. finisher en 73 kilómetros. Alcanza línea de meta también Jaime Julián González. En los 47. Finisher también David Jonathan Hernández. Hay que celebrarlo, sí señor. Más finisher. Ojo que traemos otro corredor de la ultra, otro corredor de 110 kilómetros. Ahí está Morgan Philly, el australiano, perdón, enhorabuena. Finaliza también Rafael Vinimelis. Línea de meta también para Manuel Marrero, otro corredor de 73, Javier Marín. Llega también Manoli Pérez. Finaliza la distancia de 73K. Seguimos recibiendo finisher, Cecilia Melín, la francesa. Línea de meta también para Juan Jesús González. Me encanta verlos así acompañados. Más relevistas. Ahí está Elsa Hernández. La alegría de Elsa no va a ser contenida hoy, ¿eh? No va a ser contenida. Línea de meta para Mari Carmen García. Les cuento la historia muy rápido. Ustedes imagínense, doy la salida de 24 kilómetros en palo blanco, dorsales amarillos, y me veo un dorsal azul celeste allí. Digo, ¿y tú qué haces aquí? Me equivoqué de guagua. Digo, ¿y ahora qué hacemos? Digo, pues venga, que te llevamos para Chanajiga, anda. A ver si llega. A ver si llega. Y llegó, y está aquí en la línea de meta, completó su relevo. Junto a Dácil. Enhorabuena a las dos. Han conseguido completar el resto de 47 kilómetros por relevos. Otro finisher, Alberto Hernández, 47 kilómetros. Finisher en esa distancia de 47 kilómetros. Línea de meta para Saúl González. Dos finisher más, José María Pérez y Jaume Starlich. Enhorabuena a ambos por finalizar esta 47K.
All right. As we offered and told you we were going to be back for that finish. And look at that smile. She is ready to be done. She knows it. It's in the bag. Second place from Lithuania. Gitana is making good ground on these 110 kilometers. Once again, if you're joining us, welcome back for the live coverage of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And look at this. This is so cool to see. You just can't shake off the smile of Gitana Akmana Viciute from Lithuania. And she's looking at her watch to see how many kilometers she still has left until she crosses the finish line. My guess is that's probably a couple of Ks. She still hasn't gone under the blue arch, which is going to be the mark for the last kilometer. And yeah, she's looking like she's having the time of her life. And Bernhard is still in the house.
What a day.
Good man.
Long day.
Yeah, very long.
Very long day.
On night also.
And now she's having a bit of a chat with our camera mountain biker who's gone back to pick her up and offer you those images. Is Lithuania here in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? Make some noise. Welcome back to the live coverage. We want to hear you all to cheer her on as she makes her way to the finish line.
On arrive à la plage là. Parce que Baptiste, tu parlais de quelle plage? La dernière sur laquelle on est allé courir? Ou après, il y avait les pierriers et le sort de bidonville là?
And there's a bit of a conversation here with our camera runners in the studio to understand if that camera mountain biker is going to be with Gitana all the way through to the finish, or if he hands over some of the coverage to another camera runner. And we are transitioning onto the finish line, where runners from all distances, the 23K, the 47K, the 73 kilometers, and some of the runners in the 110. I think this is a good opportunity right now to summarize what happened today at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB across all distances. So in the 47 kilometers, the winner in the men's category was Oswaldo Medina, but he was extremely tight finish because less than a minute behind was Marco Ramos Gonzalez from Spain, who was coming back like a rocket. And then Andreu Simon came in third today, holding back the runner. My bad. I forgot his family name. I'm going to get that very soon for you all. From Argentina, Joaquin Navarez. Joaquin Navarez, who came in fourth after being passed by Andreu Simon on the last kilometer. Now, in the women's, on the 47K, Maud Matisse from Switzerland took the win way ahead. And then we had a legendary finish. Massive sprint in the last kilometers between Maria Perez, who got the best and finished in second, together with Sonia Viciano. So that was really, really cool to watch, and we were able to offer you all these images live. Now, in the 73 kilometers, the winner was Riccardo Montani from Team Vibram, and he has announced that he was going to partake in the CCC 2024. And then it was a Frenchman who did really well, born in 2001, Elliot Philippon, who took a beautiful second place, and then followed by another Frenchman, Kevin Roux. In the women's, it was the Polish runner Martina Młynarczyk. I think this is how, yeah, Młynarczyk from Poland, who took the win, and a strong win because she was over 20 minutes ahead of Gemma Arenas from Spain, and Celia Balcells from Spain as well takes the third place ahead of Ragnar de Bas in fourth in the 73K. Last but not least, because we're getting to that point, in the men's 110 kilometers, Manuel Anguita had a fantastic race, was leading just before halfway and all the way through to the finish to get a pretty emotional finish. He did extremely well, followed by Jordi Gamito, who came in all smiles and very satisfied with his performance, and followed by Manuel Martin Lorenzo, who also did extremely well, taking the third place in this 110 kilometers. Now, what we've seen so far was a really solid performance by the German runner, Eva Maria Sperger, who finished already after 15 hours and 18 minutes. So that was at 2:20 p.m. local time. Right now it is 3:50. So imagine the gap between this woman and then what the woman that is on your images right now that we're following with this beautiful side shot from the drone is Gitana Akmana Vichute, who's still trying to run and shuffle. It looks like she might be in pain on one leg because she's definitely limping. So I don't know if this is just the distance or there's like a hamstring or a hip flexor tightness that's forcing her to limp. Looks like on her left leg. But you know, when you can smell the barn and you're that close and you know you're still in second place, all systems go, regardless of the pain in your legs. And so you can see they're going past those sports facilities, the pool, the soccer pitch, and then once again in the distance you can see that small black tower, which was precisely the location where the battle between Marta Perez and Sonia Viciano took place in the last kilometers. So this is where now the Lithuanian runner Gitana is getting to after 16 hours and 51 minutes of running 110 kilometers, 6,250 meters of elevation gain and loss. Although only gain, my bad, because this is a point-to-point race. Although arguably this probably is the same because they started from the ocean and they're finishing on the ocean, so this is altitude 0. So yeah, sorry, it's been a few hours, and as much as I'm checking back in with you all, yeah, getting a bit tired. But if I'm there, are you there? Thomas is there, cheering for Lithuania. Good man. And Thomas, if you know Gitana, let us know if there is any more information we can share with the audience about this fantastic runner as she's on her way to make history, take second place here on a UTMB World Series stage. And she is still all smiles. I think the only place that's going to be cramping is her cheeks because she's having so much fun. Slowly but surely, she's making her way to the finish line. And we did see actually the cloud cover kind of move back and forth over the coastline earlier this morning. Runners at this point were in the shade, and it looks like it has moved back a little bit towards the mountains, and the runners are now again fully exposed in the sun, and that is a tough finish for all these runners, especially for Gitana after 100 and what, like probably 8 kilometers, still having to make her way to the finish line in the sun on that very runnable section. And that's also, you'd be thinking, you know, it's just rolling, it's just running by the end. But for some of these runners, they're much more at ease in the mountains, and therefore that part is actually the hardest part. But regardless, you know, she's looking at a watch. I don't know if she's got a time in mind or if she's just looking at the kilometers to have a gauge of how far the finish line still is. There we go, we're getting there. Let's go, Gitana. And in behind, it looked like we had a bit of a change in positions, although it still has to be confirmed. But it looks like Ildiko Vermeer has come back. Ildiko, the Hungarian runner, was running in 5th for a while, and then it looks like she's gone. She's had a very strong back end of the race, and she is estimated at the Maritime Aid Station in 59 minutes. So a bit of a change in position in the women's race for the 3rd position in 110 kilometers. And as we now have the split screen on this finish line, on this beautiful area at Puerto de la Cruz.
Se convierte en finisher también Ana Rodríguez. Enhorabuena también para ella. Ahí tenemos otros 2 relevistas. Viri Rodríguez.
And there we go, we can see in the distance the blue arch marking the last kilometers for Gitana Akmanaviciute. After he goes under that arch in the distance, it is 1,000 meters away from the finish line. So at the pace she's going, it's probably going to be close to, you know, just over 5 minutes possibly, although she's now picking up the pace. It looks like she can now smell the barn. She probably hears her name because there is a speaker right there. Yep, let's try and cheer on all the runners. And that definitely gives you a bit of a second win or 3rd and 4th win. By that point, it doesn't matter. It means that yes, she can start to believe that that 2nd place is in the bank, and that will mean a lot. That means an automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final. And I actually got a bit of information about that because, you know, they're originally the rules were after December 31st, if you haven't qualified, you cannot enter the UTMB World Series final. However, there was a situation where if you email them and say, hey, I want to do the UTMB World Series final, I want to partake in the UTMB Mont-Blanc at the end of August, I haven't had the chance to qualify just yet, is there a chance I can still do it? And if you've done that, if you reached out to the organization and they responded positively, it means that you had until end of June to run a race by UTMB, and if you manage to do top 3 or top 10 at a major, then you would still have the opportunity to be selected for the final on the same year. But that needed to be done before December 31st. So that is the situation as of today. And so if Gitana had asked for it, then it would probably be an option for her to partake in UTMB this year. if she hasn't, then it's probably going to be for next year, which is totally fine. You know, you take it step by step, and it's already probably going to be a huge motivation factor for her to finish in second place at by UTMB event at this Tenerife Bluetrail. Yeah, huge motivation. And again, more runners are coming in on those different races, different distances that we could see today. It's been a busy day. Like since this morning, we've been following the 50K, which was truly 47Ks, the 73K, where we had a lot of things, especially in the later stages, and then the 110K. We saw them really early this morning up at the Teide aid station with a fantastic sunrise, and yeah, then we transitioned back and forth between all these three races with our team on the ground. So hats off to all the camera runners, all the camera mountain bikers, the drone pilots who are offering us those good images and allow us to follow the race and celebrate the performances of all these runners. And there they are. This is it. In the final stretch, kind of a quick right-hand turn. She is now in the palm trees. She can definitely hear the finish line now. You can see the poles on the left. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Your second place finisher in this 2024 Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB is going to be from Lithuania, Gitana Akmanavičiūtė. And if there's anyone from Lithuania in the chat, now is the time to make some noise. Thomas is here, and it is indeed a historical finish for Lithuanian. Let's see if we can put up that comment in the chat. No, it feels like that chat is not working at all because the comments have not changed anymore, so I'm gonna go full screen, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Después de más de 17 horas de carrera, segunda clasificada en 110K, Gitana Akmanavičiūtė.
Oh, interesting. She's got a trim text up. Means she might be an orienteering runner, or has been in the past, or maybe still is.
17 horas de carrera para ella.
And she's holding that medal. She's earned it for herself and her country. As Thomas was saying, historical finish for Lithuanian.
73 kilómetros, también Claudio Geras. También 73 kilómetros.
Although this is historical for the women, because there are some strong Lithuanian runners, and the first one I can think of from the top of my head is Gigi Minas-Grenius. And so if he's watching or listening, it's always one person we love to see on the start line and the finish line. At the time it was called Ultra World Tour. He won that, and then the year after, obviously you're invited again, and so everybody was like, are you gonna come and defend your title? And I remember he was like, no, I won once, I think this is good enough. Now I'm gonna enjoy going to races in beautiful places, and instead of racing, I'm just gonna take it in and have a beautiful experience, which he did, kudos to him, and still performed really well. But he's just a great human who knew what to chase, and knew where his happiness was. And yeah, we can definitely say hats off to this runner, also from Lithuania. So now there is a female name to put against Lithuanian runners in ultra running, and it is Gitana Akmanavičiūtė, who still can't stop smiling. She's loving it. And so I don't know if we're going to get a chance to have a bit of an interview with her.
Línea de meta para Rubén Simancas, que termina también los 47K. Todos quieren una foto en nuestro arco de meta. Está precioso este año, ¿eh? Finisher también Antonio Eugenia Suárez.
There we go. Albert is in the house. He was probably having a weak coffee just to stay alive. And he will pick up a mic from our sound team and get in front of the backdrop to, there we go, to get an interview with Gitana, because I think we owe it to her, so she can tell the world who she is and educate us while there's is that a capoeira party up on the rooftop? I don't know what's going on up there, but there we go.
Because we had a lot of problems.
Let's hear it.
Right.
Congratulations, Gitana, second place. An amazing race for you.
Yes, it is. I didn't expect, actually.
How was the race? You have raced in Transgran Canaria, so you know a little bit the Canary Islands. You went 9th, but you've never raced here in Tenerife.
No, never. And I had very new experience for me, this uphill to Teide. It was so hard, this altitude. It was impossible, something very, very hard.
And how did you find the weather, the heat? Because I guess that where you live in Lithuania, it's not so hot.
We had everything actually. At night was fresh, it was okay. During the day it was sunny. Then we entered the forest and it was humidity, shadow. So we had everything.
Yeah, in Canary Island you have everything. You know, like it's a microclimate in every part of the race. You finished 6th in Mute in Madeira some years ago, but this is maybe your best international result.
This one, yes. Now I'm on my good form, let's say. So yes, I will repeat Madeira as well, long distance. But it was the first one, and this one was the good one, but it was very hard.
And now you are qualified for next year for CCC or UTMB. What are you planning to do?
I hope I'm going.
To UTMB?
Yeah, it's not an easy way to get this entrance, so it's perfect chance.
So we are here in the live in UTMB World Series. Do you want to say something to the people in Lithuania that is following you?
Yes, actually trail running is amazing. You have to try to do it, to practice, because you have so many different things during this day. Nature is amazing. People in trail also are very, very kind and friendly. So actually our community in Lithuania of trail running is growing very fast. So maybe next year we will come more of us.
Okay, so see you next year in Chamonix. Congratulations, felicidades in Spanish, and have a good year, and congratulations again.
Muchas gracias.
Gitana Agmaravichute, the second qualified in the 110 race of this Tenerife Bluetrail 2024. Gracias. Well done, eh? Good race.
And there we go. The podium, men's top 5, actually almost entirely Spanish, except for Kamil Lesniak from Poland, who came to disrupt the top 5 in the Spanish supremacy. Really solid performance from all of these runners today. And the top 2 women are now through the finish line in this 100-mile category, 110 kilometers and 6,250 meters of elevation gain. Now, apparently from what we hear in the background is that Claire would still be in 3rd place according to her GPS tracker. So this is actually something we need to keep an eye on. because this might be something that we want to know, because if Claire Heslop, who was in third up until recently and now doesn't show up there, if her GPS tracker is true, then she would still be in third place and not Ildiko Vermeersch. So stay tuned. We're going to have a quick commercial break, but we'll be back right after to welcome the third place finisher in this women's field, whoever that is. Stay with us.
Con vendaje y todo, no nos para nada hasta la línea de meta. Jesús Manuel Medina. Y pasa también por esta línea de meta Nick Scher, el holandés. Finishan en 47 kilómetros. Otro de nuestros relevistas, 47 kilómetros por relevos, Alex Besenko. Llega también Jisoo Liu, el norteamericano. Y la llegada también para Pablo Álvarez. Línea de meta también para Juan Monroy en esos 47 kilómetros, que termina también Daniel Martínez. Termina cuando él quiere. Termina cuando él quiere. Celebrándolo como no puede ser de otra manera. ¡Enhorabuena!
All right, team. We were debating because it looks, as I was telling you, that the third place. I'm taking my time just to build up a little bit the excitement. As of today, if you're on live.utmb.world, currently pointing in third place is Ildiko Vermesher from Hungary. However, on the GPS trackers, on the elite athletes, Claire Heslop from Canada, who was running in third up until recently, until her name dropped down in the rankings, could be still running in third place. And so based on what I see here, she could be about 5Ks from the finish. So this would be good news for Canada. That would therefore secure a place on the podium at this Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And again, it would look like she is moving back to the finish line. No, this is just a finisher. Look at that, getting hugs, and who's going to pick up a dog, a kid? What's it going to be? A kid! With the balloon. 1, 2. There you go. Oh, 3. Man. All right, let's go.
Finisher también en 47 kilómetros por relevos.
That's the way to go. Yes, high fives. That's what it's all about. And again, as I was telling you, in this 110 kilometers, 100-mile distance, 100-mile category, 17 hours and 16 minutes elapsed since they started last night. And Claire Heslop would still be, according to the GPS tracker, in third position. And so we're just waiting for a confirmation because our camera runners will, or mountain bikers, will go back up the course to pick her up, whoever that is. So we'll know very shortly and we'll keep you updated as per who is truly in third position in this 110 kilometers, whether it's going to be Claire Heslop or Ildiko Vermesher, who we were claiming a massive back end of the race and a super strong comeback. Well, she still came back from 5th to 4th, which is ultimately a really good performance. But possibly not all the way through to the third step of the podium to third place. Third place being also an automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix at the end of August for next year's edition. Because we remind you that for the general rules of the UTMB World Series, you have the whole year to qualify for the next year's UTMB World Series final. So every race, every runner that finishes in the top 3 in a stage of the UTMB World Series, and every top 10, as well as some category winners at the majors, 1 year will get their automatic entry into the next year's UTMB finals. So that's the general rule. And then there are some options, but for that, the one way to kind of try to bend the rules a little bit, if I can say so, is to reach out to the sports commission at UTMB and see what can be done. They are the ones making such decisions. GPS trackers have not moved, so that's just a bit worrying.
Y por tu cumpleaños, Joan, perdón, señor Francisco, Joan, enhorabuena por tu cumpleaños y por terminar esos 73
is there anyone,
kilómetros.
I was going to ask, is there anyone from Canada in the house? And yes, Josette Bosque is in the house, and apparently Claire's tracker was not working during the night, so it may still be glitching. That's good to hear that the family is cheering her on. from Canada. So you guys can start like getting ready with the confetti, the champagne, the fireworks, whatever floats your boat. It would be the morning, so let's maybe wait a little bit for alcohol to start pouring. But yeah, we will be there, and once again, by the look at the GPS tracker that we have here, she is still moving and she's still in third position. So the family can start screaming, start getting excited, start like overwhelming the chat with heaps of messages and stars and fireworks and happiness and emojis of all kinds, because by the look of it, she's going to be third in this Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB 100-mile category. So far, 17 hours and 20 minutes elapsed. And from where she is, it's probably another less than, like between 10 and 15 minutes to go.
Más corredores que terminan 73 kilómetros. UTMB Mont-Blanc del francés. Línea de meta también para la romana Silvana Deac.
Actually, I take that back by the look of it. She
finaliza también trazado Cristo Jesús Canino en 47 kilómetros.
There's a bit of glitching, but we're getting closer and closer to the finish line, no doubt about it. And that would be, yeah, 3 to 4 Ks away. So another 15 to 20 minutes. So again, in the chat, is anybody running a race by UTMB this year? Let us know which event you're partaking in.
Llega también Isidro Rodríguez, los dos en 73 kilómetros.
Where are you trying to either get stones or simply make the best out of your journey through an island, through mountains? Find yourself on the inside. This is usually what ultra running will do to you. You go through highs, through lows, a little bit like a metaphor for life. And if you can compare, an ultra race with your life, if you can succeed through the lows, go through the lows, and come out the other end, and still push through in an ultra running, well, that will be a lesson for life. If you're going through lows in life, you know that they will come to an end. If you keep believing in yourself, if you keep pushing, and if you surround yourself with the right people as well. So by all means, if you're struggling in life, do reach out. There will always be people who will be there to help you out. So it's never a bad thing to put your hand up and reach out for help.
Más participantes que llegan hasta esta línea de meta. Carol Richard, carrera por relevos en 47 kilómetros.
The happiness, the satisfaction, the achievement that is runners are achieving by going through that finish line. Regardless of the distance, it is everyone's journey, everyone's adventure, and coming out the other end is something that's hard to describe if you haven't ever experienced it. And hopefully by looking at those images, that could be a little bit of a hint, a little bit of a tease to motivate you to partake in a trail race. It doesn't have to be necessarily an international race. If you have none close to where you live, you'll see that regardless of the size of an event, you'll find the same trail running spirit that lives across events of all size and all dimensions. And look at this, the emotion that's building up on that man's face crossing the line. Some of them, this is the first time they run that far, and achieving that isn't short of a fantastic achievement. And there we go, Gitana is still there on the finish line, taking a photo. To keep this moment forever and possibly share it on the gram. Gitana Akmanavichute from Lithuania. Oh, what's happening? That is a sprint finish. I was very worried that she would fall. Please someone catch her.
Eleja Bertrand, que ha querido llegar hasta la línea de meta, no ha querido pararse.
Yeah, maybe we need someone, a medic, to check on her because that did not look too good.
Lefebvre, Nelson Fernández, Mariana Silva. La línea de meta también para Abraham Kulilat.
There we go. That was pretty quick to come back in and look her up. Team on the ground is here and paying attention to each and every runner. Safety comes first. Indeed, it didn't take long for someone to come and look her up. And they're probably going to take her away onto the tent to do a bit more tests. Probably overheating, dehydration. As you can see, the sun is now beating pretty hard. All these runners who are finishing their distance, whether it's the 23 Ks, 47 Ks, 73 Ks, or 110 kilometers. And actually, in 110, let's have a look. Yeah, there were 442 people who started the race yesterday, last night, and we have 98 people who had to drop out of the race, 98 DNFs, and so far only 26 finishers. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of how tough that race is, especially with altitude. Like, I don't think there was any runners in the 110 who didn't mention the struggle that they encountered by going above 3,500 meters of elevation gain on the Teide. So yeah, that was a bit of a challenge for these runners. And yeah, so far 26 have finished, and they're still therefore over 300 out on the course, making their way to El Puerto de la Cruz and to come and cross the finish line here. Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And as we're talking, I think someone from Canada is making her way to the finish line. And Claire is now, I would say, just over a couple of Ks. Just over a couple of Ks away from the finish line. So we got these three runners. Again, big selfie. These three finished together, and it looked like they had a ball running that course.
En esta Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB 2024. A la que todavía le quedan muchos corredores y corredoras por llegar. La bienvenida para Luciana Literio, la atleta argentina, que llega también hasta esta línea de meta. Llega también Manuel Ortiz, en distancia de 47 kilómetros.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have her on the screen, at least her name and location. She is on her way to the finish line at Puerto de la Cruz, coming from Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, Claire Heslop is in the house and confirmed third place so far. And I'm saying so far just because she hasn't crossed the finish line, but there is no one in sight behind her. And the whole family is behind the screen to support her and cheer her on. She's been running already quite a lot of races and seems to be specializing in the 100-mile distance. And she's already done UTMB twice. Actually 3 times if I go back, and she is loving the UTMB World Series races. She was 18th in the 2021 UTMB after being 4th at the Val d'Aran VDA, which is a very, very tough race. That was back in 2021. And yeah, people were saying that the VDA, the 100-mile distance in Val d'Aran, which is the European major, also has well over 10,000 meters of elevation gain. All the participants were saying that race should be the final, and UTMB Mont-Blanc should be the qualifier to do the VDA. They were joking about that. Then she actually went to New Zealand to do the Northburn 50K, where she finished second. Only a few of you will know that race. It's a super cool race, but very low-key, very local, in the South Island of New Zealand. And then moving back up, she's done the year after, a couple of years ago, the 2022 UTMB Mont-Blanc, where she finished 19th. So she lost one spot there. Then she did Dointianen, also the long distance, probably to get her number punched for 2023 UTMB, because she finished 7th, and it was the Asia Pacific major. So she got her automatic entry into the 2023 UTMB Mont-Blanc, where she finished 11th. So she did move up. She did 18th, then 19th, then 11th. So I think she'll be pretty excited to know that she's punching her ticket to the 2024 UTMB. And if we look at statistics, she should break into the top 10 by 2024 at the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix at the end of August. So this is all, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of speculation. What we are now waiting is for one of our camera runners or mountain bikers to pick up Claire, and so we can have images of her on her way to finishing 3rd at this Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB in the 110 kilometers distance. Yeah, Juliette is still in the house. We have more emojis coming up. This is what we like to see. The whole family is cheering, and you guys just keep on cheering. I love that. It was about the same situation with Jenny Quilty, also from Canada, at not last year, but 2 years ago at Donintianen. The whole family, the whole part of Canada was cheering on from a distance, and this year it's the Hislop family cheering on Claire as she's making her way onto the podium of, once again, the 2024 Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. What a day it's going to be for Claire. Some 17 and a half hours elapsed so far, and that's going to be probably a finish in the next 10 minutes. So you see she's getting close, going around the port, and so I guess even by that point, she should be going past. Is that already the Blue Arch? Yeah, that's exactly where she should be. So I don't know from the studio if they have any idea where the camera runners or mountain bikers are located and when we're going to be able to pick up Claire and have images, but that will be shortly. We are here, all eyes on the screen and just waiting for someone to pick up Claire so we can be with her in the last minutes of her race. All right, we've been told, ladies and gentlemen, that there was a camera runner who did leave to pick up Claire, but it sounds like his battery was actually close to being dead or was already flat. And so he's there, but he can't send us the images. So question is, will he record with the GoPro? And it's actually the live transmission system that is dead, or is that the entire filming or recording system that just died and he's got nothing? Hard to tell, but we're standing by to see if they're gonna have the opportunity to send someone else, or if that's just gonna have to be the finish line video. The intention was there, but it looks like our camera runner and the team was not huge today. So these guys have done an awesome job going back and forth, covering the 3 races today, and I think they might be coming to the end of the day a little bit flat, just like the batteries, and perhaps didn't quite think it through. But this is definitely not pointing the finger, considering all the work they've done today. And the intention was to really capture those last moment of Claire Heslop. But it just didn't quite follow through because of a technical issue. But we certainly appreciate the effort that was made. And in the meantime, we'll still be there with the finish line camera and see when we will be welcoming Claire through that finish line. And Galvin joined the chat, so there you go. Canada is, I was going to say waking up, but no, you guys have been up for a while. But it's good to see you guys. Good to see you there, cheering on Claire. She will definitely feel it. And so having another look at the GPS tracker, and she is now, she's a K away from the finish. That's it. So 5 to 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, is all it's going to take Claire to make it to the finish line. And she can now definitely hear it in the distance. That's probably going to bring her home a little faster. And what a day. What a day it would have been for Claire 17 hours and 39 minutes elapsed so far. That's going to be a sub 18 hours for this 110 kilometers and 6,250 meters of elevation gain. Started last night from the southern part of the island. And this will go. That's teamwork, mixed dream work, as much as the little camera runner ended up running out of battery. They sent out the drone pilot to get a glimpse of Claire coming into the finishing chute with the drone, so we at least had those images. And there she is, ladies and gentlemen. I think the family can go absolutely nuts now. Let it all out for Claire, who finally made it across the finish line. The smile is there, but you can see that she's been working pretty hard. And a little thank you to everyone, to the camera. That was lying, that was far from 5 minutes. The GPS tracker was definitely glitching. Heslop from Canada rounding up the podium. All smiles after 17 hours and just under 40 minutes of racing. That is, ladies and gentlemen, a massive performance, and that's good enough for third place in this 100-mile category of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And this is starting to sink in. I think the heat is also taking a toll on her. It was very hard, and the sun has been just beating on the runners more and more as the days gone by. And so the stage is very welcome to take a sit. They're getting the GPS tracker back, asking probably to pick that up. And I don't know if we're gonna get the opportunity to have a finish line interview. Hopefully Albert Jorquera still is around for an interview with Claire. That would be super cool. I don't know what the discussion is about. Yeah, I can't quite hear what's going on there. Claire Heslop is your third place woman in this 110 kilometers. And I'm going to go back to the chat. I think everybody's is screaming now at the Heslop household. They've left the chat altogether. And probably celebrating Claire's podium here at this race by UTMB Tenerife Bluetrail. What's up, Dean Dax? Yeah, you're tuning in. That's last minute, but you know, good for tuning in. You're glad to have you on board. The race has been fantastic. Race has been beautiful. We'll be covering it since this morning. We saw the sun rays on the Teide with the 110 kilometer runners. And then we had all the runners from all the distances covering their distances respectively, and then welcoming all the runners on the finish line in all the races. In the 50K category, it was 47 Ks in 2,600 meters of elevation gain. 73K, which was the 100K category, and the 110 Ks that we're just wrapping up now with Claire Heslop from Canada taking the third place and last spot of the podium. And once again, hopefully we'll have Albert Jorquera on the ground to give us a field interview, and after that we'll be able to wrap up this live coverage. Just to give you an idea, we're still here. I don't think probably just that is good enough because the chat hasn't been updated for a while, and I guess my face probably needs an update as well because it's been a long day, but we certainly appreciate all of you. And there we go, Josette is back in the house with a celebration emojis, loving it. Congratulations to the whole family. The stoke must be at the highest
Llegada también para Heriberto Martínez.
in Canada.
Bienvenido, amigo.
And
Enhorabuena.
hopefully
47 kilómetros.
Albert will be around in this beautiful finishing area at Puerto de la Cruz. So, I don't know what the discussion is about. I'm gonna try and figure it out. Well, looks like we have the highlights of the day. So, Dindax, this is for you, just for you. You know, we put it together quickly. And these are the images of what went down today at this Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. This is the best stuff of the day across all distances, all categories from the very start. Here, Christopher Clemente, who sadly had to DNF because of twisting an ankle. Sanjay Sherpa right here. There's Azara Garcia, who was all smiles, but had an ischio issue and had to pull out as well. And then this is the man. He did so well today, Manuel Anguita. And then here in the, well, I mean, that's just going to go too fast, but look at this. I'll just let you enjoy these images here. That was Andreu Simon cramping in the descent. He explained that he had those issues, and today his best was good enough for third, but not really much more. And in the women's 47K, Maud Matisse from Switzerland has taken the lead quite ahead. But Marta Perez had hell of a battle with Sonia Viciano. Sonia, who had moved into second place, but Marta reeled her in with 1K to go. And this is the beautiful finishing area of Puerto de la Cruz, here where these ladies were finishing off. That was Eva Maria Speger in the 100 miles, and Gemma Arenas also in the 100-mile category. Sorry, she was in the 73K. I take that back. And now it's just one last thing that I want to wish you is all the best. Thank you again for tuning in this live coverage of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. It's been a pleasure to be with you. A shout out to also my co-commentator, Maj, who's been here most of the time, but he was commentating from Aussie, which means it was getting to the very, very late hours of the night. So we wished him good night, and I had the opportunity to comment these last finishers on the women's podium in the 110 kilometers, being Gitana Akmana Vichute and Claire Eslop from Canada. So next in line will be Val d'Aran, and we'll be there again to cover this whole race live. This is the European major, and once again, there's going to be a whole lot of adventure, 3 days of live coverage. So that's the next rendezvous for you all. So thanks a lot, and tuning out on those beautiful images of Puerto de la Cruz at the finish line of the Tenerife Bluetrail. Peace.
Otro de nuestros finisher. Finalizando trazado. En distancia de 73 kilómetros, Simon Tangen. Siguen llegando participantes. Ella es Petra Krisova, la atleta de la República Checa. Fuerte el aplauso también para otro de nuestros 110K. El aplauso para Juan David Gallardo. Finisher también en 110 kilómetros. Termina también carrera de 73 kilómetros. Tommaso Biasi, el italiano. Otro finisher también en la misma distancia. 73K, la bienvenida a línea de meta, Samuel Martín. David Llama.
Et ça part forcément très fort.
The UTMB is the greatest racing week in trail running. This race just constantly keeps hitting you, completely physically destroyed, but mentally more alive than you've ever felt.
Mamma mia.
Muy interesante.
It's like a cloud of smoke there. Wow.
Insane. The clock is still running.
As they say in France, ooh la la. It's like this amazing.
En el último kilómetro. What a battle. What a fight. She's back.
So many emotions from everyone.